Dragon Unleashed, Blades of Grass, Book 2, an apocalyptic war thriller by Austin Chambers, narrated by Stephen Floyd. Prologue. Newly minted Petty Officer Carmen Martinez stared at the dozens of wounded and dead being moved onto the pier with cold and quiet disbelief. It wasn't that she didn't want to feel badly for the men and women. She just felt too vulnerable to feel anything but rage. Fresh off the joy of her new promotion and job change, the things she'd endured in the 41 days since the earth shook its shoulders seemed hardly believable. Watching the wounded from the battle for Seattle return to the pier her aircraft carrier called home was just one more surreal moment in a life that had become a string of them. Home, she thought sadly once more. Will I ever see it again? Her thoughts ran on two levels as she watched the death march from one of the sponsons on the USS Halsey, one of the U.S. Navy's newer Ford-class carriers. Near the surface of her psyche, she pondered the welfare of her mother and 5 younger siblings back in the predominantly Hispanic city of Huntington Park, California. That, combined with the constant reminder in every direction that she and the rest of the Puget Sound area were in a non-stop living nightmare, was more than enough to keep her depression and anger brewing constantly. But on a deeper level was the event. The nightmare journey from SeaTac Airport back to the Navy base on the Slaughter Peninsula. The things she and her traveling companion faced and conquered would never leave her darkest thoughts. Neither would the faces and memories of the monsters who did those things to her. Hard to fathom, huh? She heard, the constant nightmare temporarily suspended by the voice of her new work comrade. Carmen snapped out of it. The temptation to be blunt and angry was great, but she was on day 1 of starting her new job. She didn't want this knucklehead to tell everyone she was hard to deal with. Not really, she disagreed as nonchalantly as she could. Have you been off base? I mean, really gotten away from here? So it's true, Petty Officer Dustin Nelson replied. Scuttlebutt was that you're one of the lucky few who made it back to base. Lucky? Carmen yelled in her head. Lucky? I was at the airport, waiting to get on a plane. I should have been on the ground in L.A., she said, her voice betraying her feelings. That first smaller quake caused the plane to crash, and they shut down the runways. Easy, Martinez, Dustin exclaimed in reaction to her subconscious posturing. Without realizing it, she squared off, and then taken a half step back with her dominant right foot. The pair were in a refueling sponson. Technically outside, the covered area contained large manifolds for the carrier to receive fuel from other ships at sea. It was on the same level as the hangar bay, which was a full 4 decks down from the flight deck. From the pier, it might appear they were standing behind a glassless window in a room. As a new damage controlman, Carmen was getting the full tour of the various firefighting stations her unit, called a division, was responsible for. I didn't mean to touch a nerve, the apologetic Iowan said sincerely. Carmen took a deep breath, forcing herself to avert his stare by looking back at the pier. It was a forced behavior. Never again would she avert her eyes from a true threat. But the logical half of her brain reminded her that her new co-worker meant nothing by it. Sorry, Nelson, she said, using the usual last-name greeting enlisted sailors preferred for casual acquaintances. He looked back out at the activity on the pier. It's okay. He was silent for a moment, but it must have been pretty rough. You don't want to know, she said, cutting him off at the pass. Whatever you think, it's worse. I believe you, was all Dustin could think to say. It just seems weird, watching the National Guard and a couple hundred civilians come back from a full-on combat assault. There were a few hundred sailors from both the USS Halsey and the naval base assisting with the incoming wounded and dead. A combined county posse and most of the remaining Guard members from the isolated county on the west side of Puget Sound had crossed the cold black waters the night before. Police, guard, and civilian groups from all over western Washington had converged on the Emerald City to thwart a horde of gang and cartel members that had numbered in the thousands and were quickly taking over the entire metropolis. This group from the west side had been the ace in the hole, the wild card factor the cartel wasn't prepared for in the form of a third front to deal with. "I'll give you that," Carmen agreed. "But based on what it was like trying to get back here, and no, I don't want to talk about it, this isn't all that surprising." It was a bittersweet day for Carmen. Before it had all began, the petite Latina had spent months trying to cross over to a new job. She hadn't enjoyed being a culinary specialist. She wanted to do something that made her heart pound. Like every Marine is a rifleman, every sailor is a firefighter. But the damage controlmen did it full time. They drilled every day. They maintained the equipment. They built a team camaraderie that most jobs in the Navy never did. Carmen had the double blessing of getting promoted into her new job just that very morning. "Come on," Dustin said, turning to lead her back through the hatch toward the space between the sponson and the hangar bay. "We can't fart around on this little tour too long. The LPO wants me to show you how to take soundings on the fuel tanks after chow." Chapter 1. Elkton, Maryland. Freeman Lewis Caldwell let out a blast of cussing that disguised the sound of his thrown phone hitting the side table, not the worn tan pillow he'd been aiming at. The loud cracking noise it made was the perfect catalyst to make the next full-volume curse word loud enough to shock an insult comic. "Are you okay, Uncle Lou?" his niece hollered as she came running down the stairs to find out what the commotion was. Embarrassed, Lou looked up at her descending legs so as to make eye contact when her face got into view. "Sorry, Kyla," he mumbled sheepishly. "Is it your pain?" she asked sincerely as she finished her descent. "Who is this pleasant girl that my niece becomes when she's helping me?" Lou thought. In the almost 3 weeks he'd been at his brother Foster's home, he'd witnessed too many explosive political arguments to count. Never involving Lou, the arguments had played out in front of him, an unfortunate side effect of being trapped on the couch. He was healing from 2 gunshot wounds that culminated in the loss of his left kidney and the complete rebuilding of his left heel surgically. He was stuck on the couch in the prime war zone. "No, but thanks for your concern, young lady." He could see by the inquisitive look that she wasn't letting him off that easy. Her head scanned right and saw Lou's broken phone lying on the floor next to the dining table. She looked back at him in bewilderment. "I got some bad news, that's all," he said, hoping that would do the trick. The near 18-year-old knew her uncle was under a greater level of strain than most people should ever need at once. He wasn't just injured in the first of several border skirmishes. He'd already been dealing with the tragic death of his son, her favorite cousin, less than 2 years earlier. But in recent weeks his wife had burned down their house and disappeared without a trace. His primary job during recovery from his brother's home in Elkton, Maryland, had been to try and investigate where she'd went. This wasn't the first tantrum she'd heard him throw, but it was the worst yet. "News on Aunt Julia?" she softly cried, sitting on the other end of the couch. "Another dead end," Lou grumbled. "Another lead to nowhere. Another several $100s down the drain." He blew out a deep sigh and turned to stare at the glowing ceramic logs in the gas fireplace. "And yeah, relying on nothing but ibuprofen for these injuries doesn't help." Lou was trying his level best to stay off anything that might lead him back to drinking. Just a few days before his gunfight, he'd been beaten nearly to death because of his inability to deal with his issues without alcohol. In the weeks since he'd sobered up, he'd figured out it would probably be months or years before he stopped thinking about wanting a drink. He turned his head back toward his niece and offered a small smile. "How was your day? Anything cool at school?" "SOS," she said in a code she'd developed with her uncle over the years. Same old stuff. She liked Lou immensely and wondered why her father, Lou's older brother Foster, couldn't be more like him. As her relationship with her parents soured in her high school years, she'd learned to lean on Lou more and more as a disconnected adult sounding board. "I'm mainly taking electives," she explained, "just buying time until graduation." "That doesn't sound very challenging," Lou offered up, appreciating the temporary distraction. "Aren't you trying to take college prep courses?" "No," she stated matter-of-factly. "I'm not really wired for college." Lou chuckled in his head. "Nobody is, kid," he thought. "Is this what you and Foss argue about a lot?" The question made Kyla a little uneasy. "Look, Uncle Lou, you're my favorite uncle over all three from Mom's side, but—" She drifted into silence. "But I'm too much like your dad?" Lou offered. Her face tattled on the politeness she was trying to emit. "More like you're too—" She felt silent, searching for words. "Just spit it out," Lou said, laughing after she'd stopped again. "I'm a big boy. I can take it." "Well, you're in the Air Force, and the military is just the enforcement tool of the modern American fascist government." Lou physically had to contain himself from laughing out loud, something he did poorly. The what?" he finally chuckled. She stood up and turned, hurt that her uncle would laugh at her belief system. "See, I knew you wouldn't understand." Kyla started marching back toward the stairs. "Kyla, wait," Lou pled. "You just surprised me, that's all. It's not every day one learns they're a fascist." She turned back toward her uncle. "I'm not saying you are specifically, Uncle Lou, but just like with racism, most of your type don't even realize they're fascist," she explained earnestly. Though not upset, Lou suddenly understood why his brother and niece were fighting all the time. "Is that so?" he commented more than asked. She turned back around and started heading up the stairs. "Wait," Lou called out. "He'll be home any minute," she said as her torso disappeared up the home's stairwell. "We'll talk more tomorrow." Lou sat in a stunned silence for another minute before his mind drifted back to his missing wife and his broken phone. He pulled himself forward to the edge of the couch and reached to the coffee table for the crutches leaning against it. He made his way to the broken phone and had just started to contemplate the intricate maneuver of picking it up when he heard the door from the garage open in the kitchen. While staying with his brother, he'd learned that Foster usually made it home before his sister-in-law, Barbara. He decided to leave the broken gadget and move into the kitchen to greet his sibling. "Did you learn anything?" Foster primed immediately, getting to what had always been their first conversation every evening. He glanced down at the cracked phone behind Lou's one intact foot and then looked back up at Lou. "Apparently so," he said with an older brother's contempt. "Relax, I still got my work phone," Lou quipped. "Another dead end." He said his contact at MSP was able to look at her Easy Pass readings. She pinged in Virginia and again in Arkansas. Tennessee doesn't use it, but the timestamps indicate that she drove straight through within a day of when the house burnt down. Lou had not been getting clear answers from the police in his home city of Morningside. They had found it just as suspicious that he had been quick to leave town after coming in to survey the damage. But a call from the Pentagon had taken the heat off him. Lou had hired a private investigator, a retired cop who was quickly burning through his list of contacts to passively help him. "And that was worth throwing your phone?" Foster questioned as he turned away and started to empty his backpack that served as his workday lunch bag. "Don't want to hear it, Foss," Lou grumbled as he tried to throw his casted left ankle behind him while he bent over the support of a crutch and tried to grab the device. He lost his balance and went to his hands and right knee in an attempt to keep from bearing anything at all on the left foot. His heel bone had been shattered by a 5.56 round and then rebuilt in a follow-on surgery after his destroyed kidney had been removed. Lou had questioned his decision to avoid narcotic painkillers the one time he'd accidentally put weight on the heel. The toe end of his removable cast slammed into the tiles as he hit the floor in the kitchen and living room transition space. Lou emitted a close-mouthed scream as pain shot through his foot and heel. "See?" was all the unsympathetic older brother muttered as he started throwing away the garbage from his lunch. "If you don't learn to..." Foster was interrupted by a blaring alert sound from his phone. Though Lou's broken device remained silent, both men could hear Lou's work-issued cell making the same noise out on the small table in the home's main entry. "Must be an Amber Alert," Foster commented as he retrieved the device from his work jacket pocket. He read and then reread the small message on the screen. "Huh," was all he could eke out. "What?" Lou demanded through lessening grunts of pain. Foster was slightly wide-eyed as he finally looked up from the screen. "According to FEMA, our grid is under a massive cyber attack. It's warning us to be ready for extended loss of internet and power." Patagonia, Arizona. "So you're really selling the restaurant chain?" Granger Madison asked Donna Wolfe as they walked back up the hard red gravel drive toward the ranch house. The pair had taken a small informal stroll down to the 50 acres that separated the main home from Casablanca Canyon Road. Granger had noticed at least 3 different types of trees on the walk. He was also impressed that there was surface water. Donna had informed him that the prior owner's records indicated this ranch received more rainfall off the nearby Mount Wrightston wilderness than their neighbors. "It's already happening," Dave Wolfe's new widow explained. "The in-and-out chain was Dave's dream, not mine, and my attorney advised that if I want to make it happen, don't wait." "Don't wait for the economy to completely tank," Granger said, guessing her thought process. "Pretty much," she agreed. "Anyhow, I know this is even closer to the border than Tucson, but it is just so beautiful." She drifted off, not wanting to burst into tears of mourning in front of the man who nearly died with her husband. "Dave would have loved it out here." The pair went quiet as they crossed the small stream's bridge for the last 100 yards of uphill back to the main house. Granger still carried a large burden of survivor's guilt. Which one of them had been shot by the cartel mercenary in the long morning shadows of that desert valley really had come down to 50-50 chance. Dumb luck, Granger thought. Bad karma. Who was standing in the wrong spot at that moment? "Listen, Donna." "No," she said coldly, cutting him off. "Don't go there, Granger. Just don't." She was almost amicable to Granger, despite still holding a grudge against him, blaming him. But she knew they had to work together on this new venture if either of them was to make it through the trial with any kind of meaning. Granger remained silent, adjusting his right arm in its sling as they approached the large ranch home's front side and large gravel parking area. The western evening sun was dipping behind the mountain range, reminding them both that even in Arizona, December was cold at night. "You said the sellers had quit ranching?" Granger confirmed, still wondering what exactly she was going to do with the huge facility. "Their adult kids all have their own careers," she explained. "And I don't really know the cattle industry, but they sold off the herd to the neighboring farms. They all have grazing rights to the same 22,000 acres. These 400 acres and the facilities were just too good to pass up." "Yes, about that," Granger said, confused. He paused just shy of the large covered patio. "You have a huge home here. Pool, guest house, bunkhouses, full horse and cattle pens, not to mention several barns and hay sheds, wells and cisterns. You see where I'm going with this, Donna?" She was just smirking at him as he played out the logic of a man lacking all the facts and vision. "It's going to be way too much for you and the kids. I mean, I know you and Dave were well off, but the taxes and maintenance alone will force you to sell in 5 to 10 years. Am I right?" Despite her deeply buried contempt for Granger's role in her husband's death, she loved him like a brother almost as much as Dave had. She let the smirk form into a sneaky grin. "Remember what I told you in the hospital?" "Of course." It had only been just over 3 weeks since he'd been shot in the arm and taken a graze in the leg. The thought of using Wolf's body as cover to save his own life still haunted him. The moment Donna scolded him in the hospital would be forever etched into his memory, seared like a badly burnt steak. "You told me I had to stay on mission, that you'd help." Donna arched her eyebrows. "Well," her face was saying as she raised her hand at her sides. "Really? I need to spell it out?" She laughed. "The Roadrunners, Grange. You're going to grow that team into something I can really use, out here." Granger's jaw nearly hit the dusty gravel. "What? Really?" he said, looking around. His mind raced to wanting to get a better look at the property. In his thoughts, he was already constructing berms and ranges for all types of firearms training, a classroom, a bunkhouse. "It would be a great place to privately grow the team," he admitted. "We could set up a big antenna on that hill, give Bob and Claude an actual command post." "That's not all," Donna said. "You'll bunk them here, at least during the primary training. We'll buy back a small private herd, get some gardens going. I'm going to open a private recovery center for the women and children you guys liberate." "Liberate," Granger thought as he listened to her vision. "Now there's a thought." He and the Roadrunners, along with 2 actual Delta Force operators, had already been involved in a shootout with the cartel, including destroying a helicopter, presumably part of the bribed Mexican army. Nary a peep about how it came from any authorities. "We're already living in a time where I can go to get treated for gunshot wounds and get no visits from the police about it." He had a feeling the military handled that for him, but still he kept thinking, what's that a reflection of? Are we in a position now to perform our own active operations without fear of legal persecution? Granger's conscious mind was hearing most of Donna's big plan. She had like-minded business friends with deep pockets who would help her with a well-funded non-profit organization. The public face of her facility and residence would be all about the women and kids, the innocents rescued from the monsters. But in the background, her private security would be something else entirely. "We're going to become the monster hunters," Granger realized. Los Angeles, California. Many of the boxcars on the freight train rumbling into Los Angeles County were empty or only partially loaded. The port of Long Beach had become a nightmare of activity since that giant tsunami wiped out half of America's West Coast ports 2 months earlier. Coupled with the loss of dozens of cargo ships, hundreds of trucks, and hundreds of thousands of shipping containers, the impact to trade was having ripple effects in the world economy. One unknown side effect had been the resurgence of the Hobo Express, especially in the weeks since Operation Venom Spear had started. The police and military, under President Jeremiah Allen's cooperation with Congress, had enacted a nationwide curfew as part of their efforts to battle the cartels that had started infiltrating multiple layers of society and government in the American West. The borderline tyranny had only fueled the already growing dissension between government and the populace, and driven people who wanted to travel discreetly back onto the train tracks. "That guy in Colorado was right," the odd Hungarian man said in his native tongue to his teenage traveling companion. "Switching to the Burlington Northern Line probably shaved the day off the trip." "Ez igaz," the young American said. "That is true." Both of them had become accustomed to the rail travel, though neither were particularly fond of it. One always needed to stay awake. Not that one could sleep well anyhow, and the other hobos weren't shy about dropping their trousers and taking care of business in the open. The one saving grace for the pair had been that the man's strange appearance and accent made even those who were off their meds want to keep themselves at the other end of the boxcar. 40-year-old Daxo Sarkani was no stranger to pain and suffering, and he had a one-of-a-kind personal style that reflected his equally unique life story. He tucked his loose tan pants into his mid-shin brown leather boots, not unlike a motorcycle cop or someone from a space opera. Under his identically tan trench coat was an old-school black turtleneck sweater. His left hand was mangled, the thumb but a simple half-inch stump, not even a full knuckle. It was a constant reminder of his time in Kosovo, part of a UN peacekeeping force who was ambushed with an IED. But the icing on the Doxo cake was the mohawk haircut over the plump, strange face. Doxo wasn't a pretty man, his puffy bottom lip always extending out too far for the normal symmetry associated with being handsome. Doxo kept his face and the sides of his head shaved, part of the image he'd built for himself after joining his relatives in America. The pair were traveling with only a small backpack each, plus one bulky, heavy-duty duffel bag they guarded very closely. Though an experienced low-level henchman in various low-level crime syndicates in New York, Doxo and his 15-year-old nephew weren't on a criminal mission, at least not completely. "How long do you think it will take to find them?" Antal Kover asked his uncle. The American lad had grown up in a unique circumstance, part of the tight-knit but very poor neighborhood of Kiryas Joel, New York. It was one of the poorest zip codes in the entire country, but still boasted a particularly low crime rate. It was also home to two unique and independent ethnic groups. In addition to a large Orthodox Jewish community, Kiryas Joel also boasted America's largest Hungarian settlement. The two groups respected and ignored each other, and both were notorious for handling crime in-house. Men like Doxo went to the Big Apple for their work. Antal had been sent along on this family mission to both watch his uncle's back and act as his translator. "Depends on how long it takes to hitchhike," Doxo answered. "It is well," he said with his signature wave. Whenever he felt like ending a line of talk, he would say those words in very broken English, his only style of English, and look off to the side as he did a small, Jedi-esque hand wave before looking back to the other party with a small head nod. Conversation over. Back in Hungarian, he ordered, "Let's jump at this next inside curve." The train had only been traveling about 10 miles per hour since starting to parallel Highway I-15 near the town of Las Colinas. The train was slowing, and he definitely wanted to be off long before any other hobos near the terminus. Doxo hefted the large duffel by both handles, ready to toss it just ahead of his own jump. "Remember to absorb with your knees and roll like a stone," he instructed his nephew. "I know, Uncle," Antal said. "I've watched plenty of freerunners on YouTube." Doxo shot him an odd look. When Antal didn't know a Hungarian word, he would use the English word in its place. "Why would the man pay money to run?" Doxo asked with confusion before turning his attention back to the coming stunt. "Be ready," he warned as he started to plant his feet and spring his knees and hips for the duffel toss. With a giant twist, he heaved the 50-pound bag onto the grassy, sandy slope below. With one last cinch on his backpack's straps, he ran out the open boxcar door at a forward angle to try for some forward momentum with his roll. Doxo hit the ground and collapsed his knees, rolling onto his shoulder. The speed and slope made him do 2 complete rolls before he was able to get to a stop and position himself on his knees. He oriented himself uphill and reacquired the car, which was now almost 200 feet farther west. Antal had wisely descended down the 3 welded rungs below the car's opening, reducing his jump to a mere 2 feet. He sprang hard to clear the large gravel stones near the tracks and performed a much less violent impact and roll. "Huh," Doxo mumbled, feeling both foolish and impressed. He collected himself and the bag full of contraband that belonged to one of his bosses, along with a few of his own special possessions too big to carry. The Hungarian had one unique experience that most of his younger American family did not. He, like the others his age, had lived his earliest years in the former USSR. His mother and sister, Antal's mother, had come to the United States in the 1990s. His own uncle in Los Angeles had managed to get to the U.S. in the early 1980s. Doxo had stayed behind to be with his father and perform his required military service after the fall of the Soviet Union. After his father passed away of a heart attack, Doxo finally caught up with his Americanized family. And though he made his living in a way most frowned upon, at heart he was still a family man. Knowing he'd never settle down for an equally unattractive mate and spawn ugly poor kids, Doxo considered his various nephews and nieces as his own. He liked Antal in particular, and he wanted the lad on this road trip to try and educate him about the things in store for the United States. He plopped the heavy bag down when he reached Antal. The pair would trek through the grass and bushes down to the highway to attempt hitchhiking, making their way toward a small Hungarian community in the La Brea area of North Los Angeles. And while the contraband was related to his employment, he had no delusions about the reality of things. Life in this city had taken a drastic turn for the worse since the federal government had started trying to round up or kill the cartel members. He had no qualms whatsoever about selling offset items for his family's benefit if it came down to it. But he and Antal had only one primary purpose: find his mother's brother and bring him back to New York. Chapter 2. Naval Air Station, North Island, Coronado, California. The jog from the USS Halsey to the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center, partly across the Navy base, was a decent warm-up for Carmen Martinez's first Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu class, and it was just the thing she needed to take her mind off the day's bad news. Her request to take some leave and go to Los Angeles had been denied. In normal times, she could have just cruised up there on a weekend. Even a quick weekday trip might have been plausible. But in the days leading up to Operation Venom Spear, all branches had enacted curtailments of all leave and stop-loss measures that forced people who were due to be discharged to stay enlisted. This had driven morale down across all branches of the military. It wasn't just Carmen. It seemed like everyone was in a bad mood. 2 of her friends from her new damage control division had convinced her to join them in the thrice-weekly classes. This particular group was comprised entirely of women and men from the Halsey's crew, using a room reserved by a small cadre of ship's force that were the instructors. As she, Dustin Nelson, and Raylan Gibbons approached the entry to the 2-story modern gym, they slowed to a walk, trying to get their breathing back to normal. "I'm going to warn you, Carmen," the extra-tall Raylan said. "I know you work out every day, but not like this. We'll be walking back to the ship." Of Swedish and English heritage, the 6'1" blonde was the only other female in the same unit that Carmen worked in. A ship the size of Halsey had 8 repair lockers, and the men and women who specialized were akin to the ship's full-time firefighters. In all, counting the senior NCOs and chiefs, there were 51 sailors in the damage control division. There were about 5 or 6 permanently assigned to each of the repair lockers. If the ship had a fire, flooding damage from combat, or a plane crash, the repair lockers would be augmented with sailors in other jobs. When checking onto a ship, every sailor had to qualify in damage control skills to a basic level. As a former cook, Carmen had found a love for the excitement of this collateral duty. Whereas she had transferred into the job, Raylan had been sent to the proper school directly from boot camp. In the 3+ weeks that Carmen had been part of the Repair Locker 3 team, Raylan had sensed a deep guardedness about Carmen and taken her under her wing. The usually quiet Carmen held true to her new personality, saying nothing in return. Several other sailors from the Halsey had also jogged over. Dustin led his 2 workmates through the door, and they each approached one of the wireless card readers mounted to the lobby wall to log into the gym with their military ID, called a common access card. After that, the trio joined the slow herd of small Halsey groups making their way to the mat room, which was dedicated to any of the grappling and wrestling arts. The reservation was only for 90 minutes, which didn't give much time for individual instruction. It was still a much larger facility than any of the gyms on Halsey, which were crammed with various pieces of equipment. At sea, they usually only had a class on Sundays, when some folks might be able to carve a little time and space in a hangar bay corner to roll out a mat. When they entered, there were several sailors already rolling on their backs to loosen up. "Hurry up!" one of them was yelling, more for volume than annoyance. Sailors had the gift of gab, and Master-at-Arms First Class Petty Officer Jimmy Feng had no patience for time-wasters. Carmen dropped to the ground next to her peers and immediately began copying what she saw. She rolled onto her back from seated and then rolled back up, each time using her foot to scoot her body a bit in a circular fashion. After several rolls, she'd made a full revolution. By then, those who knew what they were doing had morphed into a new move. Soon Jimmy Feng stood up and with authority told everyone to listen up and keep their seat. "We have even more new faces today than we had on Monday," he started. "We'll see what we can do to book some more time. But one of the newbies on Monday tweaked their back, so today we're going back to the basics." One of the other instructors was moving around the room, pairing those with some experience to those with none. Jimmy continued, "And for our purposes, this is as much or more about defensive learning than it is competition. So, we're going to practice tactical standing-up techniques and basic trap and roll." Over the next 85 minutes of grueling practice, Carmen learned what it truly meant to feel wiped out. "This is good practice for a long firefight, too," she realized. Training had taught her that some of the Navy's worst fires lasted a full day, sometimes several. It reminded her that people could easily stop pushing themselves when they worked out without partners. A BJJ class was the opposite of that. After the class and everyone had started to drift back toward the ship, she told her friends she would catch up, looking for an opportunity to talk to the lead instructor. "Excuse me, MA1, she said. Sailors who didn't know each other personally would sometimes use the other's rating and rank to break the ice in conversation. "Hey," he said with a warm smile. "I'm DC-3 Martinez," she said politely, but with a tone that told Jimmy she wasn't flirting or asking softball questions. "I don't know how to say what I want to say." She looked around the mat room, her eyes betraying that she wanted to tell him something private. The short Asian American picked up her vibe. "Let me grab my bag and take care of a few things," he suggested. "We can walk back together. Cool?" Carmen agreed and finally had the private audience with him as they departed the gym about 10 minutes later. It was past winter sunset at this point, and the December Pacific breeze definitely cooled off a sweaty body fast. "What's on your mind, Martinez?" he asked. "There were a few times today I wanted to run out of the class," she admitted. "Is it your partner? I know Gibbons is a lot taller than you, but—" "Oh, no," Carmen said as she cut him off. "Nothing about the class or rolling with her." She fumbled with the words for a minute. "I had something happen." Try as she might to prevent it, tough Carmen Martinez was starting to let the horrible memories affect her breathing. She didn't realize she was holding her breath and suddenly gasped. Jimmy stopped, but he didn't touch her. He was one of the ship's police officers, and his spidey senses were tingling. "Was it someone on the ship?" he began. "I get how tough it must be to whistle blow, but—" For the second time, Carmen unconsciously cut him off. "No." She was wiping her eyes. She turned toward Jimmy since they'd stopped walking. "It was off base, a while back," she explained. "I don't want anyone else to know. I just thought you should know in case I ever freak out and start punching the hell out of someone in class." She turned to indicate she wanted to start walking again. Jimmy started pacing alongside her. "I will keep your secret, Martinez," he said. "But I cannot emphasize how much I advise you to call the counselors. It's good you're coming to learn the skills, but if you don't find someone to talk to, this will eat you up and spill over into some other area of your life." "It sounds like you've dealt with this before," Carmen hinted. "Sadly, yes. I've only been in the Navy 8.5 years, Jimmy said. But as a Master-at-Arms, I know of 5 times NCIS has investigated sex crimes on the 2 ships I've served on." The two continued in silence for several steps when he added, "Which is precisely why I'm so passionate about teaching people to defend themselves." Kirk Army Medical Center, Aberdeen, Maryland. "Holy hell, Doc!" Lou screamed at the grinning physical therapist. It was this little game they played during his PT for the heel wound. Lou would scream in agony, and the therapist would laugh at the comical display of overacting. Though Lou felt he was barely hamming it up. Barely. "Tell me again how you think you aren't a sadist." "Pain is progress, Colonel," she said. "Even in the dark," she added, referring to the fact that, just as predicted on their phones, the power had gone out 7 hours earlier. "About that," Lou said. "Does this cyber attack change my PT schedule at all?" She was a major in the Army, after all. "Not yet," she sighed, which Lou took as a sign that she was just as clueless about how the government would respond as he was. He'd spent the day thinking about the Air Force Cyber Command warriors he'd met several weeks earlier, wondering what they were doing in the shadows. "Just keep coming on schedule until we call you and tell you." "Huh." Lou slightly laughed at that comment. "Assuming the phones work." He and Kyla had found an old plug-in phone in the garage, but it mattered not, as Foster and Barbara hadn't left the service intact with the phone company. It was a pointless effort, as this wasn't a localized windstorm. Portions of the power had been knocked out by someone with digital savvy throughout most of North America. A problem that had been plaguing the American West for over 2 months was finally hitting everywhere. "Hey, hey!" he blurted out as she applied a new twist and pressure to his left ankle. "Your recovery is right on track," she said. "When's your follow-up with the surgeon?" Lou's plates and screws had been installed in Texas. He had no way to follow up with the actual surgeon, so all his treatment was near his hometown while he convalesced. Lou searched his thoughts as he laid back on the table and grunted through the painful manipulations. "In an hour, but for the kidney, not the foot." As tempted as she was to pry for the full story, the Major kept her curiosity in check. The story of the rescue Lou had been involved in had leaked to the Internet. The entire incident was a huge source of turmoil in the United Nations. Several locations in Mexico, some of them hundreds of miles south of the border, had been strategically bombed by the president in response to the cartel terror attacks in Denver and El Paso, the attempted bombing of the Coronado Bay Bridge, and several prolonged medium-intensity battles in Los Angeles and several other major cities. Mexico happened to be the nation that chaired the UN Security Council and was wasting no effort to declare that the United States had illegally attacked them. Like everyone else, she had no idea how this slight, non-tactical desk jockey colonel had wound up in that situation. "Everything going okay with the kidney recovery, then?" she asked, resisting the temptation to pry. "I suppose," Lou said. "I think it's more of a mental game for me. I know there are thousands who live normal lives with just one kidney. It's just a bit shocking." "Sure," she agreed. "We deal with a lot of wounded warriors here. Your kidney, your heel, those are both things you don't need." Lou guffawed, laughing in jest. "Maybe not, Doc, but it doesn't mean I don't want them. You want to give up your heel and kidney?" He found her comment ridiculous. "No," she smiled as she objected, "but I'm not the one who got shot in them. They aren't my consequences to face." Los Angeles, California. "Stay close," Doxo instructed Antal in his native tongue, folding the map and stuffing it back into the inner pocket of his tan trench coat. "We are going to sprint for that alley and make our way to that park." While most of the helicopters and firefights were so far south and east that they couldn't be seen or heard, there was one raging between the military and an unseen gang a mere 2 blocks to the south. "It seems that this police action is more involved than I predicted." The pair had managed to catch a ride to the western edge of Koreatown. By Doxo's estimation, they needed to travel 15 to 20 blocks due west. He had expected the military operations to be limited to the poorer ethnic neighborhoods to the south and east. As a man who subcontracted to Russian or Italian organizations, he had no delusions that the drug and trafficking trades were limited to just black or Latino communities. "Being the piece of human garbage is colorblind," he reminded Antal more than once on their journey. But he realized in that moment he'd been naively optimistic. It was early afternoon, and he was pushing to find his uncle's apartment by nightfall. He had no desire to compete with LA's night crawlers for a place to park in the shadows. The pair took side streets, heads turning constantly. Twice Doxo had to pay a toll to the local neighborhood thugs. His cash, his accent, and his strange vibe was enough to make them want to expedite the transaction. Everything about him, right down to his Han Solo boots, screamed crazy Russian to the uneducated. The Hungarian couldn't care less if they knew his true nationality. Nobody wanted to piss off the Russians, especially a crazy one. He noticed that there was a lot less vehicle traffic than LA's notorious gridlock had led him to expect. In trade, though, there were mobs of people at most major intersections and large parking lots. Screaming, signs of protest, trash cans burning waste, impromptu swap meets. These were becoming the norm. These people are evolving, he realized. But I guess they've been dealing with power and internet outages almost as long as those in Seattle. This confirmed why he convinced his mother he needed to come in the first place. Food, medicine, and fuel were about to start running out. Other than the Pacific Northwest, this will be ground zero for the coming transformation for the rest of America, he warned Antal. These people are accustomed to comfort. They lack skill. Skill, he would say in his broken English. The process of turning on each other has already started. It will look like the Balkans. Doxo knew from his harsh life experiences in Eastern Europe that the United States was headed for a divorce. In his decade-plus of living here, he'd figured out the battle lines would be the most complex in the history of the world. This internal strife, he pointed around as they walked, it is more than enough to start a war. But wait until China or Russia get here. They have no idea what they're in for. Chapter 3. Los Angeles, California. My sister should not have sent you, Leonard Ola told his nephew. We are already crowded in here as it is, the 78-year-old proclaimed. He and Doxo were having a polite argument in their native tongue, and though his daughter understood portions of the dialogue, Antal was the only American to fully comprehend. Uncle, Doxo said, scanning the room. My mother instructed me to stay and help you if you refuse to go to New York. He was being matter-of-fact in tone as he squatted near the old man's easy chair. He'd removed the odd trench coat, revealing a shoulder holster that made the Californians uneasy. Doxo was certainly an odd duck for the hodgepodge family to look at as the strained conversation continued. But the distant relatives in the room had no idea he was smarter than he looked. What Doxo lacked in formal education, he more than retained in life skills and street smarts. You know my history. I can tell you with all certainty that this city will become a powder keg, and these people, he waved around the room, are going to become a liability. Who are they, anyway? Your cousin's husband. One of their kids with his grandkids, plus some of his kin, I think. I don't know. I lost track. Are they Hungarian? Doxo's plump lips asked. No. Against my advice, she married an American. Irish, I think. The old widower's eyes glazed in the fog of memory. Uncle, I will try to arrange passage for you, Marie, and her husband and kids. That's it. All those freeloaders will have to wander off. Doxo, my boy. I'm a tired old man. This is my home, Leonard said, positive his unique nephew and his niece's young American son were overreacting. Yes, and your home will be ravaged in the coming weeks. Doxo stood and stretched. How are you all managing for food and water? He sniffed the air. The modest apartment was dark and stale, windows open. 2 candles were lit, revealing several kids playing a board game. The aroma of the candles was not enough to cover the stench of body odor and canned chili. I don't know, the old man admitted. Marie? Yes, Papa? 52-year-old Marie O'Dwyer said. She'd caught enough words of the conversation to know that Doxo was proposing her father go to New York. She'd been listening in concern. "Go ahead," Leonard nudged Doxo in decent English. "How are you obtain food?" Doxo attempted to say in English. The thick accent was a bit much even for Marie. Can you repeat that?" She was a bit snide, concerned the armed cousin she'd only ever met once was up to no good. Antal chimed in for his uncle. "He wants to know how you are doing on your food supplies. How are you getting more?" the savvy 15-year-old asked. Marie started to speak louder to Antal as if Doxo was deaf. "Tell him we're fine," she said. They weren't, but she still didn't trust these two near strangers' motives. Doxo understood, but pretended he didn't as he looked at his nephew while he translated. "Keep talking to her," Doxo commanded. "Don't let her know I can understand her." He pushed past his cousin and stepped around her napping husband, occupying the other easy chair in the small living room. "What shall I talk about?" Antal asked, slightly irked he'd been put in the position to stall her. "Talk about the weather," Doxo said. He stopped and made eye contact with Antal. "Talk about John Wayne," he laughed, mocking the nearby Hollywood sign on the hills to the north. Marie understood enough words to know she was being toyed with. "I don't give you permission to go through our kitchen," she ordered as she followed Doxo past the dining area. Doxo pulled his flashlight out of his right pocket and began to open and look at cupboards. "Hey man, don't do that," Marie's adult son said, walking into the kitchen after the two, Antal on his heels. "Doxo," they all heard Leonard call out in English as he stood. "Don't hurt them." "I have no intent to harm anyone," Doxo said to his uncle as he continued to scan drawers and cabinets. He turned away from Marie's incoming son, just enough to say with his actions, "I see you, and you don't worry me." "Everybody, my sister has sent my nephew to watch out for us while the stores get going again," Leonard tried to explain over the commotion of his daughter's family protesting the stranger looking through the kitchen. "Maybe this jerk-off is here to rob us," Patrick O'Dwyer said, trying to get past his mother and into the kitchen. Antal continued to translate everything being said, struggling to keep up with both protesting Americans. "I think the son has something in his hand," he added. "He's keeping whatever it is in the shadows, maybe a small club or a knife." Suddenly Patrick changed tactics. "Let's just see what's in this big bag you brought in," he said arrogantly as he peeled right and made his way toward the entryway. Doxo pushed his way past his cousin and said in stern, broken English, "Big mistake." "Patrick," Leonard yelled, surprising the young man. "My nephew is my guest." He looked at his daughter. "My food, my kitchen. You dragged all these people here with nothing more than what you carried in grocery sacks." Patrick's 4-year-old daughter and the 2 children she was playing with, the children of his wife's sister and husband, began to squeal with delight at the living room window. The strange glow coming from outside made them all stop arguing. Marie's husband, startled awake by the raising voices, but wisely staying out of the drama, finally arose from the chair and moved over to the window. "Hey, you all. What's our plan for when the neighborhood catches on fire?" Patagonia, Arizona. Granger watched a small convoy of pickups, 2 pulling cargo trailers, pull off the desert highway and onto the ranch property. Right arm still slung, he picked up the Motorola radio clipped to his pocket hem and keyed it up with his intact left hand. "They're here," he told Donna. She and her kids were already working in the house. Donna's brother Brad had guided the load-up team in what to grab at the old house. "Be right out," he heard in reply. 1 week after their initial conversation, the pair had concocted a scheme. "We need to vet some of these potential guys," he'd explained on the day she proposed her plan to him. "Between the 4 remaining roadrunners, we have maybe 3 men we can vouch for, but Tracy and I can think of 5 or 6 other people at our gun club that might be good candidates. This isn't the kind of invite you give to just any angry knucklehead. There's already plenty of the fat militia types out there for that role. Donna had already scheduled movers for when the ranch deal closed. She had reached a deal to start renting and move in before the property closed, so they concocted a scheme to have some candidates help her move the essentials for her and her kids. The 4 Roadrunners went to work on their primary and secondary candidates. Remember Dave Wolf? We're trying to help his widow move. Granger had invited an old firefighter buddy, Claude brought his niece, and Tracy convinced his workmate to come along. Both Granger and Tracy agreed on 3 other people they knew from their gun club, including a husband-wife team who were highly ranked in the practical shooting competitions. The stream of vehicles moved into the wide-open parking area between the home and a large juniper tree, allowing the pickups with trailers the closest access to the entry area. Slowly, an ensemble of people moseyed toward Granger, stretching from the stiffness of the 40-minute drive. About then, Donna made her way out to the front. "Thank you all for coming," Granger said. "Yes, thank you," Donna said with enthusiasm. Despite the ulterior motive in moving and meeting these people, she truly was happy to be opening this new chapter as part of her healing process. "I have lemonade and brownies inside." "I'm in," hollered a voice from the back of the pack, causing a small chorus of chuckles. "Want to start the intros?" Roadrunner Bob hinted at Granger from the corner of the pack near one of the cargo trailers. "Great idea, Bob," Granger agreed. He deferred to Donna so that those who'd never actually met her or her deceased husband would know why they were giving up a Saturday. This carried even more value to Granger as he realized that with the recent military actions in Tucson, people were more focused on gathering food and fuel. About 15 minutes were spent on the introductions. After, most of them began to pair or triple up with the folks they knew best and started unloading things. "Man, you'll do anything to get out of work," Jerome Washington kidded Granger as he eyed the injured man. Though he was the former Marine's personal invite, Granger had not clued him in that this was actually a vetting process. The 2 men were part of the Tucson Fire Academy many years earlier. Though they never worked out of the same station, they did wind up on shifts that overlapped and occasionally wound up on calls together, including the nasty warehouse fire that nearly cost Granger his life. Jerome and his wife made it a point to make Granger come over for barbecue a few times a year, especially since Kathleen left Granger and took their daughters to North Carolina. "Whatever," Granger laughed it off as he gave his old friend an awkward bro hug. "Thanks for coming. How's the fam?" "Robin says I've been slacking on the queue lately. Need to make a brisket to get your butt back to our house for once." Jerome was one of the fire department's most notorious grill masters. The 2 men made a little more playful banter as Jerome teamed up with Karen Kirkland, Claude's niece, to start moving a mattress out of a trailer. Granger excused himself when he caught Tracy and his co-worker Pedro Del Sur coming back out of the house for another load. "Trace," he called out, waving the pair over. "Sup?" Tracy asked after Granger had dragged them close to the garage doors. "You vouch for him?" Granger asked Tracy as if Pedro wasn't even standing there. 100%, Tracy said, wondering where the lead roadrunner was going with this. Granger turned to the west and used his slung arm to motion toward a small gap or saddle in the hills. "You'll find a pair of quads near the main barn to the south. Go grab them, grab your long tool from your truck, and make your way toward that saddle." He was referring to Tracy's battle rifle. "You'll find a trail that leads to it by the western cistern tanks. Get on the peak to the south and provide overwatch." Granger handed him the Motorola that had been part of the ranch's working gear. "This should work for now. Bob and Claude are going to get a repeater set up out here sometime this coming week. Then we can switch to our tri-band handhelds." That entire statement had fertilized a perplexed look on Pedro's face that grew to silent confusion. He was smart enough to just wait for Tracy to explain afterwards. "Wilco," Tracy said. Granger immediately left the pair and made his way into the house, dodging a few moving folks as they were coming and going. He briefed Donna, Claude, and Bob on the special assignment, explaining that he just didn't trust anything to remain a secret. They needed to start maintaining an overwatch on the facility, something that would have to happen any time they were out there training. He spent the next few hours drifting amongst the work teams. It wasn't a full moving day, so the pace wasn't as rushed and tiring as most. In all, there were 6 prospective roadrunners, plus Donna's brother Brad. There were Jerome, Granger's old buddy, and Karen, Claude's niece. There were Fred and Pam Bowers from the gun club, as well as one of the club's range officers, Daniel Monitor. And there was Pedro. Overall, it was a successful vetting, but with the exception of Pedro, none of the rest would be told why they'd been asked to help until the 4 surviving roadrunners had a chance to discuss it in private. Judge Advocate General of the Air Force Office, Washington, D.C. I just find it odd that you're both telling me not to worry, while also advising me to consult a civilian attorney, Lou said loudly, nearly hitting the table. He was in a large, polished Pentagon conference room. The only others present were a captain and a lieutenant colonel, both Air Force JAG attorneys. Feels like you're trying to placate me with half-truths and political talk. Up to that point, only the captain had spoken. Her supervisor finally chimed in. Colonel, I'm going to be frank with you, Lieutenant Colonel Marcia Ham said. The shootout in Mexico was a political quagmire because it happened before the president's 1800 timeline. You know they're claiming we killed over 100 innocent civilians. Lou couldn't contain himself. Innocent what? That's the biggest crock of... Regardless, Marcia said, cutting off his rant to show that she truly was in charge of the conversation. You and the others involved are under the protection of orders, but when the Pentagon sent in the planes to cover your escape, it opened a new can of worms. While it doesn't directly affect you, it is a matter of time before the President will need to make some heads roll as a bargaining chip with Congress. And what does affect you is that there's several Freedom of Information Act requests filed both here in D.C. and in El Paso. I'm actually quite surprised this lawsuit took almost a month to file. At stake was the fact that in the preceding 3 days, the names of all the Americans wounded or killed in the Rosie Ortiz rescue mission in Mexico just before Thanksgiving had been released publicly. A day earlier, Mexico had called for Lou and the other identified parties to be extradited for trial. The lawyers had assured Lou that it was all political theater, but had advised him to consult a civilian attorney for the near certainty that families of the deceased would try to sue him for wrongful death in American court. All of this had pissed Lou off, as it were, but they had also alluded to the fact that heads were going to roll. He had no doubts that the order to save his team came directly from Joint Chief Judah Montgomery, and though he liked President Allen, Lou knew he was still a first-term president, which meant he would most likely save his own bacon by cooking Montgomery's. Lou stood and grabbed the packet they had given him to prepare for the legal future. He fumbled with it as he tried to hold it and his crutches at the same time. Colonel, we can put that into a secure email if you'd rather, the captain suggested. Can you guarantee we'll have power when I want to read it? He said with a more than usual level of snark. Holy hell, did I pick the wrong year to quit drinking? He grumbled in his head as he stuffed the 9-inch by 12-inch envelope into his uniform coat and started crutching his way out of the conference room. Lou thought about stopping by his old office, but he was so pissed that he felt he'd better get into Colonel Jackson's office. He was the Joint Chief's primary assistant and the man Lou and Brandon reported directly to. Lou went through the security protocols to enter the office of the Pentagon's highest general. He hobbled into the main office and up the small hallway to Colonel Jackson's office, seeing the door open. He stopped outside of it and saw Ryan Jackson on the phone. He had advised Lou to come see Jag in the wee hours of the morning, so he was expecting his would-be hero. Jackson waved Lou in as he hung up the phone. Come in, Lou. Shut the door. Get off those crutches. Uh-oh, Lou said as he gently lowered himself into a chair. I have good news and bad news, Lou. the crisp Marine officer told the not-so-crisp Air Force officer. "We're denying your request for personal leave. Once you're cleared by the doctors to not have the foot elevated, we'll need you back here, most Ricky-tick. But obviously the good news is that your request to maintain your commission and defer retirement has been approved." "Denied, sir?" Lou said, confused. Jackson bobbled it just a bit. I said approved, Lou." "No, Colonel, I mean the leave. I'm being denied?" "Sorry, Lou. What with the stop-loss measures and leave curtailments across the board, I just can't approve it. I thought you'd understand." "I do, Colonel," Lou said, looking around while he gathered his thoughts. "First the lawyer thing, now this," he wondered silently. "I understand a lot of things. I understand my wife burnt down my house. I understand the insurance company is denying the claim. I understand she disappeared." Lou's voice started to get louder in volume than he had wanted it to. "I understand I've been shot. I understand I might get sued. On a roll, might as well toss in the frag grenade. I understand this office will all be reassigned shortly, Colonel." The look on the Marine's face turned from card player to jarhead in a flash. "That's enough, Caldwell," Colonel Jackson said at just under a yell. "Stand down." Lou clammed up for about 15 seconds. "I apologize for that comment, Colonel. Truly. But I need to go find out what happened to Julia. Surely you understand why." "I certainly do, Lou, and I've denied your request." While still a bit strained, he started to de-escalate his command authority. "Sometimes being a leader means making tough choices, Lou, even unpopular ones. No, especially when they're unpopular." "May I ask what the rush for my return is, Colonel? It's not like they really need me anywhere." "Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Colonel Caldwell," his superior said. "While the days are numbered for the general and the rest of us, he does still have enough clout to have a say in his replacement, and word is that he was very impressed with the intel you and Captain MacDonald provided as a result of your liaising with the organized civilians. We're standing up another task force, Lou. Us, FBI, and a few others. And you and Brandon are in the first draft." Lou went through the hassle of standing up. "Colonel, I need a little time to think about keeping the commission. I really have to find and talk to my wife." "Understood, Lou," Jackson said coolly. "You have until Doc pulls you off rack rest." Chapter 4. USS Halsey, Coronado, California. "Out of the way! Make a hole!" Carmen yelled at the two sailors walking up the crowded passageway. Even though she knew it was a drill, her division superiors had drilled it into her that she needed to always treat it like the real thing. It forced the other sailors not part of the in-port duty section to play along by at least vacating a space they didn't need to be in. There were slight differences in the way some things were done at sea versus in port. While at pier or anchorage, the ship would revert to a duty section format, in which a portion of the crew was on call for emergencies and standing routine watch stations. On a smaller ship, the crew might be broken up into 3 duty sections. On a supercarrier, the 3,700-member crew was broken up into 8 sections. Every day, the on-duty section would hold a fire drill. They would work out of the repair locker closest to the simulated emergency. Even though at sea, Carmen was assigned to the repair locker that covered the aft end of the ship, on duty, she and her section team might be needed anywhere. One of the sailors didn't flatten himself against the bulkhead very well, and Carmen gave him a less-than-friendly bump as she pushed by. The alternative would have been to have the tall Ray Lynn, who was running a half-pace behind her, run over them both. All Navy ships have a numbering system for each compartment. Over time, knowing the numbers for the spaces you were in on a regular basis helped one to understand organically which direction another space was. When a fire, flooding, or other emergency was called out on the ship's primary announcement system, called the 1MC system, the deck, forward frame number, relative distance off center line, and type of space would be called out in the numbering system code in a matter of a second or two. They reached the repair locker to find it open, and two other team members rapidly donning their Nomex firefighting coveralls. Raylin and Carmen joined suit, and then followed with donning the Scott SCBA air packs that would give them air to breathe in a space that might be filled with gases heated to 1,300 degrees Fahrenheit. By the time they'd donned their helmets and gloves, a first-class petty officer who was the repair locker leader showed up and started barking orders. As others began to gear up or establish communications with the ship's central damage control station, the four who were geared up moved toward the drill area and began to unravel hoses from the two nearest firefighting stations near the scene. As Carmen and Raylin flaked out the hose in the passageway, a process to help it fill with water more easily, another sailor who was geared up arrived at the station. In addition to the hose rack, there was a large valve that needed to be opened. Raylin grabbed the nozzle, laying the immediate 4 feet behind it over her left shoulder. "Let's go," she instructed in a loud and muffled voice from behind the face mask. Carmen grabbed the hose immediately behind her partner, and they headed up the passageway. They joined the other team in making entry into the storeroom. Soon a third pair of geared-up members showed up and plugged a pair of sound-powered headphones into the proper outlet on the bulkhead nearby. As acting scene leader, the senior member called for simulated water from the valves. While they flowed water to hoses for larger drills and certifications, they usually ran the weeknight drills dry to keep the repeated saltwater exposure from eventually drying out the rubber linings in the hose. Suddenly, the scene leader repeated a surprise order to his hose teams. "Stand down! Stand down!" he yelled. His partner had relayed to him that the drill was halted. He went into the storeroom where his fire team was systematically attacking a pretend fire comprised of several red strobing lights. "Stand down," he repeated. The 4 firefighters all started to doff their face masks, revealing confused looks. He didn't wait to get bombarded with questions. "Skipper's going to make an all-hands announcement at 19:30, he explained. "Which means you all got—" He yanked off a glove to look at his wristwatch. 12 minutes to get everything stowed." After the hose teams stowed their hose and nozzles back at their stations, they headed back to the repair locker. "I wonder what gives," Raylin said. Usually the commanding officer was off the ship by this time on a weeknight. "It is weird," Carmen agreed. As the sailors joined the groups of others in storing firefighting gear, the ship's 1MC system began to make a slight humming sound. "Good evening, Team Halsey," Commanding Officer Captain Richard Carpenter said. "We have all been hearing some scuttlebutt about the ongoing conflict between China and Russia. With the way both information and disinformation flow on the Internet, I felt it was best to just wait and take direction from our superiors on how to brief you all on recent events. I'm not going to waste your time or insult your intelligence on the false rumors. What I will do, however, is confirm some of the things that Packfleet has confirmed." There was a slight deadening of the speakers as the captain released the key up on the microphone to take a sip of water. "To recap what you all know, there has been verified surface and undersea naval engagement between the two countries. That has escalated. Approximately 2 weeks ago, several Russian combatant ships were sunk with solid tungsten low-orbit hypersonic projectiles. All 3 ships sank within a matter of minutes." Captain Carpenter released the key again to give the crew a few seconds to digest the information. Within moments, in a well-timed naval special operation, the Ivan Gren was captured. Ivan Gren is one of Russia's premier amphibious-class ships. It was traveling as part of a convoy of amphibs heading to their East Coast ports. Our submarines were able to confirm that the Chinese naval commandos inserted via 2 stealthy submarines. Our satellites confirmed a few hundred bodies in the water in the next several hours. It is assumed that the bulk of Ivan Gren's crew was killed as they were getting out of their racks to go assist their sinking sister ships. Another strategic pause. Within 2 hours, 700 highly trained Chinese paratroopers had landed on Ivan Gren. Within 12 hours, those soldiers had boarded and taken almost all the rest of the amphibious ships, using Ivan Gren's own landing craft and small assault boats. It is unclear as to why the other ships didn't figure out what was happening. Our analysts assumed that the naval commandos had been trained in how to drive Ivan Gren and talk on the radios until their backup arrived. An odd and eerie silence had fallen on the normally busy city known as USS Halsey. Most sailors in the Ford-class carrier had stopped whatever they were doing, ears finely tuned. Some of them were staring at the speaker in the space they were in. It was almost as if the ship, and everyone in it, had stopped breathing. About 16 hours ago, the captain continued, an assault force of Russian paratroopers, presumably the lead element for their 150,000 troops that have amassed on their shared border over the last 2 months, suddenly landed at several airfields in northern and western China. We have no confirmation as to what happened. The satellite imagery shows that it was only Russia's newer troop-carrying planes, models that use electronic packages to assist in navigation. All their older planes and the lead assault element were shot down by Chinese fighter jets and anti-aircraft missiles. A large portion of Russia's own fighter forces were destroyed as they tried to defend their troop carriers. In the roughly 30 seconds of the captain's final pause of his broadcast, the ship had erupted in vocal chaos as American sailors of every shape, gender, size, and color began to spew their concerns and theories. They all went deathly quiet when he keyed back up. Team Halsey, I'm ordering you not to engage in rumors and scuttlebutt. When we have orders, I'll let you know. In the meantime, keep making the ship ready. I'm ordering all your department heads to begin cleaning up the various air-wing spaces we've overflowed into. Keep drilling. Our ship is named after Bull Halsey, the fighting sailor, and when America calls, we'll be ready to answer. Skipper out. Tucson, Arizona. And, Jim, President Allen's response to the buildup on the southern border by military units from Mexico, Venezuela, and Cuba has been one of cautious optimism. Granger was riding around town with Donna in Dave Wolf's large Ram pickup, listening to the AM news talking heads. They'd spent the day moving the bulk of Granger's stored supplies and other valuables out to the ranch. It was time-consuming, as Granger was limited in what he could carry with one good hand. But now that China has pledged an unknown number of advisors to Mexico, the situation is surely more complicated. Granger reached over and clicked the radio off. This concerns me, Granger admitted. He watched a series of 2 Strikers and 2 Humvees heading the other direction on East Benson Highway. You don't honestly think they could invade the U.S., do you? Donna scoffed. Not very far, no, Granger admitted. I guess one just takes ridiculous saber-rattling a little more seriously when it's only 30 miles away. If China were to wrap up their BS with Russia, it might be a different story. But I think they're going to make their move on Taiwan first. You know, try to scare all the other nations into forming some South Pacific version of NATO. It would take a miracle for them to be able to send enough troops over to North America to make a difference. Donna pulled up to another intersection with no power and got into the line of cars trying to make their way through. I have a feeling that the supermarket is going to be barren, she said. I'm thinking about grabbing just one more load of stuff from my house. I noticed the greenhouse near the gardens, Granger said. Granted, it's almost Christmas, but maybe we should stop at a nursery and see if there are any things that plant early. Look for any starts we can buy, he suggested. I guess we could do that. Donna made her way through the intersection. I think there's one on Houghton we can hit on the way out of town. She made a right toward her neighborhood. Granger was passively watching the traffic behind them in the passenger mirror when he noticed the next vehicle behind them make the right also. He filed it under check back in 2 minutes in his short-term memory. With the grid hack, it's been difficult for the runners and I to even text back and forth. I know it's only been 3 days, but I think the clock is ticking and we need to make a decision about these prospective new members. That's all your area of expertise, Donna deflected. Is there anything I can do to help? I guess the biggest gray area in all of this is the fact that people have lives and families. It's one thing to have a vision for training people to go fight trafficking. If the world wasn't already on fire, we could take a little time to get candidates that have a little less obligation to their other responsibilities." "What are you thinking, then?" Donna asked, bewildered. "Just scrap this while the cartel roundup thing is happening?" "Not at all," Granger said. "I just think it might be hard to get folks out there fast enough and for long enough to get any legit training done. They're probably all too worried about work, food, power." The pair rode in silence for another minute. Donna turned left. Granger kept an eye on the mirror. "Well, like I said," Donna reminded, "this is your area. I suppose there's enough space in the bunk." "Turn again, Donna," Granger said, just a bit abruptly. "What?" she asked, confused. "Turn left here," he said, pointing emphatically. She did as she was told, a concerned look on her face. "Now punch it." She sped up a bit on the neighborhood road as Granger sat up and moved into the best possible position to monitor the mirror. The suspect vehicle did not follow them for another turn. "Nothing," he said quietly. "Sorry, maybe it was nothing." "Do you think we're being followed?" she asked, voice raising in alarm. "I'm not sure," Granger admitted. "A smart tail would have kept going after knowing they were blown, like that car just did. But it was probably nothing." As Donna began to make her way back through the neighborhood to resume her path, Granger kept scanning in all directions. "What I was saying was that if people could move out and train, we could probably carry the load of housing their spouses and kids, too. There's plenty of space between the home, the guest house, and the bunkhouses," Donna continued. "Can we make our way to Tracy's after we stop at your house?" Granger asked. He kept a close eye on his mirror. "We'll grab him and Bob and make our way to Claude's house. I've got a feeling we're already behind the 8 ball on this in a bad way." Los Angeles, California. "Such a peculiar-looking creature," Doxo Sarkani said to Antal as the pair stared at the non-functioning oil pump jack. He had established a routine of scouting a new area in the vicinity around his uncle's apartment building in the 6 days since he'd arrived. And though that fire across the street and down the block had not caught the entire neighborhood on fire, Doxo knew it was only a matter of time. Not if, but when. The pair were almost 10 full blocks west of the apartment building. Nestled into a higher middle-class neighborhood was a 20-foot-tall, non-operational oil pump. The hungry crane wasn't bobbing its head up and down, as were neither of the over 3,000 other pump jacks in Los Angeles. Both the county and the city had phased out their use in recent years. "What is it?" Antal asked. The poor kid from Kiryas Joel had no interest in such devices. "I think it is used for pumping oil," Doxo said, scanning around himself instinctively as he did. "It is so strange," he continued, "to find a culture so insistent on oil that would then plant 10 million people on top of a giant oil field and shut it down." "It is probably more complicated than that, Uncle," Antal said. The skinny teen, who was only used to eating once or twice per day, was slowly finding himself hungrier every day. "Let's go to this park we heard about," he hinted as he adjusted his belt. "It is well," Doxo said with his customary broken English, head nod and hand wave. The pair each grabbed their respective handle of the worn black duffel and headed west. In the preceding days it had lost heft and bulk as the pair had delivered the promised goods while retaining their own surplus items. When queried by the underground contact about the remaining supply, Doxo simply lied. "You are not our only customer," Antal had translated to the American for his husky odd uncle. The pair had been paid only with a pair of Ledger Live crypto wallets. The small thumb drive-sized devices were smaller and much less attractive than cash to other crooks, at least those who hadn't kept up with the times. Cash was no longer king. Crypto had long become the favored tender of the smarter organized crime syndicates. The only reason the dollar still mattered was due to the bottom of the business, where the customers existed. The tall man with the brunette ponytail and fake tan pulled back the devices in his right hand with a small laugh, toying with Antal as he reached. Doxo remained calm, looking at the other man in the room, who was standing near the only door in the basement under the Chinese restaurant. He let out a rapid-fire speech in Hungarian, followed by wild, raucous laughter at his own joke. Megayem huvieli kulyultat, minta asayotomat yetem volna. Ha ha ha. He held up his left hand, revealing the deformed digits and the tiny nub that was left of his thumb. For the moment, the two men had lost focus on the ugly Hungarian's mohawk haircut, long enough to glance at each other. Had it been New York, and Antal not been around, Doxo would have pulled the stainless .357 Ruger GP100 from his shoulder holster while they were distracted. But they weren't in New York. He shifted his wild eyes back to the tall man near him. The man handed the two devices to Antal. "What'd he say?" he asked with a furrowed brow, freaked out by the wild European. "Never mind," the teen lied. He pocketed the drives in his front left pocket as he stepped back. "Some of the words don't translate too well." Antal's mind had drifted back to that business deal 3 days earlier as they traveled to the eastern edge of Pan-Pacific Park. The daily swap meet that had sprung up in the park several weeks earlier had only grown larger and larger. He could smell something cooking. He didn't know what it was, but it smelled damn near righteous. "Did you really expect me to translate that thing about your thumb?" he asked Doxo suddenly. "Huh?" Doxo asked, not knowing what Antal was talking about. He'd been focused on keeping a constant eye out in all directions as they traveled. "What about my thumb?" "The guys you sold the stuff to," Antal answered, not able to believe his uncle didn't remember the incident. "What exactly did I say?" Doxo asked. He knew, but he was keeping up his crazy charade with his favorite nephew. Antal picked up his pace as he parted his way through a sea of people crowded around canopies and tables, trading goods. He let out the long dramatic sigh that could only belong to a teenager who was irritated. "Never mind," he dragged out in annoyance. Vet, Doxo blundered in English. "Stop. What did I say?" "You asked those guys if they wanted you to eat their thumbs like you'd eaten your own," the king said in Hungarian as he faced his uncle. "You can't say weird crap like that to criminals and expect me to translate it literally." Doxo started laughing. "You don't really think I ate my own thumb, do you?" Antal huffed again and turned to start wandering to wherever the smell was coming from. "Come on," he ordered his uncle by pulling on his half of the duffel. "Let's find some food before people figure out cash has no value." "The boy gets it," Doxo smiled to himself. His cash supply had shrunken considerably since they had arrived in Los Angeles. "I just wish Uncle Leonard did. To hell with the rest of them. We will need to start taking items from the freeloaders for trading with before too long. Look for food. Anything that filters water. Knives. Fix bladed knives," he corrected himself. "None of this folding crap these people are hawking." Doxo scanned the tables as they moved west in the low winter sun. 4 days until Christmas, and these fools think their ornaments will trade for something of value? Rope, tarps, lighters, candles, lip balm, and we need to be headed back in an hour. Chapter 5. Northeast Maryland. Freeman Lewis Caldwell scanned the odd vending machine, giving it a sniff while hoping he didn't catch the earthy smell of decay. "Was this thing always here?" he asked Foster. The pair were strolling the main drag, all 3 blocks of it, in the small picturesque town of Northeast, situated at the top of the Northeast River, one of several freshwater bodies that fed the northern end of Chesapeake Bay. In summer, the scenic town became swamped with the Baltimore and D.C. elites escaping to the country every weekend. Boating, skiing, fishing, all were loved pastimes in the nearby brackish bay. "Live bait?" Lou asked himself. Was it just worms and crickets, or was it truly live bait, dispensing some sort of can of minnows? The power had come back on, but it was anyone's guess when it might turn off for good at some point. It probably showed up while you were off jetting around the world, Foster kidded. How's the pirate leg? Lou was trying to work on a different type of mobility. Instead of crutches, he donned an adjustable aluminum leg. The harness forced him to hold his lower leg behind him, suspended in the air. He'd grown quite tired of Foster's Captain Hook jokes in the last half hour. You're such an idiot. Lou laughed at the first one. Hook is the guy from Peter Pan. You're thinking of Long John Silver. If you're going to insult me, at least get it right. From that moment, the pair had spent 30 minutes trading barbs and slowly strolling the tourist town, discussing Lou's options. Fine, Lou said to shut his brother up. So did you catch what I was getting at? I talked the surgeon's staff into rescheduling my next appointment until after New Year's Day. I caught that, Foster confessed. Seems a bit juvenile, Lou. Your boss is going to be pissed when he finds out you're trying to manipulate the time he allowed you to consider your decision. I know I would be. If you met this guy, you'd know why I don't care if he gets pissed, Lou said, thinking about the rock-solid Marine officer who was about to find his own job reassigned. When Judah Montgomery was replaced as the Joint Chief General, his replacement would bring her own cadre of loyal serfs with her. And by the time I get back, he won't be my boss. Exactly, Foster said as he slowly led Lou off the main drag and down the long entryway to a waterfront park. It was void of people, just as its oaks were void of leaves. The next one will have no problem doing a court-martial or whatever they call it for busting officers. The worst that'll happen is they force me to retire, Lou said, smirking to try and prove he didn't care. Don't pull that BS on me, little brother, Foster said when he caught the look. I know you. This latest job finally snapped you out of your funk. You found a reason to go to work again. You can sell yourself on that lie, but I ain't buying it. He finished with a sarcastic chuckle. That's why I want to go now, Lou explained. He'd learned some critical information that was truly pressing his decision. His private investigator had a hacker sneak into Julia's social media and messaging apps. He'd revealed to Lou early that morning that it appeared she'd developed a deep friendship with a man in Arkansas, another parent survivor of a teen suicide. If I can talk to her, get her to agree to come back. To hell with her, Lou, Foster interrupted. Either way, Lou practically pleaded. I need some closure on this, Foster. Lou was nearly tearing up as he'd stopped walking, forcing his brother to face him. The bigger man just stood there, concern in his face as he locked eyes with his sibling. I have an idea, and I want you to just shut up and listen, little brother. Just let me get it out before you object. Sheesh, Lou thought. Now what? Did my emo side worry him that much just now? He nodded at his brother. Foster took a deep breath. Kyla will be 18 on the 30th. Huh? Lou thought. Where's he going with this? And she and I haven't been getting along too well lately. Uh-huh, Lou interjected. No way. Freeman, you'd said you'd listen. Foster yelled, a technicality he was wrong about that Lou didn't feel like arguing. Geez, man, sometimes talking to you is like, well, a lot like talking to a teenager, I guess. He gave that a moment to settle. I think you need some company. Someone to drive, keep an eye on you. And she adores you for whatever reason. Let me sit on that for a few, was all Lou said. He started making his way to the park's gazebo for a place to sit down and think. When they reached it, he pulled out the work phone and saw some emails on the non-secure email system. At least the cell towers are back up, Lou thought. He scanned the emails, all of which were directing people to log on to a secure network as quickly as possible. Any news? Foster asked from the nearby water's edge where he was picking flat rocks and skipping them into the river. "I'm guessing something big has happened," Lou called back from the gazebo. "Lots of urgency and no info. Typical military intelligence," he joked. He fell silent for another 10 seconds. "All right, Foss, I'll let her take me. Maybe I can find out about these wacky ideas she's endeared herself to." The pair plotted and planned as they made their way north to the drag again. As they moved back toward Foster's pickup, they couldn't help but notice that each time they passed a small group of people on the sidewalk, the mood was both tense and energized. "What's going on, Mabel?" Foster asked a petite older lady, the owner of a small boutique. "Didn't you hear?" she exclaimed to Foster with disbelief in her eyes. "China just sank one of our Navy ships near those damn islands they created." Naval Air Station, North Island, Coronado, California. "Carmen, oh my God, my baby!" Carmen couldn't get a word in otherwise on the phone call with her mother, the first time they'd spoken in the 11-plus weeks since the first earthquake. Her mother's ramblings went on and on until Carmen had to interject. She and Ray Lynn were strolling back from the base gym and jiu-jitsu training. "Ma," she finally yelled, "I'm borrowing a friend's phone, please." "I'm definitely not a baby anymore," she didn't add. "Why hasn't the phone been working?" "We just didn't have the money, baby girl," her Puerto Rican mother told her. The oldest child, Carmen had joined the Navy specifically to send money home to her mother and 5 siblings. Her father was a man who had spent more of her life in prison or jail than not. Carmen hadn't even seen him since that rainy day her junior year of high school. She'd tracked him down when she found out he'd been out on parole for several months. That was the day he tried to borrow money from her, and it was the day she decided he no longer existed. In Washington State somewhere was a short, middle-aged Jewish surgeon who had been more of a father figure to her than her own biological one had ever been. It just dawned on her that she'd failed to set up the direct deposit to her mother's account, relying on just transferring it herself on her phone's app twice per month. "Oh no, Ma," Carmen said, tears welling in her eyes. "I am so sorry. I never even thought about the money. I've been dealing with so much more." "It's okay, baby," her mother said through her own tears. "How is it there? I hear people are starting to resort to cannibalism in some spots. That can't be true where you're at, right?" "Ma, I'm in San Diego," Carmen said, not realizing her mother hadn't somehow figured that out. "What?" her mother practically screamed into the phone. Carmen could hear her mother slip into praises and excited chatter. "Come up tonight, baby." "I can't, Ma," Carmen said calmly. "They're not letting us leave." Carmen's mother broke into a series of mixed English and Spanish curse words, insulting every sailor from the Pillsbury Doughboy to Cracker Jack to Popeye along the way. "That fool president!" she exclaimed. "First he has the army driving all over town starting wars. Now this." Carmen's mother's anger was 11 on a scale of 1 to 10. "How are you and everyone for food, for protection?" Carmen asked. She wanted to ask about all her siblings individually, but she and Ray were almost back to the pier. Security had grown considerably in the days since the incident in the South China Sea, as had food and supply deliveries. It was apparent to all but the greenest of swabbies that they'd be putting to sea soon. Carmen stopped in the parking area near the small laundromat near the carrier's pier to avoid having to dig out her CAC for access to the busy area. "Your tío Guillermo has been bringing some things by," her mother explained. "He's not much better than him," Carmen told her mother. She refused to call that man her father. "Be careful, Ma. I know you feel that way, baby, but he's the reason our phone works again." Carmen spent 8 more minutes trying to assure her mother that she was safe, probably safer on this ship than you are in the barrio. she explained. When she'd finally managed to end the call, she handed the phone back to her friend. "Thanks," she barely got out under a saddened, cracking voice. Her friend remained quiet, respecting Carmen's mood as the pair of sailors passed through the security checkpoint onto the pier. About 7 minutes later, they were strolling into the female berthing compartment they both used in the aft end of the floating city. As she worked her way through other women toward her bunk, she bumped into Ailsa, her old workmate from the main galley. "Did you hear what we did to China yet?" she asked excitedly. The news from the limited naval engagement the day earlier had almost entirely dominated the discussions all day long. To Carmen, it almost seemed comical as people kept trying to outdo each other with wild theories of potential retaliation. A day earlier, China had claimed that shooting 4 air-to-surface missiles at the USS Barry, one of America's oldest combatant vessels, was a case of mistaken identity. Claiming they thought the old destroyer was Russian, they avoided the hassle of trying to fake evidence that it had strayed too close to their claimed sovereign line around the islands they'd built on shoals. Every island played a key role in their long-term strategy to oust the United States as the predominant military presence in that part of the world. Homeported out of Japan, the ship was operating independently of a larger battle group. All alone, she had taken too much damage. After 9 valiant hours of fighting the flooding and structural damage, the Barry's heavy portside list finally won out to gravity, capsizing the vessel. Other vessels, both civilian and military, and from multiple nations, had arrived in time to film the very end. The viral video had just added one more piece of shock factor to a world rapidly approaching an unrecoverable and deadly precipice. "No, I was at the gym," Carmen explained. "And really, I just want to get the shower," was what she was thinking. 3 Chinese ships all began firing at each other," Ailsa said excitedly. "How do you know we did that?" Carmen asked skeptically. "She doesn't," claimed another sailor. The first-class cryptologic technician was 2 bunks down, changing her clothes. She'd been part of the ship's crew for 10 months. "I do." Carmen was skeptical. "I doubt the Navy can hack their ships and make them do things to each other." She pushed down the row, trying to get to her own bunk. "Hacking each other is a game that's in its 2nd or 3rd decade," the older lady explained casually. "My last shore duty was at a cross-branch command in Colorado that did stuff just like that, driving ships into each other, making them shoot things they shouldn't. It's all part of the playbook." Carmen wouldn't admit it, but those thoughts scared her a bit. "What happens when all the plays in the hacking playbook get ran?" she asked the gal who seemed to know what she was talking about. The first-class CT had finished changing into her sleep garments and grabbed her toiletry bag, heading toward the nearest head or bathroom space. "They bust out the artificial intelligence playbook," she said as she disappeared around the corner. Elkton, Maryland. Lou watched his brother as he finished stuffing some tooling into the already packed trunk of Kyla's beater car. The 2004 Toyota Corolla barely displayed any of the original light bronze color. Lou did his best to hide from his face the cringe he felt as he read the stickers, the hundreds of bumper stickers that covered the small dented auto. "Why be normal?" he read on one. "Why indeed?" Lou asked himself, partially admiring his niece's dedication to her causes. The stickers ranged from the silly to the rainbow stickers supporting the gay and non-binary lifestyle movements, to those that were straight-up social activist. "I keep it maintained," Foster said, catching the look on his younger brother's face as he slammed the trunk with a thud. "It won't break down on you." "What's wrong, Uncle Lou?" Kyla asked as she shoved her favorite pillow and large soft pillow on top of her luggage on the rear seat. "Afraid you might accidentally catch some disgusting social conscience?" she asked with a playful sarcasm. "Not at all, Kai," Lou said. She hated the abbreviated nickname from just about anyone but Lou. Over the course of her life, it had become their thing. "I think we'll blend in the cities quite well," he joked as he hobbled over to the open right front door of the odd auto and stuffed his crutches in. His eyes caught hers as she opened her driver door. "If this were a military vehicle, it would be clad in the ghetto-flage paint scheme. I dub your car the Weirdsmobile," he concluded. "He already has a name," Kyla said as both of them slid into their seats. Lou could see Foster move toward his daughter's side, trying not to look concerned. "E?" Lou asked. "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised." "Yes," Kyla said, laughing. "His name is Apollo." Her father rapped his knuckles on the window, and she operated the old-school hand crank to lower it. She started the old car, and it fired right up, throwing exhaust all over the country driveway in the cold Maryland air. She blasted the defroster on full. "Feels like snow," he told his daughter. "The chains are in the back with all those other specialty tools I placed in there." "Okay, Dad," Kyla said. Her tone was not as irritated and disrespectful as Lou had grown accustomed to hearing, but he sensed she wasn't quite as sad about this departure as his brother was. Foster looked across the car at Lou. At the same moment, his wife Barbara was moving from her quasi-warm spot in the garage toward Lou's window. "There's a car jumper in the trunk. The kind that uses a capacitor, not a battery. No need to keep it charged. And a 12-volt fuel pump kit. It's got plenty of hose and long cables, so if you guys need to procure gas, you got some options. I stuffed a couple of one-use gas bags in there." "Okay, Dad," Lou said, mimicking his niece. He saw Barbara staring at him and rolled down his own window. "And a bag of tools," Foster continued, ignoring his wisecracking brother. "I'm assuming the Air Force keeps tools out of the soft and delicate hands of its pilots, but they're there nonetheless." The bigger bearded Caldwell looked off over the hood of the car, trying to think of anything else he should say. "Oh," he said as he snapped his head back to Lou. "You got Sheila, right?" "Really?" Kyla said with a loud, disgusted sigh. "Right here," Lou said, patting his right side just below his remaining kidney. "And you're sure you know how to use her?" Foster asked earnestly. Lou just shot him a look. "Hey, I don't know," Foster said defensively. "I know you know how to get shot, just not so sure about the return fire part." "I think she's warm," Lou said to Kyla, indicating that both he and Apollo were ready to depart. "He," Kyla corrected. "Be strong, sweetie," Barbara said to her oldest daughter across Lou's side. She turned her gaze to her brother-in-law. "I know you won't let anything happen to my baby," she said, with tears filling her eyes. "I'll guard her with my own life," Lou said. She leaned into the window and gave Lou a kiss on his cheek, then moved to the other side and repeated the process on her daughter. "We'll be fine, Mama," Kyla promised naively. "It's just a long drive." After 2 more minutes of stalling and goodbyes, the two Caldwells were cruising up Highway 40, heading for the main interstate highway to head south. Lou continued a process that he'd begun weeks earlier in his own mind. What am I going to say when I find her? Chapter 6. East of Nogales, Arizona. So, who all is committed at this time? Jerome Washington asked his good friend Granger Madison. Granger had just told him the entire truth about why his arm was in a sling and why he'd been invited to help Donna Wolfe move. The pair and Tracy were just outside Granger's quad-cab truck, which was parked on a hill 3 miles east of the small but densely packed border city. Tracy, Bob, Claude, and I are the remaining 4 originals, Granger said. Donna's brother Brad is sort of automatically in. Claude's niece Karen, she's divorced, no kids that I know of. My buddy Pedro, Tracy chimed in from behind a pair of binoculars he was using to scan the opposite side of the nearby border wall, and his fiancée. Yep, him, Granger continued. The Bowers, Fred and Pam, you met them too, and we're kind of on the fence on Dan Monitor. He's the guy from the move that was a lot better at talking than moving furniture. Well, you and I both know how putting up with one of them on a 24-hour shift is bad enough. Jerome snickered. But why me? I mean, it's not like I'm into shooting or hunting or anything. Trust, brother. That's the one overarching quality that can't be purchased. With enough time, we can teach you the rest. But your attitude and quality of character are why. We can't build this team up with idiots. Granger scanned west toward the border crossing, a small speck of congestion on the horizon. I'm going to need to talk this over with Robin, bro. I mean, we got the kids, she works weird hours at the clinic, and my shifts are constantly in flux as dudes quit and move east. Well, Granger tread carefully. That leads me to ask, why haven't you guys left town yet? The writing's on the wall, Jerome. Something big is brewing. Are you all set to last for a while if the world takes a dump? Are you prepared? Granger thought in his own head. Jerome was looking at the dusty sage nearby, deep in thought, only half listening. What? Yeah, we got a couple of months of stuff stored. You know how it is at the department, always preaching to have the 2-week kid at home. He chose his words as he looked back and forth between Tracy and Granger. This is legit? You guys and some special forces actually got into a firefight with the cartel? You ain't punking me? 2 of our buddies aren't coming home, Granger said. We're as serious as a heart attack. Then why bring me all the way down to the border to pop this question, Grange? Jerome asked point blank. This some sort of scare tactic? Granger sighed. Look at it this way. The best case scenario is that we continue hunting traffickers. He turned his gaze south. But if you've been listening to the news, then you know that Mexico is building an alliance. A bloc of anti-American militaries pledging to support them if the U.S. doesn't atone for its war crimes. He looked back at Jerome as Tracy did a walk around the dusty hill they were parked on, looking for any sign of approaching people. I've got a bad feeling we'll be shifting mission to something a little more on par with Lexington and Concord in the near future. Southwest Virginia. Damn, Lou thought, as the hope that the snowflakes he'd seen were a fluke began to fade. What do you want to do, Uncle Lou? Kyla asked. She was passing as confident in Lou's eyes, but he knew that at about a week shy of 18, her driving experience in snow was 0, or not much higher. The old wipers were streaking a bit on the glass, and the big flakes began to get smaller and denser. I'm betting it's getting colder here in the mountains, Lou thought. I was hoping that once we got down into the Great Valley it would warm up. Keep going, he said calmly. I'm sure we can make it to one of these small highway towns before it gets bad. How are we on gas? Under a third, Kyla answered as Lou began to pull out the freezer-sized zip bag he'd stuffed all his folding maps into. They'd lost time in the afternoon rush hour in Roanoke. It had just about killed Kyla to listen to the AM news channel, but Lou had impressed upon her that his job required he stay up to speed on world events. He'd learned that the various Venom spear operations in the Midwest and Western cities had sprung an unintended consequence. As if the violent arrests and politically motivated riots weren't bad enough, dozens of thousands of drug users were running out of their supply. The social and criminal justice programs were quickly becoming inundated with customers who were usually in the foulest of moods. Lou had agreed to let Kyla play her music again as they got back up to speed. I was really hoping to get to Knoxville tonight, he commented glumly. He looked up from the map and out the window. It's starting to stick on the shoulder, Lou thought as he exhaled a small sigh. Eyes back on the map a minute later, he told Kyla, There are towns every 10 to 20 miles here on Highway 81. Let's shoot for Abington. The pair continued to cruise, and soon Kyla was driving in the snowy ruts of the vehicle ahead. Lou noticed her knuckles turning white. "Kai, just relax your grip. You're doing fine." "How much farther is it?" she said, checking her mirror. "We passed a sign about 2 minutes ago that said 17 miles, Lou answered as casually as he could. "I think she may be right," he said to himself as he checked the map. After a bit of study, he instructed, "We have a small town coming up, Meadowview. We'll get off the highway there." Within a few minutes, the pair were slowly pulling into a tiny town. They drove a few hundred yards northeast and turned left at what appeared to be the only major street. "Hillman Highway," Kyla read aloud from the street sign as she made the turn. On the near corner was the front entrance of a local diner called Ryan's. Most of the buildings were 2- and 3-story colonial style. "I can't seem to find a gas station," Lou said. "Tell you what, let's just pull in and grab a bite. I know your mom loaded us down with lots of instant food, but we'll be able to glean a good place to grab a room and hunker down from the snow." 7 minutes later, a plump waiter named Randy was pouring coffee into the off-white ceramic mugs in front of the 2 weary travelers. "Is there a hotel here?" Lou asked. "This snow looks to be outpacing our tiny car's capabilities pretty quickly." "Sorry, no," the pimply-faced young man said. "It burnt down 2 years ago. Closest one is 10 miles south in Abington. But you can just take the road here. You don't need to get back on the highway. I'll give you 2 a minute to look at the menu." He started to walk away, then whipped around suddenly. "But my boss's mother runs a bed and breakfast. Give me a few and I'll let her know you're looking." "A B&B would work," Lou told Kyla after Randy had walked off. "It sure beats sleeping in the car in a snowy parking lot. And we need to see if your dad gave us a small air compressor. I noticed that the right rear tire was low when we came inside." Los Angeles, California. Daxo Sarkani snuck back into his uncle's stale apartment just as the gray, hazy dawn started to break in the east. None of the Californians had been any wiser that he'd left. Antal had only figured it out when he woke up from the small bedding, crafted from quilts and blankets, they shared in the kitchen to go to the bathroom. Each time the power came on, the odd family unit had learned to fill a variety of plastic containers. Some were for drinking, others for flushing when the power went out. To the chagrin of most, Antal had dared ask what the plan was when the local waste station could no longer provide the expected pumping services. Daxo slipped into the kitchen as quietly as he could. Though his cousin Mari's husband and son were both out on the apartment's small patio, sharing one of their prized and increasingly rare cigarettes. Others were starting to stir as the cramped unit smelled more like body odor and musty air as each night passed. "Antal," he whispered quietly as he nudged his nephew. "Get up." The teen let out the muffled groan of a restless sleep broken out of one of its few small moments. "What? Is something wrong?" the teen asked, slightly startled. "Where'd you go?" "I know a few Russians out here," Daxo explained. "I met one a couple of hours ago." "They aren't pissed you sold the merchandise to one of their competitors, are they?" "No," Daxo explained patiently. "They know I work for a tree with many branches, but I was able to trade them one of the spare units for some information and a small favor." "Uh-oh," Antal said as he stood and started to slip his high-top sneakers on over very stinky socks. "What's that mean?" "It means we're grabbing Uncle and moving him tonight," Daxo said as he began to fumble with his own boots to crawl onto the makeshift pad. His injured hand had forced him to learn how to do simple things like tie bootlaces all over again. Even without the Americans and the Chinese playing with computer viruses, this city is doomed to a failing water supply. While the Americans are busy fighting the Latin cartels, some of the other organized syndicates are setting themselves up to, shall we say, commandeer the infrastructure. I mean, This goes way beyond paying travel taxes to neighborhood thugs. I'm talking about hijacking entire sections of this city's water pipelines and things like that. Fortunately, I was able to get passage for Uncle and you out through the Russian network. Me? Antal exclaimed. No, Daxo, I want to stay with you. He began to protest. Listen, kid, I'm proud of you. I know your mother is too. But the only way Uncle will go is if you take him, and I stay to figure out what to do with his lazy, helpless family. I need you to escort him back to New York. As the cramped apartment continued to stir, one of the children slipped into the powerless kitchen, hoping the food fairies had dropped off some Pop-Tarts. Mari trailed in a second after her granddaughter. Do I hear you talking about New York again? She asked with an arrogant tone. I'm no going anywhere, Daxo coolly explained to his cousin. It is well. Her tone with Daxo had become barely tolerant only because he managed to go out and come back with food to share every day. Oh, yeah? Well, how long do you two plan on staying before you realize my dad isn't going to New York? They're working on the power issues, and soon enough you'll realize how foolish you were for coming all the way out here. She reached into the cupboard for a fruit bar to hand the child. Daxo replied in Hungarian, and she shot a look at Antal as he began to translate. He says, perhaps you're right, but you may want to get used to having such a handsome face around for a while. Antal stood and stretched as the older woman pulled her granddaughter out of the kitchen by the hand. He watched his uncle pull a black beanie that matched his turtleneck out of his coat pocket and put it on the mohawk and down over his eyes. Over the next hour, Patrick and his wife had both trickled out of the apartment under the pretense of finding food. Antal had learned that with his distant family, their lives moved from one excuse to another. Loss of jobs, loss of homes, nothing was their fault. Trickle-down effects from the rolling turned sustained blackouts and internet issues. The price of goods was soaring, something many folks wrongfully blamed on inflation. In reality, it was directly related to the devastating impact to supply from the natural disasters, price gouging, and both nationwide and worldwide economic struggles. Antal knew about none of those things, but he did know when people were being lazy. In that hour, he'd started to value the idea of escorting Leonard back to Kiryas Joel. A loud tirade out in the semi-enclosed hallway of the apartment building grew. Those types of noises, kerfuffles, and tirades had become commonplace, and they put most people in the apartment on edge. Daxo had told Antal that it reminded him of old submarine movies, when the crew had to be deathly quiet in order to avoid detection. This one sounded different to Antal. The yelling was practically outside the door when he finally recognized the name being yelled angrily. Patrick. The loud pounding, more of a hammering, erupted on the front door, causing the deadbolt to rattle. The handle jiggled as whoever it was tried to open the door. Daxo pushed himself up with a start. Antal had made his way from providing a watch from the patio to the kitchen in time to see his uncle rip the beanie off. Bloodshot eyes revealed a tired and confused man who'd just gotten to sleep. "What the hell?" yelled Daxo at no particular person. Antal bent down next to him and grabbed his right hand as it was starting to grasp the pistol handle tucked inside his left armpit. "It's still outside," the youth exclaimed, trying to make sure his battle-hardened uncle didn't start shooting at noises randomly. Daxo's hazy pale gray eyes stared into Antal's for 2 more seconds before the lad saw a hint of recognition. In those few seconds, Leonard had started toward the door, adding to the yelling and confusion. "Dad, wait!" Mari was pleading as she tried to hold her father from behind. "I don't know what your son has gotten himself into," he yelled at his daughter, "but I won't have it in my home." Leonard stormed past the kitchen as Daxo was standing, still trying to force his feet into his untied boots. The old man unlocked the door and the deadbolt, intent on teaching someone a lesson. But as soon as he started to open it, the door flew into him with full force. 2 men barged into the entryway, knocking Leonard over as they did. The old man lost his balance and stumbled backwards into one of the nearby dining chairs. He continued his fall on the edge of the wood dining table, and then crumpled to the floor with a thud. The first of the 2 men was the bigger one. Marty's husband Dwight was already sprinting from his usual camp in the easy chair as fast as his lumbering gray frame would carry him. At 6'3" he was the tallest in the Odd Family unit, and slightly bigger than the first intruder, though his potbelly and flabby arms showed no signs of fitness or training. "You need to get out of..." His attempt at pressing a defensive resistance was met with a smashing left blow to his head from the big assailant. He reeled backwards, something most folks do the first time in their lives they get hit hard in the face. "Where's Patrick?" the second man said as he pushed in past his buddy. He just started to shove his way past the entrance to the kitchen area to the right, unprepared for what was to greet him. The muzzle end of Doxo's stainless .357 revolver was about a foot past his arm's reach and tracking every motion of the space between the man's eyes. "Whoa!" he yelled, not even getting a good look at the crazed man with the mohawk. His hands shot up to a defensive and de-escalating posture near the fronts of his shoulders. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," he repeated. "Let's not do anything drastic." "Doxo, no," Leonard yelled as he tried to push past his disorientation and climb out of the mess of dining chairs. "Leave," Doxo ordered calmly. His career in New York had taught him to master a few key English phrases. His nostrils were flared more than normal under the still bloodshot eyes. Antal stood behind his uncle, jaw agape. "Listen, man, we got no beef with you," the man started to say. Suddenly his body lunged forward involuntarily as the other intruder shoved his friend directly at the Hungarian. Doxo stepped back, nearly stumbling over Antal's feet but maintaining balance. The shorter man caught himself on the countertop to his right in the small kitchen, a look of horrified surprise on his face. "What the hell, Franco?" he yelled. Doxo re-leveled the revolver at the newer, bigger threat's face as he was rushing around the surprised partner. The man stopped suddenly, sneering. Despite all the commotion, their violent intrusion topped with the screaming of the children in Mari, Doxo had maintained his OODA loop, continuously observing the threats, orienting himself to them, deciding what to do, and acting. 1 foot closer and the giant man's face would have disappeared in a horrendous and bloody explosion. Doxo said something in slightly elevated Hungarian. Operating on nervous instinct, Antal translated from behind his uncle in a cracking voice. "He says your friend must not care if you live," Antal told the smaller man, who was standing up and sliding back out of the kitchen slowly, leaving the big one in the shadow of the business end of Doxo's Ruger. There was a tense silence as the man and Doxo kept eyes locked, each widening their eyes slightly, not wanting to be the one that blinked first. Dwight started to stand himself back up, and the big man slowly turned his head toward him. With a menacing throaty growl, he said, "Tell Patrick that Mario wants his money, and now it's going to cost him that pretty little lady of his, too." With that, he looked back at Doxo with a smile. "I'll remember you." He started to back up, and the pair both backed out of the sweat and adrenaline-infused apartment. Chapter 7. Meadowview, Virginia. Lou had supervised Kyla in the removal of the snow that built up around their car in the small gravel parking area at the bed and breakfast. The weather had dumped a solid 8 inches, and though he was confident the main roads would be tended to quickly, getting out of the rural community was proving to be a bit of work. The B&B was owned by a pleasant widow who'd been nice enough to pack the pair a lunch and loan them a snow shovel. They were just trying to get the car mobile. Lou felt that once they were down the long private driveway and the gravel road shared by the neighbors, they'd be okay. The pair said their goodbyes to their new acquaintance and loaded themselves into the car to get back to the highway. Kyla tried to get the car moving. There was an obnoxious sound coming from the front as they slowly traveled to the gravel road. "That's probably the rock guard below the fender," Lou said, catching Kyla's concerned look. "It's putting up a lot of resistance," she said with a worried tone. "I think this snow is too tall." "If that little hunk of plastic gets ripped off, I'll get it fixed," Lou told her. He was worried she might be too skittish to try. "I really don't want to get stuck in this little town because of a light snow," he thought. "Just keep some steady pressure and it'll plow for us till we get to the main road." Kyla made the transition from driveway to gravel road, taking a left to drive the quarter-mile to the next paved road. She got into the ruts created by neighbors who'd already ventured out on their way to town. As Lou suspected, the plows had been out. Kyla had too much speed as she approached the intersection, and when she hit the brakes, the car started sliding. She overcorrected and put the car into the ditch to the right with a thud. The young lady let out a string of cursing that would make a British punk band proud. "I knew we shouldn't have left yet," she yelled at Lou, stopping short of blaming him directly. "Calm down," Lou said, keeping calm. "Let's just have a look." He had to shove hard to get his door open, as the pile of snow in the culvert was somewhat taller than the road. He slid out, dragging one crutch with him. Standing behind the door, he looked over it and saw that the front fender and bumper were definitely crumpled by the hard ice pile that had been formed by the plow on the main road. He thought. By then, Kyla had made her way out and around to see the damage for herself. After another small tantrum, she finished with, "What are we going to do now, Lou? Huh?" Lou was still being a bit more patient than he would have been if it had been Terrence acting this way, but just barely. "We're going to start by staying calm. Losing one's mind only makes it worse, believe me." He looked back up the road from which they came. "I'll head back to the B&B to see if she knows who we should call. You wait here in case someone with a pickup comes by and can pull you off this ice block." Lou grabbed his other crutch and slowly made his way through the tall pile of snow and ice back to the ruts under the muffled and indistinguishable protests of his niece. Several minutes later, he found himself facing the nice old lady he thought he'd never see again. "We got into a small fender bender, Mrs. Gibson, down where the road meets Elkhorn Drive. Do you have a phone book so I can find a local mechanic?" "Oh, no," the pleasant lady said worriedly. "Is your niece okay?" she asked with southern charm. "We're fine," Lou said, "but the car is going to need a little work. I'll need to find someone who can help us figure out if it's just body work or if we actually bent something that matters." "Well, come on in," she said, leading him back into the cozy farmhouse living room. "I do have a Yellow Pages book, but I can tell you who to go to. The nearest shops are in Abington or Glade Spring," she explained. "But there's a gentleman right here on my road, one of my neighbors." "Really?" Lou asked, skeptically surprised. "He's going to have parts?" "As long as you're not choosy about color," she laughed. "Probably. The old coot has had the county on him for years to clean up the property. Must be 100 broken cars back there. He's a junker, a collector. Strange old fellow. A bit scary, but harmless. Known him for, about 35 years, I guess." "As long as he can help us get back to a drivable condition, anything else he can do for this car would probably be a cosmetic improvement," Lou quipped. He thanked her and began the process of leaving once more. "Do you think he'll mind us just showing up 2 days before Christmas like this?" "I'll give him a jingle, dear. He'll probably come down and pull you out of the ditch himself. Just remember, scary but harmless," she said with a final laugh. Tucson, Arizona. Bob. I think I'm being followed. Granger, get somewhere public. Call me. Granger sat in his truck staring at the texts. First the feeling I had the other day, he reflected. Now this. No way it's a coincidence. He'd been in Tucson trying to buy ammunition and parts for reloading ammo casings, driving all over town to gun stores and outdoor centers. He'd been keeping a close eye on his own six, and though he'd told the other roadrunners about the perceived event, he'd downplayed it. Too much, he thought now, beating himself up mentally. Granger was still in the parking lot at Turner's Outdoorsman, waiting for a call. He decided to update Tracy, Claude, and Donna, choosing to send a group text. FYI, he typed. Please keep phones clear. We'll update when I can. The phone's ringing nearly startled him. Grange, he heard the other veteran call to him. I'm almost positive 3 cartel dudes just followed me into Walmart. Which one? Granger practically yelled, firing up his truck. The one at the corner of Speedway and Kolb. Bob answered. I'm in the bathroom. No, Granger ordered. Keep moving and stay in the public. Go to the deli or something. The one on Kolb Avenue. Granger thought about where he was in relation. I can be there in 10 to 12 minutes. Don't hang up. He took a fast right turn onto Pima Street, stomping on the big truck's fuel pedal. He blew through a yellow light, turning red, and headed east and south. 8 minutes later, Granger Madison was walking into the Walmart, phone to his scarred left ear to keep his primary gun hand ready to reach to his appendix holster. He'd ripped the removable sprint off his healing right arm, not wanting it to be a detriment in the coming fight. Where you at now, Bob? I'm in line. I keep letting people cut. The cashier and everyone are giving me weird looks. The vatos are spread out. I can only see one. He's pretending to look at books and magazines about 20 feet away. I gotcha, Granger said, hanging up the phone and stuffing it into his pants pocket. He turned right and cut through the pharmacy area, doing a speed walk around the store. He found another Hispanic man watching Bob from the cover of an end cap of protein powder. He found the aisle that the primary scout was on and walked right up to him and grabbed a copy of Car and Driver off the shelf. Man, these new electric trucks are trippy looking, huh? He said to the man. The man shot Granger a glare. The gangster set his magazine back into its place and turned away to leave. He must not know I'm one of the runners, Granger thought. Granger lunged for the man and threw his right arm around his throat, hooking it onto the back of his left forearm, which was grabbing the back of the man's hair. A shot of pain ran up Granger's healing arm, but he held on for dear life. A quick but vicious tussle started as the man, at least 6 inches shorter than the former Marine and firefighter, was quickly choked into a blackout. On instinct, both of his hands went to Granger's powerful right arm, trying to pull it off his neck. A startled whelp rose out of 2 women farther down the aisle who witnessed it. Granger laid the unconscious man down, knowing he'd be back on his feet in less than a minute. Wasting no time, Granger sped over to Bob. Let's go, he hissed. Bob dropped the basket of goods he'd been using as part of his ruse and followed as quickly as his cane would allow. Keep an eye on the left near the pharmacy, Granger said as he scanned right. They moved, passing through the exit. Gotcha, Granger yelled in his head. A gang member had been leaning against the store wall just past the cage where the propane bottles were stored. He leaned out to start following Bob when he saw him, and Granger immediately turned toward the man, pulling up his shirt with his left hand to expose the holstered weapon. He said loudly and with authority. The man stopped in his tracks. Get to my truck, Bob, Granger ordered as he kept eyes locked on the man. The cartel man's phone chirped, and he looked down to see what it said. Granger took that moment to turn and run toward his truck, drawing his piece as he did, but holding it close to his belly. He made it to his black Chevy 2500 and looked back to see all 3 men grouped together, walking toward their own vehicle. USS Halsey, near San Diego, California. All Navy ships and their crews had to periodically perform a training and qualification cycle before deploying. And though there were different programs and different names based upon what the ship's primary missions were, sailors referred to all of them by the nickname REFTRA, Refresher Training. Though the supercarrier's work in the dry dock had been cut short by several months, the crew and ship had still been in a non-certified status. New sailors that had checked aboard in San Diego had to be trained. So had the ship's existing crew. Sailors from the fleet, acting as instructors and examiners, were aboard while the ship started a series of evolutions out at sea to prove they and the almost 1,100-foot-long warship would be ready to deploy and fight. This allowed them to work out the bugs on the work that had been finished before the flooding dry dock in the Washington State disaster zone forced them out of their overhaul early. It was the end of a first long day of drills, and, tired as they were, the chief petty officer in charge of Carmen and her team was having them restow every piece of gear in Repair Locker 3, one item at a time. "A place for everything and everything in its place," he repeated ad nauseum. They'd been under pressure to get it done, as the scuttlebutt was that after the series of smaller fire, reactor plant, and combat systems drills all day, there was a planned big drill for the night hours that would encompass the entire ship in one massive combat-related casualty drill. This would set the baseline for them to show improvement when the certification exercise was over in a couple of weeks. The ship was staying out to sea for only one night and the next day before pulling back into San Diego. They would pull in and out of port several times during the 2 weeks, which would end in their certification. The end game was to be ready to receive the 2,500 sailors and pilots that comprised the aircraft units called an air wing. After REFTRA, Halsey would be taking on her planes, helicopters, and drones, and be ready to conduct a new round of certifications. Then she would finally be ready to deploy. "PO1 wants you two to go grab chow after you finish cascading those bottles," Dustin Nelson told Carmen and Ray Lynn as he walked into the repair locker's bottle room. The hose team partners were using a system of large compressed air bottles to slowly refill the tanks for their breathing apparatus. "Says to make it quick. Wants us to cycle through so someone's always here working when chief or senior chief finally stroll around." "You already eat?" Ray asked. "Pork adobo," Dustin said, already knowing what the next question was. The dish was an old and reliable staple that showed up on the Navy menu more frequently than a daytime law firm commercial. Raylene looked at Carmen. "Why the hell do we eat that so often, Martinez? Can't you go find some of your old division mates and get them to try some new stuff?" "Hey, I'm just glad I don't gotta cook it anymore," Carmen said, faking a smile. "Chief Turner was in charge of making the menu, but some dishes cook for thousands of people a lot easier and faster than others." As much as Carmen liked her new job and shipmates, she had no joy in being the ex-cook in the group. Still dealing with this BS, she thought. A griping sailor is a happy sailor. When will I be Carmen the firefighter? It was a small complaint in a mind that had already been bogged down with the thoughts of going UA, unauthorized absence, the Navy's version of a sailor abandoning their job and disappearing. It was a serious offense with serious consequences, but ever since the start of Operation Venom Spear, all she could think about was being back in Los Angeles to protect her mother and siblings from men like her father and uncle. Suddenly the ship's 1MC system perked up and the speakers began to hum for a split second before a loud whistle, called a bosun's pipe, played a small two-note tune to grab everyone's attention. "All hands stand by," the bosun's mate of the watch announced. This wasn't an expected or recurring announcement. Carmen finished quickly disconnecting the hose and fitting off the now full bottle so she could set it back onto the rack. "Good evening, Team Halsey." Captain Carpenter's voice came over the system. As usual, the old man sounds confident, Carmen thought. Not chipper, not stressed, just sure of himself. "Effective immediately, REFTRA will be placed in a state of hold. We'll be finishing our evening here off the shores of our great and grateful nation, and setting a sea and anchor detail for 0500. Putting back into port first thing in the morning? Carmen wondered. She could tell by the looks on Raylin and Dustin's faces that she wasn't the only perplexed one. Did we fail that miserably today? I want everyone to finish putting your spaces and gear into a state of readiness. The President just made an emergency broadcast to the nation, and I'll have our communications specialists play it on our TV network tonight at 20:30 hours. Things will make sense then, shipmates. Effective immediately, we're establishing Condition 3 steaming. All department heads report to the wardroom immediately. The announcement system quit humming, and the three firefighters stared at each other for 2 seconds. Condition 3? Dustin finally asked aloud for all of them. He's acting like there's a threat or something. The three all knew what the new status meant. The ship's list of people on watch rotations just skyrocketed. All engineering, combat, and firefighting systems would now have full-time manning to a minimal extent. Certain hatches would have to remain closed for watertight integrity at all times. Though a ship was always alive at sea, with a select number up and staffing the systems needed to drive, steer, and detect other traffic, the Halsey was just ordered to put itself in a state of preparation to be in a modified general quarters, a state of enhanced combat readiness. Maybe there's a... Raylin said, trailing off. The three sailors and their repair locker teammates continued stowing their protective gear, axes, applicator nozzles, pike poles, and other equipment, all of them confused about the coming announcement and relieved that they were going to apparently not have a fire or flooding drill in the middle of the night. By 20-30 hours in the evening, Carmen found herself in the crew lounge near her berthing compartment. She wanted to hit the rack, as she and Dustin had drawn the watch to be in the repair locker from midnight until 0400, but she knew the commotion after whatever this presidential announcement was would be too loud anyway. The rumors or scuttlebutt about the coming presidential words had been that the nation was going to respond militarily to the supposedly accidental Chinese attack on the USS Berry. Sitting at a hard laminate table that had an overlay of a backgammon and chess checkerboard printed on the surface, Carmen listened to the other young men and women around her chat nervously. The space was filling to standing room only, filled with the light green camo and dark blue coverall uniforms of working sailors. Nervous energy, Carmen thought, reflecting on her horrible life experience after the disasters. Most of these squids have no idea how bad the world is right now. She suddenly went cold with rage as the horrible violation that happened to her flashed through her damaged memories once again. The stock photo of the ship at sea disappeared from the television as the communications team, several decks and several hundred feet away, queued up the recorded presidential speech. A very tired-looking President Jeremiah Allen, hair appearing whiter than Carmen remembered, was seated at his desk in the Oval Office. "Fellow Americans," he started, "I want to address several grave issues that are impacting the security and economy of our nation and the world at large. And while there is a concerted effort in both the United Nations and the American and world press to paint Operation Venom Spear as a direct attack on Mexico and her citizens, the truth about what is happening is far more devious and complicated. Let's go back in time several months. China's economy has been tanking for years, and both they and Russia have been competing for years for the world to use their own currencies, not the American dollar, as the world's reserve and petro-trading currency. This would be the boon their economy needs after building entire cities with no residents and spending trillions of dollars to build their military up to levels that can compete with ours." President Allen reached for a glass of water to wet his throat and then continued. "Since the day that the massive earthquake triggered the Mount Rainier eruption, both countries have been bullying each other into a fight for dominance over the Western Pacific. It would seem that they're no longer allied against their former common enemy, us. As we've seen their skirmish unfold into a border war, I believe I need to keep you informed on some of the things happening in the background. All three nations, us, China, and Russia, have elevated years-long cyber warfare campaign that quite frankly scares the living hell out of me. Yes, I know presidents aren't supposed to speak so frankly to a national audience. But in addition to the infrastructural issues our western states have been experiencing since the disaster, we've had internet and power grid tampering of an unprecedented level throughout the entire country in the last week. Many of our allies are reporting the same, particularly Australia and the Philippines. China is directly responsible for the attacks, and as we've learned in the last week, the naval engagements between these two countries have escalated into a land and air engagement over their shared border. Domestically, I've been hearing from many of you about your dissatisfaction with the combined military and law enforcement actions to fight back a viral and dangerous cartel problem. Many cities are rife with protests over the curfews. It is not my intent to instill martial law, but I want you to know that we also receive thousands of letters and emails every day from citizens in support of the actions we're taking to fight these dangerous invaders. Their trafficking of drugs, sex slaves, and weapons is something the United States can no longer tolerate. Which leads me back to the complaint by Mexico and several other nations in the UN. China has landed more than 6,000 military advisors in Mexico, and the number grows almost daily. And though I can't tell you many of the details we know of their operations, the signs for much larger and more aggressive future moves are evident. We believe they may be moving militarily on the independent nation of Taiwan any day now. And Premier Chu, I don't believe for a New York second that your attack on our ship was a case of mistaken identity. America, darker days are ahead. I urge you to prepare for rough times ahead. Though we're in winter, do what you can to start gardening, raising chickens and rabbits, becoming as self-sufficient as possible. Get yourself radios, stock up on rechargeable batteries. Begin to darn your old socks, don't just throw them away. Stock up on canned goods, staples. Form alliances with your neighbors. Be there for each other. My administration continues to prepare and deploy our military to respond to these grave threats. I'm working with all governors to ensure our National Guard is activated and trained as quickly as possible across all states and territories. And I'm ordering the Navy to deploy a new battle group west to augment our carrier strike groups already operating in the northern and southern ends of the Pacific. The berthing space around Carmen was pin-drop quiet. Though the sailors listened to the president close his speech, most didn't really hear anymore. This is it, Carmen thought. If I'm going to disappear and go away, now's the time. Chapter 8. Meadowview, Virginia. The old tracked excavator had its blade angled, tossing the old gravel road's snow aside as it approached Kyla's car. It played a cacophony of squeaks, rattles, and groans over the smooth, steady rumble of an old diesel engine. Hanging in the air behind the machine was the articulating arm and digging bucket. Lou pushed himself off from leaning against Apollo's trunk and regained his proper balance on his crutches. He started to hobble over to greet the man behind the foggy window of the machine's operator cab, but the man didn't bother to stop. He was only traveling about 5 miles per hour, but Lou thought it peculiar that he went right to work without so much as a "how you doing?" The old machine went past Apollo, shoving a few snow boulders back out onto the paved road. He maneuvered back and forth and got into a position near the car. While Kyla exited her car and joined her uncle with her own quizzical look, Lou saw the man spin his interior seat around and pull on a few levers, swinging the entire cab and arm into a position near the car's front end. He expertly tilted the bucket so it was completely in its upside-down dumping position, and then he used the arm to get the bucket under the front end. Within a few minutes, he'd used the big rusty machine to pick up and swing the car out of the soft shoulder and back onto the gravel drive. He drove his machine back toward the other end of the car, stopped it, and got out of the cab, followed by a friendly German shepherd with a smile and a wagging tail. "I'm Lou," Lou started to say when the old hillbilly stepped out. he saw a greasy, dark pair of thick coveralls and old logging boots climb down. The old man spun under his dirty red knit beanie, and wild gray and white hair protruded out, framing a weathered face. A bushy long beard covered the man's chest. Lou could see that one eye was squinting shut, unsure if he was just making a face or if there was something wrong with it. He walked past Lou's extended hand, mumbling as he did. "Need to get under her and see if a rod is broken," he explained, mostly to himself. Kyla bent down and started petting the dog, finding a worn and faded purple collar with a bone-shaped dog tag. "Rusty," she read aloud. "Yep." Kyla and Lou both heard from under the front end of Apollo. "That there is Rusty 4. He trailed off. "4?" Kyla replied. "Like his lineage has all been named Rusty?" "Just the 4th dog named Rusty," the old codger explained as he tried to push himself back up from the snowy lane. "I just used the same tag over and over," he explained. "Name's Cooter," he introduced, and suddenly burst into a spell of coughing befitting a man who'd smoked almost his entire life. When he did, Lou got a better look at his face and could tell the man had a badly damaged left eye. Everything about the old-timer validated his name. "Looks like it may just be body damage. Can't tell for sure till we get her in my shop. I'm going to plow the road a bit better and bring the car trailer down. Okay?" Cooter didn't wait for an answer. He called for Rusty, who joined him in the cab once more. Almost an hour later, Lou and Kyla were standing next to Apollo in an old barn, crowded with tooling, old engines and transmissions, and shelves of parts and tools crammed into every available space. Cooter had driven Apollo the last bit of the trip and placed the car over an old hydraulic rack that would lift the vehicle into the air. "I think I got a couple of Toyotas over in that corner," the old man wheezed as he lit a cigar. "Take a ride at the yellow Ford. You'll see 'em. Should be able to find a bumper and fender we can pull off and make do." "Thanks, Cooter," Lou said as he started to crutch out of the shop. The odd pairing, escorted by Rusty, headed out slowly in the slushy snow and mud, weaving past piles of parts. "How are we going to pay for this, Uncle?" Kyla asked, with less indignation than earlier, but obviously still annoyed at the situation in play. "I've got money, and if push comes to shove, I've got things we can trade." They made the turn and headed back farther through the junkers, Rusty zooming past Lou's muddy crutches as if they were old friends. But that isn't the question you should be asking. They found the hulks to two older Corollas. The one had obvious front-end damage, the other looked as if the grille, bumper, and right fender may be intact. "I'll take the bait." "What is the real question?" Kyla asked. Lou was squatting around, leaning over to look at the partially snowy hulk to the best of his ability, given the cast and crutches. He stood back up, looking around at the crowded and disorganized scrapyard. He offered as nonchalant of a tone as he could. "How are you going to stay dry down there in the snow and mud, taking the parts off that car?" Los Angeles, California. Doxo peered out around the corner of the apartment stairwell, looking past the decorative privacy hedge that provided a small amount of concealment between the partially open stairs and the parking lot. He scanned all around, trying to get a read on any ambushes that might be waiting. He'd sheltered the family in the apartment all day and well into night. Patrick and his wife never returned. The violence of the intrusion had nearly been enough to convince Leonard he needed to leave. Once Doxo made him realize that he was staying behind in California, the promise that he would protect Mari was enough to convince the older patron of his family. It was nearly 10 p.m., and the pair and Antal were crouched near the bush, building the courage to finally leave. "Antal," Doxo said, "it's time, whether you're ready or not." He unzipped the duffel, still cumbersome though no longer strictly a two-man job since they'd sold off over half of their supply of merchandise. He pulled his pocket flashlight out, which had a rubber cap with transparent red lens over the main head, providing a much softer light in the small space. Antal took a knee next to his uncle. Leonard bent over too, peering into the bag and gasping. "Doxo, where did you get all those guns?" he demanded a little too loudly. Before the three men were the parts of 4 American M4 and 4 AK platform rifles, as well as a few pistols and 1 semi-automatic shotgun. "Shh!" Both Doxo and Antal shushed at the same time. Leonard wasn't having it. "Those are illegal here." "So is breaking into your home, uncle," Doxo said bluntly. "Legal, illegal. Such a blurry line in the new world, no?" The red light revealed a quizzical raised eyebrow look. "2 of these are paying your passages to Texas, and 2 more will get you to New York." Doxo ignored any more grunts from his uncle and ran his nephew through the process. He was taking custody of his own pistol, a Ruger chambered into .22 LR. Antal had shot it a few times, and Doxo knew that though a smaller caliber, nobody wanted holes poked into their body at high speed, even small ones. He'd broken down the 2 M4s that Antal would take as future currency to make them smaller in length. It had been secured as a bundle in a shopping bag, sealed with duct tape and placed into a backpack that Doxo had traded off a pair of cigarette lighters from another apartment tenant. He pulled that backpack out of the duffel, giving it to Antal. "In case we get ambushed or separated," he explained. "Where are we heading?" the lad asked bravely. "The Russians have taken custody of several of the pipelines that bring water into the city from the east," Doxo explained. "There is a piece of it exposed about 1 mile from here for maintenance and such. They'll be using that to get you out of the city tomorrow." "But," Leonard was confused, "what about the water? How will—" "The water won't be coming much longer," was all Doxo said, letting that hit his uncle. "Which is all the more reason you 2 need to get out tonight." His shiny head was starting to turn hazy as his mohawk haircut hadn't been shaved down in many days. He turned to scan the area once more. "See that alley behind the building?" He pointed to Antal. "Yes." "I'm headed for that at the full run. If I get ambushed, open up with that 22 at wherever it is coming from." He took one last scan as the glows of fires around Los Angeles was accompanied by the symphony of firefights, screams, and riots. He sprinted for the opening, preparing to zig and zag his pattern if he was fired at. After reaching the alley, he turned and scanned. Sensing his new enemy was not out there at the moment, he waved the other 2 to follow. Antal stayed next to and 1 step behind Leonard as Doxo had instructed him, ready to push the old man if things went sideways. The trio made their way north by east, with Doxo always holding them up at potential ambush spots. He held them up in the shadow of a convenience store cast by several burning cars out on Highland Avenue, and a mob of close to 100 people who had just smashed open the store and were now celebrating their victory over glass doors by drinking and eating anything from the store that wasn't nailed down. Doxo thought he heard the sounds of a rape or assault happening behind the store, but it wasn't his problem to deal with. The only thing more obvious to him was the absence of any of the police or military units. "Keep scanning," he calmly reminded Antal. "Constantly." He bent down and unzipped the bag, removing the 1 AK-47 that wasn't for sale, his personal one. Both a left-hander and left-eye dominant, Doxo still preferred to shoot from that side despite the injury to his fingers and dramatic amputation to most of his thumb. A woodcarver in Hungary had crafted this stock for him personally, enabling him to let go of the pistol grip and place his 1 knuckle digit into a special groove when not engaged in combat. This allowed his remaining fingers a chance to relax instead of constantly having to hold the grip. He re-zipped the bag and stood, slinging the rifle to his left side and then putting his right arm through the handles of his duffel. With Leonard's help, he had the duffel mostly behind his body. "Stay close to me," he instructed the others. If a smidgen of concern or worry had been present in Doxo, he showed none of it. He strode around the corner at a pace that meant business, Leonard directly on his heels and Antal holding the Ruger at a low ready. The single file of Hungarian Americans strolled past the crowd, drawing a few looks. The sight of the loaded AK being held low and in front of the oddball in the tan trench coat made any heads that had noticed it whip back around and whisper to whoever was nearby. Doxo kept his eyes looking over the crowd as he walked by, his pudgy face smiling almost gleefully. These Americans think they're so tough until they see an unfamiliar predator, he thought, amused. Most of them will be dead in a few months, he decided. Continuing as if he owned the street, which he did until someone with more rifles showed up to tell him otherwise, Doxo led his 2 ducklings the rest of the way to the meet with the Russians free of threats. When they finally arrived, his contacts stepped out of a beat-up U-Haul truck and walked over to greet him near the gate to the fenced-off area. Doxo could see several sections of large-diameter pipe above ground. There were also a few utility buildings and concrete and steel access covers that led to underground vaults. "They're going out in the pipe?" he questioned hesitantly in butchered Russian. "Just a few kilometers, to get past the army roadblocks and checkpoints that have sprung up around that big battle near East Hollywood. We're moving some items in a few hours that will require the water to be shut down," the large Ruski said. "It will be safe, close to 2 meters tall," he explained. "And water will soon be a currency, so we will be the bank." Doxo knew that once this happened, the Americans and the Latin cartels both were going to take notice. He also knew better than to pry into the Russians' business. "Thanks for the warning," he nodded. "I will begin my own plan to deal with what happens next." There, he thought. Now they know I know what's about to happen. Concern without accusation. Doxo knew that a game of dealing with men who would just as soon kill him if paid the right amount of money had to be played by respectful rules. He turned toward Antal and pulled his favorite relative in for a close eye-to-eye look by the back of his neck. "They know who I work for," he said in Hungarian to the lad. "You two will not be harmed, at least not by them. I'm proud of you, my boy." Antal allowed himself to be swallowed up in his uncle's embrace. "I'll get him to grandmama," he promised. "I know you will," his uncle said, letting go. After giving his own uncle an embrace, he reminded him of his own promise. "I will do what I can to protect Mari. As long as she is with those idiots, though, I can make no promises." "Thank you, my nephew," Leonard said, turning as he and Antal followed the Russian down into the underground vault. Doxo watched them disappear, and then looked at 2 more Russians hanging out in the back of the open U-Haul truck, sporting 2 of his own AKs. "It is well," he said with the small flat hand wave that commenced his return trip to the La Brea apartment. Chapter 9. Tucson, Arizona. "Get Tracy on the phone," Granger almost yelled at Bob as he romped on the diesel and sent black smoke onto the car behind him as he exited the Walmart parking lot. He knew the first rule of an ambush was to keep moving. His options were limited. "We gotta keep moving," he screamed in his own head. "Set up a counterattack." "They're going to follow us out to the ranch," Bob exclaimed, seeing the cartel crew's dark SUV pick them back up and start veering through traffic in an attempt to catch the pair. "Which is why we're not going that way," Granger emphasized. He could hear Bob's phone on the speaker setting, ringing. "What's up, Bob?" Tracy answered somewhat glumly. "Not having the best of days today." Granger hijacked the conversation, cutting off Bob a bare syllable into his own greeting. "Bob and I are being chased by a cartel team. Can you set up a counter-ambush?" He practically yelled as he turned a hard right, causing a car that had the right-of-way to swerve. Granger ignored the blasting horn. Tracy was dead silent in disbelief for a moment. What? Holy smokes. Yeah, I just got laid off from work. I can get going right now. What are you thinking? Granger went over the plan with his teammate, breaking traffic laws as the cartel members followed suit. A high-speed chase was evolving in a city that was already filled with stopped traffic and large crowds dealing with the power outages. He finished with, "I'm going to try and buy you about 10 minutes. Tracy hung up to get started on his piece of the plan. "How much ammo you got, Bob?" he said as he was rapidly approaching a large volume of stopped traffic. He made an impulse decision to cut through a small park and punched the big truck right up over the curb. Granger constantly swiveled his head and eyes, trying to make sure he could brake if he came upon a tree or people. "They're following," Bob yelled, turned in his seat as best he could to look backwards. "I got my standard 2 mags, that's it." "Can you crawl over and into the back seat?" Granger yelled back emphatically. "I have an AR pistol in my gym bag." "You son of a..." Bob grumbled, knowing he had no choice. The older, overweight vet tossed his cane over the middle bench gap and onto the back seat. He was already unbuckled and started to crawl through. Granger hit the brakes to avoid and swerve around a group of people who were staring at the oncoming car chase on the park lawn like deer staring at headlights. Bob's butt hit the center console and he grabbed onto both front headrests to try to stay put. "Sorry, Bob," Granger yelled. "Trying not to kill anyone." Bob pulled himself through as Granger exited the park on the far side and was able to punch his truck toward a less crowded neighborhood street. As the chase continued to unwind, Bob was tossed left, right, and up into the truck's ceiling more times than he would ever remember. Granger saw the dark SUV pull onto the same street behind him, but he was still a few seconds from being able to turn. Just as he made it to a crossroad, both men heard the distinct thunking sounds of rounds hitting his tailgate. "They're shooting!" Bob screamed. "I know," was all the former Marine could say back. He veered back out onto City Street and hit the brakes as he turned, narrowly avoiding a collision. The car had also hit the brakes, causing the one behind it to smash into the end. Granger darted into the next neighborhood on the far side of the semi-busy business street, just as the cartel members had swerved around the growing piles of cars in the jam. They drove directly through the outdoor eating area of a small cafe, throwing tables and chairs out into the street as they continued to give chase. "They probably just ran over some people," Bob hollered. "I think I need to get to our spot," Granger said as he made his way onto Interstate 10 westbound and stomped on the accelerator as hard as he could. He passed a few cars directly on the shoulder of the on-ramp, causing even more angry, honking drivers. Granger pushed through the highway traffic, causing a large truck and trailer to brake hard. A loud air horn blasted as his list of haters continued to grow. They sped along the highway, dodging traffic as they went. As the Tucson area thinned into farms and less populated areas to the west, he exited the highway at the correct location. "They're catching up," Bob yelled. "Hang on," Granger yelled back. The bottom of his exit was a farm-to-market road controlled only by stop signs. Granger slowed to about 35 miles per hour, stepping hard on the parking brake pedal as he started to swerve left, inducing a power slide. He hit the throttle so the front-end tires of the four-wheel drive truck would continue to pull the beast as his light tail end slid around toward the ditch on the far side of the road he was turning onto. He popped the parking brake back off, allowing those tires to start driving again as the big truck corrected itself. He sped under the highway overpasses and headed out to the desert. As the chase continued up the road toward a canyon, the gas-power SUV finally had the advantage they were looking for. "They're catching up again," Bob yelled. "Maybe 300 yards back." "How many mags were in that bag?" Granger screamed in distress. "I found 3, Bob answered. He had already loaded the rifle-caliber pistol with short shoulder brace, but the combination of his age, poor health, and the chase had meant there was no use in trying to use it up to that point. "Start shooting," Granger ordered, knowing they were no longer in a place to kill an innocent person.
I'm just too fat to lean out, Bob protested. Shoot through my back window, then, Granger retorted. We need to keep them back.
The truck passed Tracy's pickup, parked on the side of the road just before a sharper-than-normal curve that went around a sharp butte on the plateau about 50 feet tall.
Tracy's here, he warned Bob. We'll be bailing out just after the sharp curve.
The location had been one of the Roadrunner's exfiltration points on a prior mission. Granger's glass shattered and the truck's cab filled with a near-deafening roar and the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder as Bob began to throw rounds at the ruthless enemy.
Hitting the brakes,
Granger called out, knowing he was rapidly approaching a desert curve that normally needed to be handled at about 20 miles per hour. As soon as they rounded the curve, he swerved sideways and continued to hit the brakes, coming to a stop in the middle of the road.
Now!
He and Bob both bailed out of the driver's side of the truck, the old man stumbling and tripping over Granger's gym bag as he did. As Bob scrambled on his hands and knees to get behind the rear wheel, Granger picked up the AR that had fallen to the ground and changed the mag with one lying on the back seat. The cartel SUV screeched around the corner, tires smoking as they came to a grinding halt that didn't quite complete itself in the surprise of the stopped truck. Their front end collided with the tail end of the Chevy, sending Bob flying out into the road. Granger had taken cover at the front end of the truck. He pushed the front of the rifle up over the hood, but he began to take fire, which forced his head down. The man that had been waiting outside Walmart was shooting as he got out of the passenger side of the dark Ford Expedition. He began to walk backward and continued to shoot with his pistol when his head finally gave way to Tracy's first shot. Up on the hill to the right of the vehicles, the former Navy SWCC Boat Special Operations member had planted himself in the desert sage and browned dirt. He'd grabbed the only rifle not locked in a gun cabinet or safe on the way to the emergency rendezvous. His home defense AR-10. The 100 meters from the edge of the butte to the cartel SUV was easily within the accuracy of his red dot sight. The copper-jacketed bullet ripped through skull and brain on its way into the cartel vehicle. The driver and rear passenger had both started engaging Granger's truck from the hood area of their Explorer. The cartel member who Granger had choked out saw the flash from the hilltop and spun, searching desperately for what he should shoot at with his AK. He let out a garbled scream as Tracy's next shot went low, hitting him in the throat and exiting just right of his upper spine. He fell to the ground in a bloody heap, still gurgling and gasping for breath. The sole remaining cartel member dropped down near the front wheel. Hands shaking, he pulled out a cell phone and began to make a phone call. He scanned right just in time to see Granger's shadow as the scarred firefighter and lead roadrunner rounded the corner of the cartel rig and held the man at point-blank range with the AR pistol. The Spanish-speaking voice on the other end of the phone began to emanate from the speaker, inquiring what was wrong. Granger's pistol barked, sending the would-be assassin to see his buddies in hell. He picked up the phone, but the voice had grown quiet after the gunshot. He looked at the screen and saw that the call was still active. The urge to say something clever and brave was there, but common sense prevailed.
We need to get everyone to bug out, he realized. Right now.
Los Angeles, California. But we have to go look for them, Murray pled into the translator app on her smartphone.
I told you, I'm not relying on that thing,
Daxo Sarkani told his cousin in Hungarian with his usual flippant attitude.
Your battery is almost dead. You can't keep charging it on that small hand-cranked device of yours. You have to relearn your Hungarian. In exchange, I will continue to practice my English, but only with the others. With you, I will make you practice our family tongue.
Mari was able to understand the gist of what Daxo wanted. With Antal gone, she was trying to make him understand that she and Dwight were going to leave Patrick's 4-year-old and his wife's extended family in the apartment while they went to find their son. At the same time, Doxo was trying to educate her about why the water was no longer working. "You can leave," Marie said in rusty Hungarian. Having spoken it as a child, every sentence she heard from her cousin was knocking the cobwebs out of her memory a bit more. "We don't need you." She was sticking to simple phrases. "The various ethnic gangs are taking control of the water as we speak," he said, hoping she knew what the word for gangs really meant. "The men who probably took your son and his wife will come back to find me at some point when they think we have relaxed our guard. I dared to stand up to them. This building's pipes," he said, looking around, then dragging her toward the foul-smelling bathroom to ensure she understood, "are filling with sewage that will never go away." He led her back to the kitchen and showed her the several full garbage bags. "The rats will soon enter this apartment looking for the last of your crumbs from your dwindling food supply." "I understand what you're getting at," Marie said. "At least most of it, I think. What would you do if it were your child, Doxo? If it were Antal?" "If Antal were a grown man with a child of his own, and he owed money to gangs," he asked her back, "I would beat him senseless. I'm one of the men gangs send to collect money from fools just like your Irish son." He saw his cousin's eyes start to well with tears. They went distant as she looked past him off into space, thinking. "Do he and Janet have a history involving drugs or men like me?" he asked her point blank. "I mean, before the other day." Marie looked back at her long-forgotten cousin, for the first time speaking to him with a level of humility. "Yes," she practically whispered as her imagination of what true criminals might be doing to her son started to fill her thoughts. "I think you might want to concern yourself with caring for your granddaughter," Doxo stated as he walked past her out of the kitchen and back to the living room, "rather than attempting a rescue mission that you're not capable of." He moved to the end of the coffee table and looked around the room. Dwight was out on the apartment's porch, trying to combine the cigarette butts into one usable blunt to smoke. There were 3 children and 2 other adults. Shelley Gompert was Janet's sister. She and her husband Russ were both restaurant workers from Miraloma that had been cut from their jobs 7 weeks earlier. With little savings, they and their 2 children had moved in with Janet and Patrick until they had all joined Marie and Dwight on the pilgrimage to join Leonard. Doxo switched to his heavily accented English. "Attention," he stated, his main generic opener. Russ had been playing Candyland with the 3 kids. He looked up and then looked at Marie. "Wow, do you actually speak English?" "Can you get wife?" Doxo asked him. He looked out the sliding glass door at Dwight's confused expression and waved him inside. Russ went back to Leonard's bedroom to fetch his napping wife while Dwight came in and claimed his recliner. Doxo looked at Marie, who was just starting to sit in her father's chair. "I may need you to look up a few words on your phone." She shot him a dirty look. "The reality is too grave to not portray accurately." He could tell by her expression she didn't quite follow. "Big discussion," he said in English. After the mysterious and armed Hungarian had taken control of the remaining adults, he looked around. "I was assigned to peacekeeper force in Kosovo," he explained. He held up the ugly remainder of his left thumb. "Not a pretty situation." He wandered over to the glass door overlooking the porch and the other apartment buildings east of the parks in La Brea. "This city is about to become like that." He turned back around to look at them. "Probably entire country." He let that sit for a moment. "Let me see the app," he commanded Marie in Hungarian. He strode to her, taking the phone and punching in his own language. Reverting to English with a slightly surprised expression. "Fact? Shons?" he asked Marie. She looked at the phone and then back at him. "Factions." Doxo scanned the apartment. "Father is gone. Not coming back until Yankees, American army, go take back from Russian gangsters." "Are they understanding this?"
he wondered.
They're like children. You're saying you think the water is just gone? Shelley asked in disbelief. Like, how do you know? What makes you the expert?
This drew a subtle but noticeable look of contempt from Russ. They tell me, Doxo answered as straightforward as he could. What are you proposing? Dwight asked, getting more vocal and irritable than usual the longer he went between hits of nicotine. Should we try to get out of the city? Too late, Doxo said. For a group like this, anyway. He thought for a few seconds. I guess point is that while winter we need to catch rain on. He looked at Marie and gave her a Hungarian word. She said something back to Doxo, and he gave her about 3 or 4 rapid-fire sentences. She then addressed her family. He says we should try to catch rain on the roof, which will attract the attention of the neighbors, so we might as well get them involved in the plan too.
Chapter 10. East of Knoxville, Tennessee. How's Apollo on gas? Lou asked his niece. It was 2 days past Christmas. The pair had taken their time, cannibalizing parts off the old green Toyota, while Cooter used a torch to heat and straighten a slightly bent frame as best he could. They'd decided to take Christmas Day off, spending the day after performing some errands for Cooter in trade. He had no interest in Lou's cash or credit. Lou spent the day poring through piles of long-neglected letters from the IRS to attempt to educate the man on the state of his affairs. He was both appalled and secretly admired the old man's tenacity to quit supporting their greedy Uncle Sam. Kyla had spent the day washing and grooming Rusty, who had taken to both her and Lou quite fondly. Cooter had even let Rusty spend the night in the B&B with them. Though Lou knew Cooter would never admit it, he felt the crazy redneck had grown fond of the pair. "We're going to need some soon," she advised, turning the stereo down. She'd been playing the saved list of Screamo metal off her phone directly, as her streaming music service had gone off-air at some point during the repair stop. Lou had old-school foam earplugs in that he removed when he noticed the volume go down. "Huh?" he asked as he tried to figure out where on the paper map they were in real life. "Below a quarter," she advised. "We just passed through Kodak, right?" "I don't know," the teen said. "You're navigating, dude." Lou looked at his wristwatch to get a gauge on the time and how far they'd come. As he was scouring the highway for the next mile marker, his work phone rang. "Speak to me, Antonio." It was his private investigator. "I got a tip that your wife's car popped is registered in an impound yard in Arkansas." P.I. Antonio Mayhall said, "You guys finally back on the freeway?" Lou ignored the chit-chat. "Really? Any idea how it got there?" "Sorry, Lou. These kinds of local infractions just aren't important enough to go into any of the national databases. We found this through good old-fashioned cold calling and someone nice enough to give us a call back. Confirmed it was impounded 15 days ago. That's about it." 15 days, Lou thought. Well after she torched the house and disappeared. Did something bad happen to her? He wondered. "Where at?" "Little town called Harrison, in the northern part of the state," Antonio told him. "Which is the main town in the county your wife's online friend is from. Which reminds me." "What? Just shoot from the hip, Antonio," Lou instructed. "Dude and his relatives? Well, they do pop up in some national databases. NDX specifically." "Which one is that again?" Lou asked. "Law Enforcement's National Data Exchange," the retired cop answered. "Most of this family has a rap sheet as colorful as a gumball machine. Meth, larceny, armed robbery. Just be careful, Lou. You know, at least until you settle on the bill," he added in an attempt to ease the mood. After ending the call, Lou sat and got lost in thought. After 3 minutes, Kyla figured out he was going to stew on things if she didn't take action. "You figure out where we're gassing up, Uncle Lou?" "Huh? What? Oh, sorry," Lou stammered. He pulled the map back up into focus. "I think we're close enough to Knox..." He was suddenly cut off by the screeching of Apollo's tires as Kyla hit the brakes. Lou shoved the map down and tried jamming his foot onto an imaginary brake pedal that didn't exist on his side of the car. Ahead, brake lights were filling the midday highway. Both Caldwells watched in horror as several cars a mere 200 yards ahead began piling up into each other. One of them flipped over onto its side at high speed, instantly reminding Lou of his highway experience in El Paso. He could feel the older car's anti-skid brakes pulsing, and years of high-speed travel in planes had given Lou a great instinct on speed and stopping. "Gas it and drive onto the shoulder," he screamed. Amazingly, Kyla did as ordered, as did a few other cars. Once they'd re-established a straight path on the shoulder, Lou said at a slightly calmer yell, "Now brakes!" They passed the end of the pileup as she was gaining control and coming to a stop. Once they were at a stop, Lou scanned the mirror on his side, bracing for impact, but the next few cars were also getting stopped in time. "Get out on my side," he hollered as he scrambled to get the door open and pull himself out on his good foot. He reached back in and grabbed her by both arms, ignoring the pain shooting through his left foot as he bore weight on the splint. Uncle and niece hurried down a grassy, muddy slope to safety, followed by others. Kyla let out a bombing run of curse words as a mechanism for dealing with the biggest adrenaline dump in her young life. After a minute, Lou felt the stopped traffic had subsided the threat of any follow-on collisions. "We need to get back up there, see if anyone needs help." He started to lead her back up the slope to Apollo when a sound he'd become all too familiar with started. Gunfire? What? His mind screamed as the popping of at least 2 firearms began to emanate off all the stopped vehicles. "Wait!" he yelled at Kyla. "Is that?" she started to say in disbelief. Lou was already grabbing her by the hand and trying to lead her as he hobbled down toward the tree line, wondering if he would live to make it to Arkansas. What will it cost me, us, to find out what happened to Julia? Acme Ranch, southeast of Tucson, Arizona. Former Marine Recon sniper Granger Madison watched the last vehicle in the evening's planned convoy turn off the cold, dark desert highway through his night vision binoculars. He sat under the hide he'd spent the day building on the hilltop to the southwest of the main house on Donna Wolf's ranch. It was getting late. He watched Roadrunner in training Pedro del Sur get out of the passenger side of Tracy's truck and close the ranch's gate manually. Granger had advised Donna to disable the infrared-operated gate motor until they could purchase a newer and more secure model. He scanned his watch, not particularly worried about the glow of its radioactive painted hands under the log and sagebrush roof he'd assembled. 2140, he said to himself before he remembered to scan the highway for trailing vehicles with his night binocs and the FLIR binocular he'd brought along. No apparent tails, he concluded. He picked up his tablet, which Claude had set up to use the ATAC software. Everyone logged in with an Android device could communicate via text and see on a map where all the other devices were. Though cellular capable, the local network was set up to be used via a private Wi-Fi system on the ranch. Eventually, Bob and Claude would get everyone set up to use it with mesh antennas, too. All clear, he sent to the Roadrunners, which now officially included Donna Wolf, her kids, and her brother Brad Unser. The trainees had been added, but as a separate group. Now that he'd built a semi-submerged observation post called an OP, he didn't feel too badly about making Bob and Claude participate in the field. Though older and with a few age and fitness-related issues, both vets were capable of manning a post to call out a warning of approaching danger. Claude was due to relieve Granger at midnight, until a message came in on the tablet with a mild ping. Knowing the display was set to the lowest possible brightness, Granger still shielded it with a shamag scarf draped over both his head and the device as he turned it on. Claude. Departing to relieve you on station. Can't sleep. Several minutes later, Granger watched Claude slowly move up to the saddle between his hill and the next one to the north on one of the ranch quads. There was a light breeze that made it difficult to hear the machine at a slow speed until it was less than 100 meters from cresting the path to the OP.
"What's up?"
Granger asked as Claude lowered his bag into the gap between the brushcraft roof and the new pit, and then slowly let himself follow it. Both he and the bag came to rest on the floor of sandstone rocks Granger had built.
"Hey, this thing came out pretty nice," Claude complimented. "Be on the lookout for scorpions," Granger warned. "The floor was warm for a couple of hours. I think they're trying to burrow themselves new nests under it. Just stay in the folding chair and keep your boots on and you should be fine."
In the soft glow of moon and stars, Claude's still and quiet face betrayed his shock to RR6, Granger's new designator.
"You didn't say jack squat about scorpions, Madison. Not cool." "Did Karen decide to come out tonight?"
Granger asked Claude about his niece. It hadn't escaped Granger's notice that the CrossFit instructor happened to be divorced and attractive.
"Uh-huh. She was on the fence, but after I assured her that the ambush really happened and I would be moving out here for the foreseeable future, she finally relented."
After the ambush a few days earlier, Tracy and Granger took the lightly injured Bob back to Walmart and retrieved his truck. To the chagrin of Bob's wife, Christine, they performed a rapid load and go of the couple's essentials under the promise to come back later. Granger didn't actually plan on taking that risk unless he had enough trained team members to perform a proper counter-surveillance before they approached Bob's house. He mainly needed to get the older couple moving to the ranch in record time. Claude was a widower, and Granger hadn't been too worried about forcing the prospective roadrunners to move out due to the ambush. He needed them to come to the understanding that it was in their best interest on their own terms and timing. But that wasn't stopping him and the other runners from encouraging them to go ahead and move out.
"Tracy's buddy Pedro came out," Claude continued, "and Fred and Pam." "All right," Granger said as he got off his small stool. "Thanks for spelling me a bit early."
He made his way to his quad and made the slow descent down to the front driveway of the main home. He was staying in the closer of the two bunkhouses, but figured to check up on the new arrivals of the evening. He gave a quick knock on the front door as he entered, as it still felt odd to him to just walk into Donna's home at will. He found Donna Wolf's 11-year-old son trying to bait Tracy into a wrestling match in the living room, something he normally did at the summer pool parties. Granger kept a stoic face as he pretended to ignore it. But for a moment he was glad to see Chandler not thinking about his father's recent death.
"Reminds me to call the girls,"
he thought to himself. He'd warned them of a potential threat, but hadn't called to give more thorough details.
"Too late tonight, I guess,"
he concluded, since they were 3 time zones east.
"What's up?"
Granger asked Tracy. "Pedro's settling himself into the bunkhouse," Tracy said as he continued to roughhouse with the hyper 6th grader. "We'll unload his bigger gear and furnishings tomorrow."
"Roger that,"
Granger said as he passed by and into the family room, where he found Donna discussing the latest worldly developments with Fred Bowers. Pam Bowers and Karen Kirkland were busy moving into their bedrooms in the spacious ranch house.
"Evening, Fred,"
he greeted as he shook the man's extended hand. "I'm still in disbelief, man. Did you guys really get into a firefight with the cartel? I mean, of course you did, but wow! I just don't know what to say." The insurance agent wasn't sure what to do with his nervous energy, as the prospect of moving out to the ranch for safety was still affecting him some. "And this border buildup thing?" Granger nodded.
"Yeah, like I said when we invited you and Pam into the Roadrunner training, this mission seems to be moving from fighting traffickers to being ready to defend America before our very eyes."
He modified the topic to something more familiar to help Fred relax a bit.
"Do you and Pam strictly shoot pistol competitions, or do you guys 3-gun it too?"
Fred's head leaned back a bit as he let his mind wander from excitement to familiar territory. "We do about 2 3-gun competitions per year. So yeah, we hit the USPSA stuff a lot more, but we're not unfamiliar with rifles and shotguns."
"Good," Granger replied. "Tactical is a bit different, but you two will have a head start over our straight rookies."
"Speaking of which," Donna interrupted from over the large island counter, "is your friend Jerome coming out? He seemed very nice.
I may have to go visit with his wife to make that happen, Granger admitted. I think she may be in a bit of denial about the real dangers that are out there growing each day. Oh, he practically interrupted himself. Acme Ranch? I noticed the new name over the driveway gate.
Donna just stood there for a moment in disbelief. You're fooling with me. Granger wore a deadpan facial expression. Acme? She repeated. You know, the company that always helped the Roadrunner by blowing up the Wile E. Coyote? Chapter 11. USS Halsey, coast of California. At ease. Morning, everyone. Lieutenant Junior Grade Raleigh Williams said upon approaching the Damage Control Division of sailors at morning quarters. Carmen was still feeling out the division officer in charge, known as the Divo to the sailors. She definitely did not like her last Divo in the culinary division, but LT had so far seemed to show a level of caring for the sailors he was responsible for. He was slight, with thinning, sandy hair, and Carmen felt there was just enough of a resemblance to Shorty, one of her Washington abductors, that she may never fully like him. Like the other sailors in the rows, she went from a fairly mild and informal position of attention to an even milder position of standing. If it had been a high ranker speaking to them, like the ship's CO, they would have been placed into a middle stance called parade rest. The hangar bay deck made a soft clunking noise as several dozen sailors adjusted their feet to a wider stance. Nobody liked standing in attention too long, let alone in the rolls of the ocean. Lieutenant Williams started up with the information he needed to pass down the chain, something that happened every morning at quarters, which was one of 2 musters the sailors performed every day. As you all know, we start receiving the air wing today. We'll be topping off fuel tanks later in the week, but just remember that Halsey's draft will be changing constantly. We'll be taking soundings hourly for the bulk of the week. A collective groan emanated from the sailors. Raleigh just chuckled. Remember, team, we're the first line of defense against flooding in an unseen space. If our draft doesn't compute, we have a problem. Next, he moved on before the sailors could complain a second time, this is the last quarters in the hangar bay for obvious reasons. Starting this afternoon, all musters and quarters for DC Division will be done at Repair 4. Raleigh flipped a page in his notebook. Our battle group is still being formed, but we do know for sure that the Zumwalt-class destroyer USS Lyndon B. Johnson will be joining us. She is just arriving from an East Coast home port transfer and will be getting a couple of days in port before catching up. In addition to our 2 ships, the battle group will consist of cruisers, destroyers, us, a replenishment oiler, a dry cargo ship, and 2 attack submarines. A hand shot up in the ranks. Garcia? Raleigh said, acknowledging the question. Sir, we've always been called a strike group on deployments. Why the change in wording? Good question, Raleigh continued. Battle group comes from Old Navy. No, not the store, he said before someone could toss out a wisecrack. The mission is evolving, Garcia. We're no longer geared up to go blow up caves filled with terrorist training camps. He paused, lowering his notebook. Raleigh and all the division's chiefs and leading petty officers formed a row that faced all the sailors. Raleigh stepped out of it to get a bit closer and walk around in front of the sailors. Look, the reality is this. There's a shooting war between Russia and China. We've already taken a casualty in the Southern Pacific. The mission of the group will be much different than any of us have seen in our careers, with the exception of maybe the longest-tenured chiefs. We can't sail the ocean freely like we're used to. This group will have more subs, more surface ships capable of hunting surface and subsurface threats. We're the air cover, right? We protect them, they protect us. Any other questions? Hearing none, he moved on with his morning information and instruction. 10 minutes later, muster was over after the chiefs and leading petty officers had doled out assignments and expectations for the day. Carmen was among several of the sailors assigned to go work on planned maintenance. She followed DC-1 Baker and the others back to Damage Control Central, where she could get the proper cards and procedures for draining the seawater filters on a station that she would tag out of service. At Repair 3, she grabbed some tools, rags, and a bucket and started her work in a passageway in the aft end of the ship. Should I tell Ray and Dustin I damn near went UA? She wondered to herself as she worked. That they only stuck around because they're my friends? I don't want to be here, she yelled at herself in her mind. What happens if we wind up in a war? Hey, Martinez, she heard, snapping her out of her thoughts. She whipped her head on instinct, something that had become routine since that atrocity. She gave a casual head nod upon seeing Jimmy Feng, her jiu-jitsu instructor. What's up, Cobra? She said with a small smile. What are you doing way back here? You know, he said sheepishly. The master-at-arms sailors were the ship's law enforcement. A standard procedure when moving out to sea for a major deployment was to perform a small percentage of locker and bunk inspections. Supposedly random, they usually moved off a list of gathered names of sailors who had been in trouble for various reasons. Drugs and other contraband were an issue, just like in any other city. Heading back to a berthing space for some locker checks. Maintenance, huh? He asked, deflecting the unpopular conversation. Never ending, Carmen said. Jimmy started to leave, but stopped. Say, I just wanted to tell you that I thought you were making good progress in class. We're going to try to get some space somewhere to have a limited class here at sea. Knowing you want to improve your defense makes you on the short list if you're interested. I am, Carmen said, appreciating the exercise as a method of anger release, almost a therapy of sorts for her PTSD. But not just BJJ, she added. I want to learn full-on MMA, striking, kicking, that kind of stuff. Jimmy started to head off to his task. We'll get to that. You never know where you might need that skill set, he called back as he walked down the busy passageway. That's truer than most people will ever know, Carmen thought as she pulled a strainer out of a brass valve body and drained the seawater into a bucket. Los Angeles, California. In the 3 days that Doxo had proposed that the apartment group host discussions with their neighbors, he'd inadvertently found himself the involuntary leader, much to his own annoyance. He was not interested in leading people he knew, aside from family. People he didn't know ranked somewhere below snakes. It's as if these children know nothing of survival, he told himself in disgust as each person they talked with began to spew their own wrong opinions about how things should be done. Ideas such as trading old appliances for water and food, or using tampons to stop bleeding were usually the first thing they mentioned. Funny how so many of these Angelinos don't think owning a gun is such a bad idea anymore, he thought. He would be amused if it wasn't so sad. On the Monday after Christmas, he found himself out with Dwight and one neighbor looking for a specific item. The idea had been born from a conversation with Jim, one of Leonard's upstairs neighbors. The plumber was fully supportive of Doxo's idea to not let any more of Los Angeles's winter rain go uncaptured. I could haul some PVC pipe up here, but for what? He posed as he, Doxo, Marie, and 2 other neighbors were on the flat roof of the 4-story building. Look at all the wasted space that would be between the buckets. Doxo had been staring at the cityscape at that moment, watching Army helicopters hover around a building a mere 2 miles away. These Venom Spear operations are moving closer every day, he realized. What we need up here is a pool, Jim suggested, except those are too heavy once they fill. Define pool, Doxo asked Marie, listening as he watched the city. Like a bucket for swimming, Marie said in her slowly returning Hungarian, making the swimming strokes with her arms. Doxo looked at her arms, then whipped his head, looking back at the city. I have an idea. It was currently a day later than that conversation. Doxo had his trench coat up, covering the slung rifle, and looking quite natural in the city of angels filled with wannabe vampires. There was a light drizzle that bothered only the Californians, but it did wonders to drive home his point. They'd parked Jim's plumbing van under a billboard, and Doxo and Dwight were keeping a close eye on a large group of people migrating along Wilshire Boulevard. I found it, Jim said, holding a notebook in which he'd written an address. Soon the odd trio was driving once more, Doxo holding the AK in his lap. A growing concern for him was that at some point an angry mob was going to decide the plumbing van just wasn't worthy of passing without paying a toll. I would rather pay a toll than start a shootout with one rifle, Doxo knew. But if they see one, they might think we have several. It took 40 minutes, but Jim finally managed to find the marketing firm's physical address. They landed at a corporate office with a locked fence around the parking area. "Wait," Doxo ordered Jim as he and Dwight got out. The building was dark and locked, as if nobody had come to work. Makes sense, he realized. Inflation and the unreliable power on internet. Nobody is buying advertising anymore. Come, he ordered, waving Jim towards the rolling gate that led to the lot. He wanted to get to the back, where the work vehicles and storage units might be. Doxo waved Jim to start pushing the gate with the van's nose when Dwight interrupted. "No, backwards," he yelled through the windshield to the plumber. "Take no chances with your radiator," he advised. Jim went through the process of turning around and then rammed the 8-foot-tall gate with his van in reverse, knocking it into a metal mess as he hit the brakes. "Wait," Doxo said in accented English. "Keep eyeballs up." He and Dwight went through the crumpled mess and around the building. He began to look in the back of the heavy-duty bucket trucks while Dwight had checked the rear roll-up doors to the building. "Here," Doxo called out. He gave the big piece of vinyl a heft and quickly realized he didn't want to muscle it back to the van. He strolled back down, pulling the mangled chain-link door out of the way as best as he could. "Back up," he ordered Jim, who knew more from the waving than the butchered language what Doxo wanted. 1 minute later, the three men were grunting as they shoved the heavy-duty billboard liner into the back of the van. "Now we have pool for swim," the wild-eyed Hungarian said with a huge grin, revealing his gapped and crooked teeth. Jackson, Tennessee. And then when the cops finally showed up, they had 2 squads of Tennessee National Guard with them, Lou said into the phone he was holding in front of his chest. "When did that happen?" his new old friend Captain Brandon McDonald asked him. 2 days ago, Lou said. "Hey, hold up, Brandon." He looked at Kyla. "Gas?" "Less than a third," she answered. "Let's find some here rather than Memphis," Lou suggested. Apollo slowly moved down the next exit right into the main hub of Jackson, where most of the supermarts, fast food, and gas stations were. The traffic was thick and slow-moving. "So tell me more about this task force," Lou told Brandon. "I wish I could," the young Marine captain said quietly, "but not on the phone. Just think of it as what we were doing on the road, but put into action. In fact, I'm traveling again soon." Lou thought for a second. Coordinating? He wondered. Are they trying to work civilian militia-type groups into the plan? He knew of the overall purpose of the new team from his conversation with Colonel Jackson, and the curiosity of what that team was now doing was really bugging him. "And this is multi-agency?" Lou confirmed. "Correctamundo," Brandon said in an out-of-character manner. "Well, watch those guys," Lou advised. "They're notorious for viewing the types of people we met on the road as a problem, not an asset." "Yep," was all the normally talkative mentee said. "Is he trying to tell me something by not saying anything?" Lou asked himself. "And Hope and Sarah, they're doing okay in Georgia?" Lou asked, knowing his old partner was purposefully not talking about work. "When's your son due?" "In about 6 weeks," Brandon told Lou. "And she's gotten active in helping the local church with the daily food line. She says it's no longer the usuals, that more and more people who aren't from the Fargo area are drifting in from Florida searching for food or work. Listen, Lou, I should probably get going. You two be careful out there." "Will do, young McDonald. Keep an eye on the farm for me," Lou quipped as he hung up. Kyla had finally made it off the off-ramp, turning a slow, crawling right. "I can't believe this traffic," she complained with a huff. I think this is the norm now, Lou said. The massive pile-up and road rage shootout they'd narrowly escaped had cost him more than their schedule. He'd barely slept since then. The pair had spent the rest of that day waiting to get off the highway with Apollo during the response and investigation. They'd spent 3 hours of the day since getting gas and dealing with what he thought had just been a rattle off the replacement parts. The inner wheel well had been rubbing on the right front tire, and the pair had spent precious time in a parking lot loosening and reinstalling the fender and the grill bumper component. It was beginning to feel like a dream to Lou, the kind where he was being chased by a bear and couldn't move his legs. In fact, he said as he pulled the map from its resting spot on the door, I'm starting to think we should start sticking to the small state highways. I suggested that already, Kyla said in the protest of an omniscient teen who had been ignored. I know, Lou said with a slight whine of his own. Normally I'm all for staying near the interstates where we can have more lanes and cell coverage, but I think you're onto something. Kyla hit the brakes even though they'd only been crawling as a smaller red sports car muscled its way in front of her without signaling. Mother! She yelled, moving her right hand from the wheel to the horn before Lou could do anything. She laid on it, and after 2 seconds a young man's arm moved out the passenger window, waving to them with 1/5 of the available fingers. Knock it off, Lou finally yelled, moving past the cool uncle phase of their relationship. Kyla let off the horn but whipped her head at Lou and gave him a scowl normally reserved for her parents. The pair continued to creep in silence for a few minutes, following the same car into the crammed gas station parking lot. Cash only, Lou read silently on a giant plywood sign. Pay, then pump. There was an occasional honk that got Lou scanning, worried about seeing a repeat of the highway shootout from 2 days earlier. Apollo and the red sports car wound up on different fueling islands at about the same time. Oh boy, Lou thought. Here we go. As he was reaching back into the car for his crutches, he noticed the big fit male from the red car making a beeline for Kyla. He felt for the pistol holster on instinct, glad he'd maintained the discipline to wear it instead of leaving it in the armrest. What's your problem? The young man said to Kyla with an arrogance that was as flashy as his clothes. Kyla stopped moving towards the station pay booth and squared off against the oncoming stranger, confident she had the moral high ground to win the argument. Your friend drives like a jackass, she exclaimed. Lou crouched around the front of Apollo. The tall man just looked and sneered with a smile at the average middle-aged man on crutches, unworried. He looked back at Kyla. Maybe you and your granddad shouldn't take so long to move in line. He laughed at her. He started to turn away. Good, Lou thought. De-escalate. Just let him go. Kyla expressed to the man that he should go fornicate with himself, and he whipped back around with the face of an ego that had been assaulted. Resisting the urge to yell at his niece, Lou crouched over to get between them as the man slowly moved back over. Listen, we don't need trouble. We're both at the pumps now. Just... Shut the hell up! The man glared down at Lou as he stood over the top of both of them. Kyla had started to scream more obscenities when the entire area was filled with a booming voice. Hey! All three of them looked at the new distraction. A tall, heavy woman holding a shotgun had wandered out of the pay booth. Everyone out! Now! But he started it, Kyla objected. Lou noticed the man had put his hands up and was slowly moving back to his car. Don't give a damn, the big woman yelled back. My pumps, my rules. Now scat! While she'd been holding the shotgun pointed high from her right side, she had swiveled it down to her front, now pointing it at the ground and holding it with both hands. Lou had the distinct feeling it was already chambered with safety off. We're leaving, he said with a firm, loud voice. Get in the car, he instructed Kyla. But... Get in the damn car, Kyla, he yelled. Flashbacks to the laundromat incident that had nearly cost him his life and ended with the would-be hero's death had removed all shreds of patience he had left. In the rapid rage of a soured teenage girl, she ripped open Apollo's door and got back into the driver's seat, slamming the door behind her as she did, hard enough to rattle the old window. Lou made his way back and slowly got into the car. Kyla revved the engine in anger, and only the busy packed lot kept her from barking her tires in a tantrum as they slowly left. Lou was looking back and saw the big man and his friend getting back into their car, but Apollo was on the road and slowly moving in traffic before they'd even left. "Listen," Lou tried to explain, but she wanted none of it. "Leave me alone," she said with angry tears streaming down her flushed cheeks. The pair crept in the packed right lane as it became clear to Lou that most of the traffic jam was related to people trying to get gas. "How many lucky breaks will we get on this trip?" he asked himself, trying to focus on not losing his cool with his chauffeur. Chapter 12. TFD Station 14, Tucson, Arizona. "I know, brother," Jerome Washington said, "but Robin still thinks all this is going to return to normal." Granger looked at the two National Guard soldiers sitting in a Humvee parked out in the area behind the fire station. "Does she know they're here to make sure your station doesn't get robbed by a mob when you guys are out on calls?" he asked cynically. "She thinks they're just here because the president overreacted, and now the Guard has nothing to do." "She's a nurse," Granger said as the two men slowly cruised through the apparatus bay. "I just don't get her denial." "At a small private clinic," Jerome reminded him, "and she hasn't been working since Tyson was born, so she's really not getting the full picture." "Ah, I guess I forgot that," Granger admitted. Though his arm was still splinted, he was no longer using a sling. He placed his good hand down for balance as he squatted and sat on the big bumper of the rescue rig. "You familiar with what normalcy bias is?" "Not really," his friend admitted. "It's basically people who can't admit the things going on around them," Granger said. "Still think things are normal. Wishful thinking, if you will. Like ostriches with their heads buried." "And you think Robin has that?" Jerome asked, curiously but not offended. "Seems like it. But it doesn't matter what we call it, right?" Granger admitted with a slight chuckle. "The only thing that matters is getting her to open her eyes before something bad happens to you guys or your folks." A look of surprise crossed Jerome's face. "Did I not tell you? My folks moved to Dallas. Pops got tired of retirement and took a job to help a small company climb back into profitability." "Huh. No, I guess I don't recall that. What about your brother and Robin's mom?" "Jamal lives in Tempe now, and Robin's mom is doing fine. She still can't admit my barbecue is better than hers, but she does make a mean cornbread still." Granger remained silent, lost in thought. "How about your girls?" Jerome asked. "Everything okay in North Carolina?" Granger kept looking out the back bay door at the Humvee. "Yeah, I gave them the full skinny on what happened. They promised they'd keep an eye out for anything weird, but I think they think I'm being paranoid." "Listen, bro, let me work on Robin some more. I need—" Jerome was cut off by the loud station klaxon emitting an obnoxiously loud electronic alarm for 3 seconds. The calm voice of an experienced female dispatcher began to speak. "Engine 18, Engine 14, Rescue 14, Medic 10, Medic 18, Battalion 3. Granger got up off the rig and followed Jerome over to his bunker gear, watching his old buddy kick off his zip-up leather work boots and stick his feet into the insulated tall safety boots and firefighter bunker pants. "Multiple vehicle accident, southbound Interstate 10 at the Spark Avenue overpass," the voice repeated all the dispatched units and initial information as Granger excused himself. "Call me when you get back," he told Jerome, turning to leave. The operator of Jerome's truck cranked on the heavy battery switch next to the seat and then climbed into the rig to get the big diesel warming while the rest of the company geared up. He saw the rescue truck leave the apparatus bay first, a large flexible exhaust hose built into the fire station popping off automatically as the rig made its way out of the station. "Rescue 14 en route," played over the fire station's speakers as Jerome opened the rear door and climbed into the enclosed cab. A few seconds later, the engine and the medic units rolled out under the flashing of red and white lights. Like the rescue rig, they made it halfway down the driveway before hitting the sirens. Granger headed toward the personnel door at the back of the large open bay at about the same time the two citizen soldiers were making their way in. The station's speakers were still playing after the initial dispatch tone. "All responding units be advised, law enforcement on scene, reporting multiple vehicles, including several that are military in nature." Granger gave a friendly nod to the soldiers and headed out to the vehicle he'd borrowed from Donna. He had no desire to get windows and bullet holes fixed while he was still figuring out the new cartel threat. They'd decided as a team to leave all 4 remaining original Roadrunners vehicles on the ranch for the time being. Granger got to the blue Chevy Tahoe and went straight to get his home bag in the back. He pulled out his tri-band radio, capable of several frequencies. He wandered to the front and opened the door. Standing on the frame, he placed a magnet-mounted antenna on top of the big vehicle and then climbed in. The rig had never been fitted with a permanent antenna, so he left the door open, deciding to sit and listen for a bit. Attaching the antenna connection to the small handheld radio, he turned it on and pushed the button that let the device start scanning. Bob and Claude had programmed all their radios to scan through the local police and fire bands. His radio instantly found the traffic. Granger saw that all comms related to that call were on one of the tactical frequencies, so he stopped the scan and listened to just that frequency. "Dispatch Battalion 3, on scene, establishing I-10 command and declaring a mass casualty incident. Give me 2 more alarms and put LifeNet on standby. Also, get the local Army Task Force commander en route." The bait was too much for Granger. The medically retired firefighter had no desire to go gawk at a scene, but the whole military aspect was scratching at his curiosity like a cat caught in a rainstorm. He disconnected the cable antenna, removing it from the rig and throwing it in the back seat. He drove over to Park Avenue and started heading south. He could see smoke coming from the freeway, which caused all traffic in the area to slow. He parked at a nearby Planet Fitness and grabbed his binoculars from the gear in the back. He tried to scan to the highway and the smoke, but he was too low. The area to the west of Park Avenue was an undeveloped sand and scrub hill, so Granger weaved through the honks of a few already impatient drivers and scrambled to the top. He was able to look directly south and see the whole event. There were several Humvees and Strikers piled up amongst civilian cars, some of which were on fire. Multiple police and fire rigs were on scene. Granger could also see military vehicles behind the incident that had stopped. He scanned south and saw that many had stopped ahead of the wreck as well. "Where were all you G.I. Joes headed?" he wondered. Los Angeles, California. The USMC Viper helicopter passed over the billboard rain collection system on the roof of the La Brea apartment building. Too high to cause any draft or dust issues in the small amount of moisture they had managed to collect, it was still one more piece of ridiculous noise. Jim and the other neighbors were making tweaks to the system. They'd used several bags of gravel, pieces of scrap lumber, and contractor's sand to try and build a very subtle slope under the 14 by 48-foot vinyl liner. In the corner nearest the roof access hatch, the low corner in their layout, Jim had cut a hole and plumbed in some PVC pipe with a strainer. In the pipe that ran into the building's HVAC room and from there to the upper residency floor, he'd also plumbed in a check valve and several fill stations. After that was a growing collection of 30 and 55-gallon food-grade plastic drums for collection. As long as there was gravity and rain, the building would have some sort of unpurified water supply. Doxo was ignoring the work and giddy conversation happening behind him. He was watching the activity that had the helicopter buzzing. The two-seat attack helicopter was circling in a high, wide arch around an intense battle happening in one of several X-shaped apartment buildings, a mere quarter-mile north. "I'm not sure what bothers me more," he thought, "that the U.S. military is actively fighting a gang right over there, or that the people right behind me have become immune to what's happening. This damn promise I made to Leonard. To keep a promise I made to my mother." The thought to just disappear had occurred to Duxo more than once. It just wasn't in his nature to break his word. The low-level henchman didn't make many promises, but he never broke the few he did. "Duxo," he heard, catching him off guard. It was Marie's husband, Dwight. "Hey," he greeted in his thick accent before turning back to leaning against the building's low parapet to keep his exposure low. Dwight grunted and grumbled as the big flabby man tried to mimic his odd cousin-in-law. "I know I haven't been much use," he said, unsure how much Duxo understood. He had a feeling that the crazy European wasn't as confused as insane as he pretended to be. "But I wanted to ask you, man to man, what should I do to go find my son?" The big man's voice cracked a bit. Duxo turned to look at him. "I know I can't fight those guys, but what can I do, Duxo? He's my son." Duxo turned his head to face the man. "Nothing. He and girl could be anywhere. If he owed the debt—" Duxo made his little hand gesture to indicate finality, not really knowing how to explain it clearly in English. "We'll take luck to find him or her. We'll take army," he said, pointing to the battle to the north, "to save them." Dwight turned and placed his back on the parapet, facing the rain collection project, letting out a depressed sigh. "Then would you teach me?" he asked with humility. "Teach what?" Duxo asked, back to scrutinizing the battle, half listening, but also contemplating what he was seeing. "How did the gang or cartel wind up taking several floors of that building? How did the Marines and Army come to start fighting them? Just how bad are the poor neighborhoods if this is happening here?" "Anything," Dwight practically begged. "How to fight. How to act." He eyeballed Duxo's custom AK, leaning against the parapet next to the bag that rarely left Duxo's sight. How to shoot. Duxo looked at the man and thought, "I knew it would come to this. These people expect me to arm them, train them, feed them, with no thought about how to care for themselves when the signs have been in their faces for years. Now I'm supposed to save them?" He wasn't sure how to best tell Dwight or anyone else asking these questions that he was not the leader and savior they were looking for. A round ricocheted off the parapet about 20 feet to Duxo's left, and he yanked his head down. "Are they shooting at us now?" Jim yelled as he hit the deck. Over the next 30 seconds, the air crackled and made a whirring sound as a couple more rounds passed overhead. Duxo slowly looked back over the concrete cover. "Yet, how do you say, wildfire?" Duxo called out. "Stray rounds?" Dwight chimed in. "You think those are stray rounds?" "Yes," Duxo said, grabbing his bag and his rifle and low-crawling back to the roof access. He slung his gear and climbed down the vertical ladder. Stepping over piping and around barrels, he made his way out into the semi-open hallway that led to all the upper-floor apartments. He descended the exterior stairs, passing Mari standing outside the family's third-floor apartment as he went. "Where are you going?" she yelled after her cousin in improving Hungarian. She hadn't even realized she didn't say it in English. "I want to get a better look at the soldiers and gangs fighting to the north." He looked up and was surprised to see concern in his cousin's eyes. "I'll be back." Duxo finished the descent and took concealment once again at the shrubs that led to the parking area, searching for unknown faces and potential ambush points. As the city continued to unravel in chaos and the trash began to flow more freely each day, the concern for improvised explosive devices grew in his mind. He now tried to maintain sneaky and stealthy movements, but not at the expense of going into dark alleys or near large piles that could explode. Doxo moved from car to palm tree to car to fence, headed north and slightly east as he went. He estimated that he was now maybe 100 meters from the building. He rounded a corner and used his binoculars to scan the 10-story building, seeing the fire of muzzle flashes in several spots, as well as rounds impacting the stucco facade. The sounds of automatic rifles and belt-fed machine guns ricocheted off the several other buildings in the area. It will be dark soon, he realized. Will this rage into the night? Checking to ensure his slung AK was securely under his trench coat, he lowered the binoculars when he heard the sound of an Army Humvee rolling closer up the street from his right. Movement across the street caught his eyes, and he saw what could only be two members of one of the Mexican gangs getting a rocket-propelled grenade ready to shoot from a tight alley between two buildings. Doxo retreated to the relative corner of a blackened dumpster that had been abandoned after it and everything in it had burnt recently. The acrid smell of burnt garbage couldn't mask a familiar smell from his days in Kosovo. Burnt flesh. He didn't even dare to look. Barely containing the small portion of SpaghettiOs from earlier in the evening, he pulled the turtleneck up around his chin, mouth, and nose, trying to filter the smell. Doxo ducked completely behind the metal skin of the dumpster when he saw the flash of the RPG, which barely caught the rear end of the passing Humvee. It was enough to detonate, however. The bulk of the flying grenade impacted a parked vehicle and the ground floor of a different apartment building, but the force threw the Humvee forward and upside down. Doxo looked right and realized that the nearest police or military units were still on the east side of the building. Anyone responding to this ambush was still a couple of minutes out. He was then amazed to see that barely 50 meters away, two American soldiers began to crawl out of the burnt rig. Anger filled him as he realized the emboldened gangsters were walking out from the alley with rifles to get better angles on the men. One was standing, trying to pick his buddy up enough to drag him to the cover of a burning car. There was a conflict in Doxo, as he knew that he could very easily be on the receiving end of fire from these soldiers on a future day. But the middle-aged Hungarian combat vet looked down at his missing thumb, sitting in the notch of the custom AK that he'd pulled out of his coat unconsciously. He leaned out from behind the dumpster and placed the front sight squarely on the throat and head of the closer cartel man, letting 2 rounds loose before moving on to the other man. After dropping him, he immediately moved back behind the dumpster, not knowing who in the tall building might have spotted him as he slayed their buddies. He shot a glance back at the soldiers who had managed to make it to cover. One of them clearly looked at Doxo to see if he were about to turn on them. Once he knew Doxo wasn't going to shoot them, he began to treat the other's wounds. Doxo saw another Humvee come roaring up the street and stopped shy of where the first one had been ambushed. Several soldiers deployed in a perimeter, some of them rushing to their wounded buddies. Doxo began to move back to his own building before he got scooped up in the confusion for having illegal guns on him. He flashed back to Dwight's conversation from earlier. How can I tell him, man to man, that if he can't run, shoot, and make fast decisions in battle, then he's already doomed his family to pain and death? Chapter 13. West of Cardwell, Missouri. The path of Apollo led to the small sliver of Missouri wedged between Arkansas and Tennessee. Lou and Kyla had chosen to take a thread of smaller U.S. and state highways on the continued trek. I'm assuming that was the first time you've seen the Mississippi River? Lou asked. Yes, Kyla said sharply, not hiding the fact that she was still upset with Lou for ordering her around at the gas station the afternoon before. They'd spent the night in a parking lot in Caruthersville in awkward silence and not getting a decent sleep once more. Oh, happy birthday, Lou said, trying to break the ice. Almost forgot. He pulled a small box out of the interior pocket of his camo coat, the same one he and Brandon had procured from the army. He tried to hand it to her. I'm driving, Lou, she said coldly. Do I have permission to take my hand off the wheel and to take that from you? Listen, I know there's a lot I haven't told you, but Do you realize how condescending you were?" she said emphatically. Lou took a deep breath. "Okay. Since you're 18 today, I think I should welcome you to adulthood by reminding you that conversations are allowed to flow both directions, even tough ones. It's what grown-ups do." "Oh, so now I'm a child?" she demanded. "Maturity level has nothing to do with your biological clock, Kyla. It's a behavior, and you get to choose it," Lou said with just a bit of edge in his voice. After 2 full minutes of silence, Kyla attempted to communicate more earnestly. "Look, I just didn't like the way you sided with that lady," she explained. "We had every right to be there." "No, we didn't," Lou laughed at the statement. "What makes you think we were entitled to be there?" "It's a public place," she exclaimed loudly. "That jerk started the whole thing." "You are correct on that point. We didn't do anything wrong, technically, but it was private property. Our need for gas doesn't trump that lady's right to keep angry and possibly violent people off her property. Don't you understand that? What about her rights?" Kyla went back to silent contemplation. "Welcome to Arkansas," Lou read aloud after Apollo crossed a bridge in the state line. Finally, he thought in exasperation. Both parties were rapidly approaching the point of wanting the trip to be over, let alone half over. "I guess I get that," Kyla finally admitted, "but I still say I didn't do anything wrong." "No," Lou agreed, "you didn't. But laying on the horn was called an escalation. What the world needs a lot more of right now is de-escalation." "He was a jerk," Kyla protested. "Yes," Lou agreed calmly. "The world is full of them. Do you know who Winston Churchill is?" Kyla made a small noise of annoyance. "I don't know. That British guy? The one from Monty Python?" Lou laughed loudly. "Sure, we'll go with that. But he had a famous saying, something like, 'You'll never get where you're going if you stop and throw rocks at every barking dog.' I probably butchered that, but do you get the point?" "Yes," came the exasperated reply. "World is full of a-holes, nothing I can do about it." "I'm not sure if your dad told you this, but a few days before the Mexico incident, I got my butt beaten. A guy got shot and killed trying to stop it. I'm lucky to be alive." She sat quietly, digesting this new story. "That's why I'm trying so hard not to drink anymore," he admitted softly. "The point is, we're in a more animalistic world now. Being sober, being patient. Those are things that will increase your chances of survival. It's better to not start an incident than it is to try and get out of one. I mean, we just witnessed a shootout on the highway, right? And why? Because 2 idiots with tiny egos got into it after a wreck?" The car continued to move along in a steady stream of morning traffic when Lou received a text. "Brandon, Monty finally forced to retire. Jackson's replacement demanding to know where you are." "Huh," Lou accidentally said vocally. "What?" Kyla asked. "Oh, nothing. Work stuff." He sighed, once more wishing the trip was over, questioning just how much hassle Julia was worth, questioning how badly he was devaluing himself in order to chase her. "So, what'd you get me?" Kyla asked, trying to make peace. "You want me to open it for you since you're driving?" Lou asked just a little excitedly. A small moment of normalcy would feel good, however brief. "Sure." Lou slipped the small bow off the jewelry box and opened it, revealing a necklace with a small gold medallion. Thanks?" she said, confused. "Who is it?" "St. Christopher," Lou informed her. "He's supposed to protect travelers." All due respect, Uncle, but I'm an atheist." "I get it, Kyla. I don't mean to step on that. It's symbolic. I'm sure God doesn't assign former saints to fly over our cars and protect us. It's just the thought behind it. My way of thanking you for taking me. As you know, my last trip didn't end so well. Figure we could use the luck." Lou didn't want to admit it, but he did feel like with all he'd been through, maybe there was someone watching out. Too many odd coincidences that went into saving my bacon in that field. Monty disobeying orders like I did for his men all those years ago. And what are the odds that Dumbo would be the pilot that tore those cartel rigs to shreds? "Thanks, Lou," she said. "I appreciate where it's coming from." Lou placed the small gift in the glove box and was about to reply to Brandon when the phone rang, startling him. "Unknown caller," he read on the screen. "Well, it is my work phone." "Caldwell," he answered. "Hello, Lou." He'd know Julia's voice any time. USS Halsey, Pacific Ocean. The odd piping song from the bosun's mate played over the ship's 1MC system, announcing the Admiral's arrival. Carmen and Raylene were amongst a few other sailors on one of the starboard side open-air sponson areas. No available space was wasted. Despite having a massive gym above Hangar Bay 1, there were several smaller ones spread around the ship. The outdoor space offered a view of the ocean while working out with free weights and other machines with no electric components. "Don't the strike groups already have an admiral before we leave port?" Raylene asked her friend. "I guess I didn't realize we didn't have one aboard yet." "Battle group," Carmen corrected as she sat back up from laying on a thin yoga mat on the deck where she'd been doing a set of flies. "And I got no idea. Nor do I give a rat's." "Martinez!" Jimmy Cobra Fang called out as he struggled to get through the hatch. "Give me a hand." Carmen popped up and ran over to help him pull the bigger roll-up wrestling mat through the hatch. He and one other had been snaking it through their storage locker near the Master-at-Arms shack, down 200 feet of crowded passageway, up a steep set of stairs and through smaller spaces to get out to the sponson area. Above the sailors, the air wing was busy turning the flight deck into an airport. Craft were landing and then being transported to the hangars via the large elevators. As soon as all the squadrons of planes, helicopters, and drones were aboard, the first order of business would be letting the pilots take off and land several times, part of getting qualified for full deployment status. The roar of jet engines, both on deck and flying by, had brought home the true feeling of once again training for war to Carmen and her peers. "Don't worry," Jimmy said. "I got permission to secure the mat upright in that aft inboard corner when we're done. This space will only allow one pair of us at a time to roll, but the others can lift while waiting for their turn, I figured." "Did you guys just hear we got an admiral?" asked Jimmy's co-worker, Seaman Guido Maniscalco. The short Italian had a heavy New Jersey accent and reminded Carmen of something born by crossing Snooki with Joe Pesci. "Uh-huh," Raylene said, knowing Carmen wouldn't even bother. "Well, I guess we're ready for war now." "Is that?" Jimmy questioned, wandering to the guarded edge of the sponson. About halfway to the horizon, he saw the small but distinctive shape of the newest and last Zumwalt-class destroyer, USS Lyndon B. Johnson. "Sick!" Guido exclaimed. He'd transferred to the ship several months earlier. Though he'd ridden the ship down to California from the disaster zone, this was his first true deployment. Carmen helped Ray roll out the mat, unimpressed by the ship or Guido. "Sick? First off, nobody says that anymore," she thought. "Secondly, I shouldn't even be here." She was still conflicted in her decision to not take an unauthorized absence. There was still a small sliver of hope in her mind that life would remain somewhat normal, and she wasn't going to risk a court-martial. 2 more sailors showed up for Jimmy's limited space list for his jiu-jitsu classes. "Did you hear the scuttlebutt?" one of them asked excitedly. "We got an admiral, we know," Guido answered for the group. "No, one of our cruisers just got into a firefight with several security boats near those homemade islands in the South China Sea." "Straight up?" Raylene asked. "Did we smoke them for attacking the Berry?" Carmen felt a bit sick to her stomach. The thought that they were sailing west looking for a fight wasn't an easy one. She and Jimmy traded concerned glances. "Can we start warming up?" she asked him. "You got it," he said. "Last thing I want to talk about is going to war with China." "Oh, dang," Carmen said. "I didn't even think about that, Cobra. Are your ancestors from there?" "No, my parents are from Taiwan, which is why this concerns me so much. They live in Austin, but I do have distant relatives there. What happens when they finally get done slaughtering the Russian Navy, and we're what's left standing in their way?" He posited to Carmen, but in front of everyone. "Then we kick their butts, just like we always do," the hyper-Italian from Jersey said confidently. The group began to warm up, and Carmen looked forward to grappling with the annoying Guido, knowing that Jimmy was finally going to bust out the striking pads and teach them how to incorporate punching and kicking. East of Paragould, Arkansas. "Aren't you going to say something?" Julia Caldwell asked in response to Lou's dead silence. He finally shook himself out of it. "You mean something like, 'Hey, did you know our house burnt down while you went to the store and never came back?'" he said with an elevating voice. "What are you thinking, Julia?" he yelled. "I know what you're up to, Lou," Julia said coldly. "You shouldn't be coming here. It isn't safe." "Then what are you doing there?" he demanded. "I mean for you, Lou," she answered bluntly. "You have no idea what you're walking into." "I'm pretty sure I do," he replied angrily. "I got names and profiles on the criminals you've somehow decided are better for your life than I am. And just how the hell did you know that I'm on the way to Arkansas?" "You're not the only one with contacts," she warned. "Kuda's family is pissed that you're on the way. They want to kill you, and they will if you show up. I'm doing everything I can to keep him from sending his brothers after you." "Why, Julia? Why? Why him?" Lou was crying, angry, hurt. "We bonded in a parent survivors group on Facebook. His wife was such a mean and vile person. She drove his daughter to suicide." Lou lost it. "I didn't drive Terrence to kill himself. I was just deployed, doing my job." Lou's tears exploded in red and raw emotion. Kyla took an exit that was approaching, wanting to find a place to park and leave the car. "I was just doing my job," he sobbed, gasping. "Why can't you see that?" Julia was quiet for a bit, searching for words. She was crying too, but not like Lou. "I will always love you," she admitted, "but I will also always blame you. And I think I've grown to hate you as well. You left me alone, trapped in that house while you went on a 2-year bender. You weren't the only one hurting Freeman Lewis Caldwell," she screamed, working herself up to his level. Both of them sat sobbing into the phone, Lou not even realizing Kyla had parked and given him space. He was bawling, and his sinuses had become clogged, making it difficult to breathe. "But I don't want you to die," she admitted, "and you will if you show up here." "I've quit drinking," he said, trying the bargaining phase of grief. "But for how long?" Julia countered. "I saw you in the newspaper, Lou. How long until the next horrible thing drives you back into the bottle?" "Through thickness and thin," Lou mumbled, still sobbing. "Sickness and health. I'm already in Arkansas," he quietly pled. "I just need to see you one last time." "It's over," she said coldly. "I can't." Suddenly Julia's voice was cut off by a muffled shuffling sound. "You shouldn't have come here," a deep, cold, and soulless man's voice said. "She's with me now, and you're a dead man." Chapter 14, Tucson, Arizona. "You've reached the voicemail of Colonel Lou Caldwell. Please—" Granger punched the little red button on his phone screen. It was the third time in a day of trying to call the inconspicuous colonel who'd sat around the fire in his driveway in mid-November. He wasn't even sure the phone calls would make it through much longer in the face of the rolling blackouts. Each one ended with a link to leave a message. "It is New Year's Eve," he reasoned with himself. "He's probably indisposed." "Still nothing?" Tracy asked from the easy chair. The pair were sitting on the wing of an old B-52 in the farthest south plot of the military's famed airplane graveyard. Tracy, though recently laid off, still had his credentials to get uninhibited access to the 2,600 acres. One task for his old job was to prep the oldest craft that had been auctioned off for transport back to their warehouse, where they were recycled for scrap metal. It was decent work that helped the Air Force maintain some real estate for future decommissioned craft. They'd brought a ladder, 2 chairs, and a cooler of beers to watch the area to the south. Granger pulled his binoculars back to his eyes. "Nope. Not sure what he would share with us anyhow." In the background, they were listening to an AM radio channel, trying to glean anything they could about the ongoing beef between the U.S. and a growing list of countries sending advisors and equipment to Mexico. But it wasn't the border the pair were scouting that day. It was the port of Tucson. A large facility to the south was a major stopping point for westbound rail traffic. Lumber, steel, sheetrock, grains, and other large-volume goods meant for further distribution by truck were offloaded here. Between the main rail lines and the Davis-Monthan Plain Boneyard was a large circular track shaped with a few extra curves that allowed for a single string of cars to be offloaded in multiple locations. Granger and Tracy were watching more cars of military gear than they could count being offloaded. "Looks like all of it," Tracy said. "Mobile artillery, bridging equipment, tanks. That can't all be for the Tucson area ops." "They don't need mobile bridges for LEO," Granger agreed, referring to law enforcement operations. "I think there's more to this saber rattling on the border than the news is telling us." "Yeah, I don't know if what Allen did was considered a foreign invasion or not," Tracy said. "But those of us here witnessing the border firsthand all these years?" He thought about his words for a moment. Even though the majority of those people are just seeking a better life, when all the parts of the machine are added up, the sum is a much bigger problem. We have been under the invasion of drug and human traffickers for years. Yup. Los Angeles, California. Doxo looked out the small apartment's third-floor living room window and saw the Humvee below in the mild winter rain. Several soldiers were deployed, standing around, looking. They were grilling one of the older residents on the first floor, another Hungarian. La Brea happened to be home to one of the larger Hungarian settlements in L.A., with almost 600 people claiming that as their heritage in the most recent federal census, living within 6 blocks of the apartment building. It was the reason Leonard had settled there. "What do you think they want?" he heard Marty ask. "Probably just looking for those home invaders," Doxo lied. "Is this related to me shooting those gangsters?" he wondered. "Are they friendly soldiers or upset that I had an AK?" He feared it was the latter. In the 2 days since, he'd caught himself wondering what happened to the soldiers who'd managed to make it out of the destroyed vehicle alive. "We've done nothing wrong," he assured his cousin. He made his way for the door, donning his tan trench coat to cover up the shoulder holster as he did. Once outside, he ventured 1 floor up and meandered to the rain collection system that was under continuous expansion and improvement. There were several neighbors trying not to step on any of the piping as they shoved lumber and heavy bags up through the access hatch. "What is?" Doxo asked Jim, looking for the word. "The commotion?" Jim guessed. "They're building beds on the roof." "Beds?" Doxo said in surprise. "Why sleep on the roof?" "No," Jim said, smiling. "Gardens." He made a gesture with his hands. "Small gardens. Garden beds. Vegetables." "Ah," Doxo said as he understood. "Need the rabbits, too, I think." "Rabbits would be good," Kari, a lady helping Jim, said. "But I bet most of the pet stores are closed." "So? Catch wild rabbits," Doxo said.
"Get cages first," he suggested as he walked back to the stairs. He descended to the half landing between the third and fourth floors and saw that the soldiers were packing up and leaving. He decided to slide down there and see if he could find out what they wanted. As he exited the open-air stairwell, he caught Mrs. Constantine just closing her front door. "Hello, grandmother," he greeted to get her attention. It was not uncommon in some of Hungary's internal cultures and ethnic groups for a village to refer to all the older women this way. "Hello," she said, surprised, stepping back out. "I'd heard we had a young strapping man from the homeland here in the building. Leonard's nephew, right?" She eyed his mohawk and his clothing. "Would you mind telling me what the soldiers were asking about?" Her eyes narrowed with a twinkle. She said something strange that instantly made Doxo laugh out loud, something that would be lost in translation unless explained. "They showed me a drawing of a man in a long coat with a crazy haircut. I told them they were looking for a dragon." USS Halsey, Pacific Ocean. The rapidly clanging bell caught Carmen and new shipmate Mark Swan off guard. It was 23:30 hours, almost midnight, and they were due to start giving a turnover to their watch reliefs in just 15 minutes. "Definitely not a drill," Carmen told Swan, who was on his very first ship after boot camp and schooling. The type of alarm indicated fire, and the number of single bells struck after the initial alarm told Carmen a critical piece of information. It was in Repair Locker 3's zone. "Fire! Fire! Fire!" an excited and anxious voice said into the microphone on the system. Carmen was already donning her Nomex suit. "Get geared up," she ordered as the speaker began to relay additional information. "Class Alpha Fire! 1 TAC 2, 50 TAC 0, TAC Quebec. The Jet Lab. This is not a drill." The entire alarm and message began all over as sailors throughout the aft end of the ship began to scramble out of racks to report for their critical duty. "What do we do?" a loud and nervous Mark Swan yelled. As the pair were in the repair locker for Condition 3 watch, they were already donning their breathing apparatus over their suits as the first fire control party member was sprinting up a ladder from a nearby berthing compartment. "Grab your gloves, helmet, and some phones and follow me to the jet lab," Carmen yelled. She was already sprinting up the nearby ladder as she said it. Every sailor knew where the space was without needing to be told. Jet engines being worked on were moved through a large shop centered in the aft end of the ship. If jets needed to be tested, they could be chained down and the thrust pointed directly out the end of the ship through a set of large doors. There were oils, greases, paints, and fuel lines stored in or near the large work center. When Carmen got to the hose station in the aft port side of Hangar Bay 3, she noticed sailors had already started flaking out the hose, and one of the lines was charged. She ran down the lines, and 2 sailors without protective gear were fumbling to get one of the 4-foot applicator nozzles installed on the line that didn't have water in it yet. Carmen assumed they were the mechanics assigned to the space the fire had broken out in. 2 other sailors came out of the space with the hose they'd drug in and began to cough wildly under the thick column of black smoke starting to pour into the hangar bay. "Is it near the fuel lines?" she yelled. Just then Swan showed up. "Not to me," she yelled impatiently at him. "Go plug the phones in at the box by the station." "No," one of the sailors yelled. "We were back aft having a smoke, and when we came back in, one of the workbenches was engulfed. We may have left a soldering iron next to some rags and papers." Other shipmates came running up and began deploying hoses from the starboard side of the bay. Others tended to the sailors who were still having trouble breathing. "Are the back doors still open?" Carmen yelled. "Is the smoke ventilating aft?" Yes," the mechanic yelled back. Carmen grabbed him by the collar of his coveralls. "Go relieve him on the phones," she ordered, pointing at Mark Swan. She donned her face mask and attached the regulator to the front with a twist, sucking in to get the supplied air flowing. By then, Swan ran up. As she started to put her helmet back on, her muffled but loud voice yelled, "Mask up!"
Carmen picked up the hose with the applicator nozzle, a 4-foot metal pipe with an angled tip that would allow her to apply a large volume and spray of water through a barely opened hatch. "On me," she ordered Swan, still fumbling to get his helmet back on. As she approached the large space door as tall as the hangar bay and opened the 2 or so feet it needed to be when no engines were being rolled in and out, she could barely see the dancing orange flames through the smoke. Just then the first-class petty officer in charge of Repair Locker 3 showed up. Carmen hesitated and looked at him. "Take it, Martinez!" DC-1 Baker yelled before he began to grill the sailors involved in exactly what fuels or oils were in the space. With the newbie Swan backing her up on the hose, slightly less new Carmen Martinez made entry through the smoke now coming into the hangar bay through the entire slit of the 20-foot-tall door. She crouched, and all she could hear was the heavy, rapid breathing of her mask's regulator and her heartbeat in her ears. She knelt just inside the door and placed the applicator high and into the space, calling, "Charge it!" into the radio lapel mic on her gear. The hose began to buckle and twist, throwing both sailors around as it tried to push small amounts of air out of the way of the rushing water. Carmen cracked the valve and could feel the air rush for just a second before water filled the pipe in her hands. She took a couple of seconds to open the valve the rest of the way. Water began to spray into the black smoke, trying to roil through the slit in the door. Just then Raylin and Dustin showed up in their gear and began to mask up. "Hose Team 1 making entry," Carmen called on the radio. "Hold up, Hose 1," she heard DC-1 reply. He walked over to her and knelt. Already masked up, he looked into the space and even stepped in about 5 feet. He turned around and without leaving his knees crawled back over to her. "You're the applicator. Get in here no farther than I am and cover Hose 2. Carmen crawled in as Baker stood and ran back out to issue orders to Raylin. Soon the other 2 firefighters were on their knees directly next to Carmen and Mark. "I think it is on the forward bench and spreading to the starboard one," she hollered through the mask. "Roger," she heard the equally muffled reply from her buddy. With Dustin backing her, Raylin began to move farther into the space under the protective water cone of Carmen's hose and applicator. She bled off and began to flow her own hose, and within 3 feet, Carmen could no longer see them. Out in the hangar bay, DC-1 Baker was updating Damage Control Central on the 2 teams entering the space via his messenger and the sound-powered phone system. Just about all the chief-level NCOs involved in the engineering department, not just the DC division, were amassing further up the bay. If the fire spread, if a firefighting pump suddenly went down, if they needed to secure fuel valves, there were hundreds of items that Murphy could pick to screw with at any moment. "Fire's out," they heard Raylin's voice call out over the radio system 3 minutes after the initial flowing of water. "Hose 2, move in and aft and cover us while we try to blow some of this smoke out." Ray's hose had a variable nozzle on it, one she could adjust the spray pattern. One firefighter's trick was to spray water out of a ventilation route, pulling smoke with it. The 2 hose teams maneuvered around a pair of jet engines on large tracks chained down in the middle of the shop, trying not to stumble in the near-zero visibility. Other members of the repair party were already establishing blowers and large air hoses to begin venting out the space. The teams spent 10 more minutes checking and occasionally flowing water on hot bulkheads and lockers. Shortly, 4 more firefighters with fresh air bottles were sent up the hoses to relieve the initial entry teams. Carmen, Mark, Raylin, and Dustin came back through the big shop door and saw about 200 people. "Where are all these chiefs and officers during the drills?" Carmen wondered sarcastically as she and the others began to pull off helmets, gloves, and masks. What caught her off guard came next. A round of applause, started by her division chief, broke out. Slowly at first. It trickled into an ovation. Captain Richard Carpenter, a man Carmen hadn't actually seen in person since the day she was promoted, walked closer. "Bravo Zulu, Team Halsey," he said. "Great work." He was addressing the 4 directly, not worried about hurting the feelings of the many others still working. This could have been detrimental to our mission without your rapid and decisive response. I feel better about the threats we face, knowing women and men like you are on our team. Chapter 15. Paragould, Arkansas. Lou stormed into the hotel room, leaving bags and items in the car. He grabbed the double bed closer to the bathroom, threw his crutches into the corner on the far side, and set the half-gallon of whiskey down on the side table with a heavy thunk. As he started to tear the seal off the lid, Kyla strolled in and placed his credit card on the desk next to the small, older television. "Lou, please, if you're going to start up, let me get you a cup." He looked at the heavy glass bottle, then back at the crutches, now requiring him to lay all the way across the bed to reach them. "Okay," he mumbled, too sapped of energy to bother getting up himself. Kyla went out and grabbed her own bags from the car, parked directly by the room in the older, run-down rural motel. She rolled her case on the worn, holey green carpet, leaving it by the bed. She took in a deep breath and then slowed herself down subconsciously, not wanting to finish the task she promised as a stalling mechanism. Time seemed to speed up as she removed the cheap, crinkly plastic from the equally cheap plastic cup and walked over. She sat on her queen bed, directly across the small gap from Lou. Lou looked at his niece through puffy red eyes and marooned cheeks. "I'll just drink it straight if you don't give it to me," he said with a soft, depressed tone. "I will," she murmured, "but please hear me out. I came on this trip for you. I think I've earned it." "Go on, then," he said with an irritated head nod. "Please don't do this," she started. Lou grabbed the bottle and started to twist the plastic cap off. "Wait," she said. "You owe me a chance to say what I want to say," the young woman said, eyes starting to tear up. Lou hung his head as he set the whiskey back down, not wanting to look at her as his own eyes found moisture once more. "Would Terence want you to start drinking again?" "What do you know of Terence?" Lou sneered without looking up. "You have no idea what it's like to lose a son. He killed himself because I failed him." Kyla started crying. She pleaded with him. "I lost him too, Lou. He was my closest cousin. I loved him too. He wouldn't want you to start destroying your life again." "Well, he doesn't get a vote now, does he?" Lou almost yelled through clenched teeth. He started reaching for the bottle again. "Then do it for me," Kyla yelled back. "Do it for me." She had an idea and leaned over to the foot end of the bed, grabbing her shoulder bag. She yanked out the box with the St. Christopher necklace. "For me, Lou. I'm your family." With salty tears continuing to stream down her cheeks, she clasped the necklace around her neck. "Please, do it for me, Uncle Lou." Lou grabbed the big bottle around the large body below its neck. His knuckles started to turn white from grasping it. He was trying to crush the glass with his grip due to raw anger. He looked at his niece and then back at the liquid medication. Somewhere in his mind was that little voice that used to badger him when he was drunk. It was telling him, "She's right." "Arg!" Lou yelled as he stood and heaved the bottle with all his might. With no intended aim, it pushed straight through the curtains and blinds, shattering the hotel window before it fell to the ground in front of Apollo and broke open in a lake of alcohol. Acme Ranch, southeast of Tucson, Arizona. "Six, you better get up here to the OP," Granger heard Brad Unser say on the radio. While not fully training in the combat arts, Granger was wasting no time in working all the new trainees into the watch rotation, including Donna and her brother. As Roadrunner 6, Granger was in charge of anything related to branch security and the anti-trafficking mission. He set down the pen where he was using the relative quiet of the bunk room to work on the training plan. It was New Year's Day, and they were starting with physical training and firearms drills the next day. "Someone approaching?" He wanted to know immediately. No. Something you need to see. In Tucson," he added. "In Tucson? What the hell?" he thought. Granger saw that both quads were in use, so he booked it over to the barn where Donna was teaching her kids how to saddle one of the 4 horses.
"Who's got the other quad?"
he asked. Tracy and Pedro doubled up on it to go do a perimeter check, she said, confused because he didn't know that.
"That's right. Crap, totally spaced what time it is," he admitted, looking at his watch. "I need to get up the trail to the OP, but I think the last quarter mile will be too rough for your truck or jeep. Can I borrow—"
He got stuck looking at the horse, not knowing its name. "Cinnamon," Donna answered. "And yes, have you ever ridden a horse?"
"When I was about 12,
he said with a guffaw. Donna started checking the horse's tack since her kids were the one to put it on. "She'll know if you're nervous," Donna said. "Just relax and let her do the work."
"How do I steer?"
Granger said.
"You on the way?"
Brad said with some urgency on the radio clipped to Granger's pocket helm. "What's going on?" Donna asked, suddenly concerned.
"Something in Tucson, apparently. He doesn't want to say on the radio, though. That's probably my fault. I told him no unnecessary chatter due to not knowing who is listening. But if he can see it from here, it isn't good."
"Caitlin, Chandler, start tacking up feather," Donna told her kids. "6, this is the CP," he heard Claude say on the radio. "I think I know what the OP wants to report."
"Meet me by the trailhead behind the main house,"
Granger replied. A few minutes later, he and Donna were riding Cinnamon and Feather from the horse barn. They detoured off the trail that would have led them to the Western Slope Trail, heading to meet Claude near the swimming pool fence.
"There's chatter all over the ham nuts about a big explosion at the Air Force Base," he said. "Plane crash?" Granger guessed. "I guess a jet fuel fire might be visible from here," he thought.
"That's what I thought at first," Claude said. "But the civilian police bans are concerning. It's starting to sound like a terrorist event." Granger and Donna exchanged concerned glances.
"Lead us out, Donna," he said.
"You first," she corrected. "I'll be able to help you more with riding if I can see you." Less than 10 minutes later, Granger was learning the value of leaning forward in the saddle as Cinnamon was traversing the steepest quad ruts on the trail. They crested and traversed the several dozen meters to the observation post. Brad was staring northeast with the binoculars. Granger dismounted, followed by Donna. He handed her the reins and moved around the horse to stand next to Brad. Even without the binoculars, Granger could see a column of black, billowy smoke that was several thousand feet high in the sky near the city.
"Plane crash?" Brad guessed. "Claude says the radios indicate it might be an attack of some sort," Granger said.
He scanned to his left, slowly moving the optics to the west, southwest, and south. "What are you thinking?" Donna asked.
"Well," Granger said with a sigh, "they hit El Paso with drones, right?"
The other two remained silent in the thought that the cartel violence had escalated beyond the gang roundups in the city.
"I'm thinking we need to get any of our other invited parties motivated to move out here. And I'm thinking we need to implement a rule that nobody goes to town except in teams."
Los Angeles, California. Daxo Sarkani pulled the collar up on his trench coat, glad to know that the building would be getting some rain in the new collection system. While not a heavy rain, any water was needed and couldn't be wasted. He had ventured several blocks to the west to check out a different swap meet, not too far from the La Brea tar pits, with his cousin and Russ, one of the extended family from the apartment.
"Not such a bad idea, is it?"
he asked Mari. Having no raincoat, he'd cut small armholes and a head hole in a black plastic leaf bag for her to use as a poncho. "I feel like an idiot wearing this thing," she replied in annoyed English.
"But dry idiot, no?"
Daxo said, flashing a toothy grin at her. The trio had collected jewelry from several of the elderly residents in the building to go trade for food, if they could find any. Daxo, despite his wishes and best efforts, was earning a reputation as the unassuming leader of their apartment complex. More than one person had stipulated the entire reason people trusted him was because he was trying so hard to not be the leader. While Dwight wanted to come on the trip, Doxo wanted Mari's passable translation services, and he wanted Dwight to stay on the roof and watch for other troops or gangs. "Why tar no catch fire?" he asked his two traveling partners, scanning across the street at the large pit and archaeological dig site. "The oil turns into asphalt by the time it gets to the surface," Russ said with a slightly confused look. "Asphalt?" Doxo said. "Oh, like road?" "Correct. The gases just aren't that flammable by the time the oil gets to the surface." This drew a truly confused look. Mari took over in Hungarian. "They say it would take a really hot flame to set it on fire." "Why is it only here?" Doxo asked. "I have read there's oil all over the city." "There's a crack it seeps through," she said, not knowing how to explain a fault line in the rusty language. "But many times it has broken through right here in the neighborhood. It is always a big mess to clean it up." "How deep is it?" The prop mastodon sticking out of the largest pit's east end made it seem like a giant pool. Mari didn't know, so she repeated the question to Russ. "Oh, it's only a few inches deep," he said. "Yeah, that fake mastodon throws everyone off." "So people know." Doxo couldn't find the word, so he started mimicking someone stuck in quicksand. Mari laughed. "I'm sure there are idiots out there who could drown in it," she said. "That's why they have defense." This made Doxo chuckle a bit. "Hold up a second," Russ said. The young man wound up with 3 20-pound bags of rice in his backpack and was continuously adjusting the straps. He bent over to place the burden on his back while he made an adjustment. Just then a shot rang out, and the round smashed into the plywood covering the window of a bistro that had closed its doors permanently. Doxo whipped his head around. Upon seeing the bullet hole, he grabbed both of his peers and dragged them to the ground behind a car. He got down on his hands and knees, scanning under the car, then crawling to its front end to peek around it. "I think it's a stray shot," he told Mari. Just then a woman's screaming could be heard, and a child was yelling for help. All 3 of them looked at each other, wondering if the others were hearing it too. "Wait here," Doxo commanded the other 2 in broken English as he stood to a crouch over the car's front fender and continued to peek over the next car. "No way," Mari argued. "You got the gun, cousin." "Suit self," Doxo said, starting to come out around the car. He looked for cars, though as fuel became harder to obtain, less of them were moving around. Seeing it clear, he jogged across the street a block east of the tar pits. There was a commercial building with a variety of storefronts. Seeing nothing, Doxo moved farther east, the others trying to keep up with him. "I really don't want to pull my gun in broad daylight," he thought. "Not now that the soldiers are looking for me after the other night." About halfway down the long structure's length, the wall and storefronts gave way to a courtyard with a small fountain. Doxo stopped himself from running out into the open at the corner. He barely broke the corner with his eye and saw 2 men trying to take a backpack from a man who was resisting. Another was laying on the ground, bleeding. Doxo pulled off his backpack and unbuttoned his trench coat. He then pulled his fixed-blade knife out of his hip scabbard and placed it up his long tan sleeve. He looked around, picking up an old cigarette butt. "Doxo, no!" Mari said as loudly as she dared. Doxo rounded the corner and started stumbling, head down toward the men, his trench coat flowing behind him. "Back the hell up, man," one of the men said, turning to face Doxo and pointing a knife at him. The one with the gun continued to fight with the unwounded man for his backpack. "Excuse me, but do you have light?" he said, holding the broken old cigarette up as he got to within a few feet of the closer robber. The thug made the mistake of placing his eyes on that butt for a split second while trying to yell at Doxo, "I said!" In a flash, Doxo let go of the spine of the knife blade, letting the handle drop into his hand. He spun up in a rapid arm raise motion, punching the knife blade into the soft flesh behind the man's chin bone. Just as rapidly, he yanked it back out and used his damaged left hand to reach out and stiff-arm the man's incoming right arm, keeping the assailant's blade from getting to him. Doxo retracted his knife arm and then jammed it straight forward just below the man's sternum. The other assailant began to swing around, and Doxo shoved the wounded man directly into the one with the gun. Both of them tripped over the bleeding victim and fell to the ground. Doxo ran after the two criminals, trench coat flaring open wildly. He blocked number 2's gun hand from coming back up at him, and as he raised his right arm over his head, he spun the knife around in his grip. He rammed it down straight into the man's face in a sickening crunch. Both robbers were screaming in sickening agony. Doxo added a few more blows to each of them and picked up their pistol and knife, immediately speed-walking back to Marie and Russ. Marie was holding her fingertips up near her wide-open mouth, hardly able to breathe. "You're covered in blood," Russ said, looking around. "Take these," Doxo said, shoving the gun and knife at his mate while he sheathed his own knife. He stripped his coat off, turned it inside out to reveal the dark brown interior lining, and put it back on. "We go," he said loudly. "Thank you," the old man, still on the ground, yelled out as he tried to tend to his wounded family member. It was not lost on Doxo that the man yelled it in Hungarian. Chapter 16. Seneth, Missouri. 2 mornings after the whiskey bottle incident, Lou and Kyla found themselves less than an hour to the east, waiting at a gas line. Having been kicked out of the hotel, Kyla scooped up her things and her depressed uncle and started driving east before the local cops were called. She found a run-down motel in Seneth similar to the one they'd worn out their welcome at. Lou spent the bulk of New Year's Day lying in his bed, sulking, barely talking, and not eating a thing at all. That night he finally broke the ice on conversation, telling Kyla that he was done taking chances with fate. He laid out all the warning signs from the trip he'd been neglecting: the fender bender, the narrow escape on the highway, the near incident at the gas station. They'd packed up early, eager to get on the road after they fueled up. Lou clicked on Apollo's radio as Kyla maneuvered the half-mile down the main drag to get gas. It was a Sunday morning, and the line was only a few cars long in the small town. "And in Washington," the radio announcer was saying, "President Allen has invited the ambassadors from Russia and China to meet with him at the White House to discuss the ratcheting tensions in the Pacific." A clip of the White House press secretary played. "The president feels that the recent incidents near the disputed territories in the South China Sea, along with an alarming increase in cyber attacks, are events that could lead to a grave and long-term misunderstanding between our nations." Lou turned the radio off. "After we pump, let's head back to that diner across from the hotel and grab a bite." "Whatever you say, Uncle Lou." She got out of the car and saw a sign on the pump. She looked back in at Lou. "Power must have gone out again sometime in the last few minutes. It says cash only." Lou pulled out his wallet and realized he was down to his last 50. He handed it to her and then thought in contemplation. Dang, already? He had brought a bunch of food and water, a lesson learned from his trip with Brandon. I hope we don't need to barter that away. Then he remembered the small pouch of junk silver in his clothing bag. He and Foster had inherited quite a pile of it, and some 1/10 ounce gold coins after their mom passed away. His brother insisted he take it with him on the road trip. Wow, he thought in disbelief. Will I actually need old silver coins to get gas on this trip? After Kyla had pumped gas, she drove back down the road they had come over on from the hotel. We need to try and find an ATM when the power comes back on. They found that the change from getting gas had been just enough to cover a shared breakfast. The restaurant was dark, but the griddle operated on a gas burner. As they sat sipping water, Lou looked out at the hotel Kyla had taken him to 2 nights earlier. I'm proud of you, Kai. 4. She was face down in her phone, looking for some sort of signal to scan the e-world on. Taking care of me. He trailed off without finishing his sentence. Kyla looked up and caught him gawking out the window. What? She asked inquisitively. Look at that truck, Lou said. The old black Ford at the hotel. The one with the obnoxiously giant American flag right behind the cab? I can't stand it when racist rednecks. Most of them aren't, and you know it, Lou objected. What's that other one? Kyla asked with a small amount of condescension. A Confederate flag? Lou tried to correct and deflect her. Actually, that was a unit battle flag. But that's not the point. I think that other one is an Arkansas flag. As if they'd been listening in on their conversation, two hillbilly types got out of the lifted truck and slowly walked to the back of the cars parked at the motel. Well now, Lou thought, feeling paranoid. Look at those meatheads, Kyla said. Boots, cowboy hats. Why, I bet their family tree is so inbred it looks like a phone pole. I don't care what they're wearing, Lou said. But why are they looking at all of the license plates? USS Halsey, Pacific Ocean. Good morning, Team Halsey, CO Captain Carpenter said in the 1MC system. I wanted to give you all some new information. Carmen and Raylyn stopped playing Mario Kart on Ray's Nintendo Switch. They were at one of the tables in a crew lounge near their berthing compartment, buying time to let breakfast settle before going to practice their jiu-jitsu. It took about 3 days for them both to have enough time off between their watch schedule and doing work duties to be able to get together, so they weren't going to waste the chance. Ray paused the game. Let's start with the Jet Lab fire from 2 nights ago. Bravo Zulu to Repair Locker 3 and all of DC Division for an outstanding job. They're my division of the week. Hey, Ray and Carmen both said at the same time. We get the head of the line privilege in the chow line this week, Raylyn said as they high-fived. Martinez! Several of the male sailors in the aft lounge called out, followed by a round of Cleveland Brown-like barking. It was something that had popped up accidentally the previous day, and once bored sailors found something funny, they beat that horse to death to make everyone suffer. I'm going to kill someone, Carmen mumbled, holding her head in her hands. Next, the captain continued, I know the scuttlebutt is on fire about the events in the South China Sea. First the Berry incident, and now the small boat shootout with the USS Shiloh. We are still en route to the North Pacific at this time. Our sister carrier, the USS Theodore Roosevelt, and her strike group are still in that part of the world. We'll be getting close enough to Pearl to get some cod flights, which means snail mail, parts, and some civilian technicians to help us assess a repair plan for the fire. We got lucky with this one, shipmates. We all have to be vigilant against complacency and sloppiness. I won't beat around the bush, team. We're scheduled to join our sister carrier, the USS Ronald Reagan, in the Northwest Pacific to ensure China's little squabble with Russia doesn't affect our use of the seas for trade and diplomacy. Both sides have now engaged each other with submarine, surface, aerial, and even space-based weaponry. But our show of force, with 3 carrier groups in the Western Pacific, will continue to prove as effective at deterrence as it has since World War II. It was Sun Tzu himself who said the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. I know that no matter what challenges we face, Our Lady Halsey and our Air Wing brethren can handle them all with courage and honor. Stand by for some announcements from the XO. Skipper out. Los Angeles, California. Doxo stared at the spray paint on the building. He'd never studied gang tagging, graffiti, and other inner-city territorial markings. The Italians and Russians in New York don't dally in such schoolyard artistic rants, he knew. But the city had started to become painted in the urban camouflage decades earlier, something that grew exponentially in the weeks since the Venom Spear gang and terrorist roundups had begun. It wasn't the gang markings that had been on the south main side of Leonard's own complex since before he arrived that bothered him. It was this new warning, beware the tan dragon. What's a tan dragon? Jim asked. He and Doxo were helping one of the other residents haul bags of dirt and compost up to the roof,
They'd constructed a light framework to hang plastic on, hoping they could grow some starts that would be ready to move to the beds by late February. "Something I don't need," Doxo answered in his thoughts. "Silly games," he told Jim as he hefted another bag of soil onto his right shoulder. He made his way toward the stairs. Mrs. Constantine was waiting in her open doorway. "Doxo," she called out in Hungarian. "I've cleaned your coat for you," she announced proudly. He could see she had the tan trench coat draped over her arm. "Thank you, grandmother," he said. "I will pick it up when we are done with the dirt." He started to make his way up the stairs, sweat reminding him that he'd grown just a few pounds too soft in New York. "The man you helped? He is my friend's husband," she called after him. "Try not to get so much red paint on it." Doxo knew that she knew it wasn't paint. Oh, clever lady, he thought, not really appreciating the Zorro or Robin Hood rep that was building around him. Don't these people know I'm just doing what's best for me? A half-hour later, he'd checked in on Mari's apartment. Knowing Russ was taking a turn watching the neighborhood from the roof, he invited Dwight along with him to go for a walk. He wanted to try his luck at the same swap meet for beans and potatoes, knowing the big man would be able to haul a lot of them on his back. He grabbed his coat from Mrs. Constantine, who'd insisted they each take one of the small tarts she'd made using a no-bake method. They'd headed toward Wilshire Boulevard and turned west. About 3 blocks east of the tar pits, Doxo looked across the street for a routine scan when he spotted him. He grabbed Dwight's arm and pulled him toward the entryway to the next business, a building that housed a cafe and a food shopping complex. It had been ransacked but was still open. A small, older Hispanic man with a baseball bat cracked the door open. Plywood covered the pane that had been broken out on the right half. "We're open, but no loitering," he commanded. "I'm tired of you homeless taking dumps on our front patio." Doxo and Dwight looked at each other, the bigger man confused what Doxo was up to. "I thought we were going to the swap meet," he said as he followed Doxo into the store. The Hungarian held up a finger, saying nothing as he positioned himself in front of the intact left door and stared out. "I said no loitering!" The small, frustrated store owner yelled as he began to draw the large metal bat over his head. "No," Dwight calmly said as he reached out and grabbed the cylinder forcefully out of the man's hands. "We're not here to rob you," he said, still confused. "You need to leave, then," the man said. Ignoring his commands, Doxo looked at him and said, "When those men show up?" he asked, pointing at the tall building across the street. Dwight looked out and saw the bigger of the men that had attacked them in their apartment. "Son of a b—" "Hold," Doxo said, putting his hand up on the man's chest as he started to barge out. "But Patrick," Dwight protested, "we need to go find out what he knows about my son." "Time. Give time," Doxo said patiently. "Smart," he said, pointing to his temple. "Need to go slow." Dwight sighed heavily, upset, but knowing Doxo was right. Whatever his son and daughter-in-law were involved in, the two of them alone were not enough. He let out a giant F-bomb and kept staring at the man across the street. He was supervising as others moved plastic storage crates and heavy bags into the building from a large moving truck. The store owner looked out. "Never seen 'em before," he said gruffly. "Are you guys here to buy something or not? All we have are cleaning supplies and school supplies." "Franco," Doxo mumbled, remembering what the smaller one had called the big man during the intrusion. "Mario wants his money," he paraphrased what the man had yelled. He turned toward the store owner, pulling a pair of earrings that had been entrusted to him by one of the older apartment residents out of his pocket. "Soap," he said. "Need soap, need supplies." He pointed to the men across the street. "And you need to spy on them." The man started to protest and shake his head, but Doxo raised his hand and did his small closing wave. "It is well."
Chapter 17. Springfield, Tennessee. The day before had been slow going for the pair. Lou had lost sight of the odd black truck when they left the diner. Apollo had been running rough, so Lou had Kyla pull over, allowing him to add the bottle of heat that Foster had stuffed into the small space in the crammed trunk. It was Lou's hypothesis that gas stations were probably starting to cut gas with water. They'd also encountered a long traffic jam moving slowly on the small highway with only one lane in each direction. It had taken an hour to travel just a few miles. Horse-drawn carts and farming equipment were a few other things moving on the highway that slowed their progress. In their small-town motel the next morning, Lou offered a few ideas while Kyla brushed her teeth. "I know we have to check out soon, but I'm thinking about paying for another day, just so we can leave tonight. Maybe the roads will be easier to travel at night. You okay with night driving?" "I can manage," Kyla answered. "It isn't my first choice." "To be honest, I've been thinking about pulling off the splint and trying to drive some," Lou admitted. "I have to start helping out." Just then the power went out, killing the television he had on as background noise. "Sheesh, again?" Kyla finished brushing her teeth and moved into the restroom before too many other guests used up the remaining water in the pipes. "If you want to try driving, that's on you," she called through the slightly open door. "But it isn't necessary." "Another idea is to get some supplies before we leave town." "Like what?" Kyla asked from the restroom. "Like some isopropyl alcohol," Lou said. "We can use it in the little camp stove your dad gave us. Start heating and eating some of those emergency canned goods, which will mean not using so much cash." The two ATMs near the hotel had both been out of service when Lou checked them the evening prior. "It may be hard to get cash from now on, and obviously the cards are no good if the stupid hackers keep screwing with the power." He thought for a second, knowing he'd forgotten something. "Oh, and we can add it to the fuel. It will help us fight the bad gas thing." "Whatevs, Uncle," Kyla said as she came back out and washed her hands in the dwindling stream from the faucet. A knock on the motel door interrupted their conversation. Lou left the little useless swing bar in place and opened the door the 3 inches that it allowed. A pimple-faced hotel employee was standing there. "I'm supposed to remind all guests that we have a cattle trough filled with water for flushing on the side of the building." The less than enthused employee moved on without even saying goodbye. Lou's eye caught a surprise. He slammed the door shut. "No," he thought as his heart sped up just a little. He moved over to the window and pulled back the curtain and blind just a hair. He watched an older, lifted black Ford truck cruising through the parking lot. The 2 flags immediately behind the cab were a dead giveaway. It stopped near Apollo for a few seconds. Lou couldn't see in the driver's window as the gray morning sky was reflecting too brightly. "Did her criminal boyfriend actually send someone after us?" he asked himself in panicked disbelief. He could see the truck door open and the shape of a head and hat get out, but the truck next to Apollo was obscuring the view. After about 20 seconds, he saw the door close and the truck slowly moved on to the far end of the hotel where Lou lost sight of it. "Let's go," Lou yelled, catching Kyla off guard. "Now!" "But you said—" "That black truck. Those Arkansas hillbillies are back. There's no way that's random." Lou limped to the small dresser and began to stuff his items and holster into his pants. Kyla snapped out of it and rammed her loose items into her suitcase, zipping it shut in a flash of adrenaline. She reached for Lou's bag, already closed and ready to roll. "I'll get it," he said, limping on his splint and holding both crutches in one hand. "Check the door." The pair passed each other, and Kyla unlatched the security bar and opened the door enough to get her head out. She saw the 2 men wander into the lobby about 70 feet to her left. "Now," she hissed in an urgent, hushed voice, dragging her bag to Apollo. Within 20 seconds, both of them had stuffed their belongings and climbed in. "Forget the seatbelt," Lou said, trying to speed her up. Kyla fired up the little hodgepodge stickered Toyota and backed up, speeding down the other direction of the motel. As she pulled out on the road and started to speed away, Lou saw the two men looking at their empty parking spot. He turned back to facing forward and told her, "Cut onto this residential street." "This town's too small," she debated. "They'll be on us in a few minutes." "Keep driving, deep into the country roads," Lou ordered. "We'll figure out where we are later. The last thing we want to do is get back on the highway." "I don't understand," Kyla said as she started to take side roads. "How'd they find us?" "Credit cards," Lou said. "It has to be the credit cards." Acme Ranch, south of Tucson, Arizona. "Any questions?" Granger asked. He and Tracy Rogers had split the trainees into two. Tracy was running a basic firearms class for those with little to no experience, including Donna's brother Brad, Pedro, Karen, and Jerome, as well as Robin Washington. They'd just moved themselves, their kids, and their valuables that morning. The truck bomb that had taken out an Air Force hangar and the ensuing near-Marshall lockdown of the entire city had been enough to convince her to take Donna up on her offer. Bob was still recovering from the bumps and bruises of being thrown by the car in the cartel shootout. He was watching the Washingtons' young children. Donna's kids were 11 and 13. They already had some basic firearms proficiency, so they were staffing the observation post with orders to report anything to Claude in the command post based out of the guest house. Granger had just explained to all the rest what the basic premise of LRP, or Long Range Reconnaissance Patrol, was. "Yes," Pam Bauer said as she raised her hand. "Where did we go potty?" This one caught Granger off guard. It just wasn't the thing he or any of the other old Force Recon Marines had wondered on the first day of training 30 years earlier. "Well, Pam, wherever you can, I suppose," he said with a slight laugh. "You've gone right to the uncomfortable conversation, haven't you?" "A girl wants to know," she said, nodding with a playful grin. "Know where to go," she added, making the whole group snicker a bit. "That is one of the more unpleasant aspects of LRP," Granger admitted, scanning all of them. He'd had them all jog to the smaller hay barn several hundred yards from the main house in an effort to send a subtle reminder that fitness mattered. They could hear the pistols popping off at the base of the hill to the west, where Fred, Pam, and the new arrival, Daniel Monitor, established some shooting props for the newbies. "Let me pose a counter question. Where would you go right now?" "Back to the house, Granger," Pam exclaimed, smiling. "In the very near future, if you get my drift." "Boom," Granger said. "House just got blown up. Now where?" This drew a puzzled look from a few and a scornful look from Pam in particular. "Seriously, anybody. What is Poop Plan B when Plan A gets taken out of action?" Donna's hand shot up over a mischievous smile. "Not you," Granger said, pointing at her as he looked at the rest. They'd already had the discussion. Pam's husband Fred tried to take her off the hook. "I read in some prepper novels about digging trenches," he suggested. "That's one thing," Granger admitted, nodding. "This ranch has 2 full septic systems. What could we do now that would be a backup plan and also start getting those of you who are uncomfortable with the wind blowing on your crinkle star comfortable with going outdoors?" He wandered over to the end of the group and stopped, forcing them to turn. He was hoping they would see the ranch tractor about 200 feet away. "How about porta potties?" Daniel Monitor suggested. "Close enough," Granger said. "Those require maintenance, but installing old-school outhouses over holes is practical and a lot easier today," he pointed behind him, "than it was in the 1800s. We'll be adding several to the property. While Donna has already ordered a couple of modern composting toilets, the ones we'll be digging will be open bottom. That means keeping them at least 300 feet from water sources and gardens, which should be easy to do out here." "What do we do when they get full?" Donna asked. "I never got around to asking you that." "You ever heard of an e-tool?" Granger asked. This caused a laugh out of Fred. "You mean a shovel?" A chorus of groans and ews broke out amongst the rest when Granger's radio squawked. "A dark SUV just turned at the gate," they all heard Caitlin Wolf's voice announce. "Oh, sorry. Command post, this is the observation post," she said, correcting her radio protocol.
6 copies,
Granger said, which Claude knew meant he didn't have to send it back out via their repeater.
"Donna,"
Granger said as he used a hand to invite her to the horses already tacked in the shade of the hay barn. She mounted Feather, but Granger was now using the biggest stallion, a gray and specked white horse named Lightspeed after the star-like pattern. The pair mounted their steeds and made for the front of the property. They slowed from a gallop to a walk as they got to within 50 yards of the gate. They could see the SUV with 2 men in suits leaning against it.
"What the hell do the feds want?"
Granger mumbled to Donna. "You all lost?" Donna asked cordially, not getting off Feather. She pulled her ranch hat off and readjusted her blonde hair to get it out of her face.
"Granger Madison,"
the man from the passenger side of the car announced. Granger noticed it wasn't a question.
"I can go get him,"
he suggested. The man laughed and looked away to the north as he moved from leaning against the gray Durango to walk toward the gate. He reconnected with Granger's eyes as he pulled his sunglasses off.
"Can you give him this?"
he said, holding a letter-sized sealed envelope up. Granger made a groan of protest as he swung his leg over the back and dismounted the large animal. He held onto his reins as he walked Lightspeed up to the gate with him.
"Is that a subpoena?"
he asked without taking the envelope.
"Are they coming after me for the Valley shootout? Surely feds wouldn't even know about the one the other day. Do they?"
The agent tossed the envelope across the gate. "Stop playing cowboy, Granger," he said, trying to be cool. He stopped and looked at the horse and then Donna, smiling again. "You know what I mean," he said as he nodded toward the sounds of gunfire to the west. "Stop pretending you're John Wayne." With that, both agents retreated to the Durango and took off for Tucson, leaving the pair in the winter dust. Granger picked up the envelope and sliced the inseam open with the tip of his knife.
"It's a cease and desist,"
he announced, looking up at the retreating car. "From?" Donna asked.
"Funny,"
Granger answered her in a roundabout way.
"The military asked us for help, and the FBI is telling us to stop."
He turned and led his horse back around, handing the papers to Donna when he got near her. Her lips moved for a few seconds as she read. "This is such a bunch of BS," the widow said loudly.
"Right,"
Granger said.
"But at least it's not a grand jury indictment," he thought.
Los Angeles, California. Doxo looked into his magic bag to take inventory of what remained of his once mighty gun supply. 4 AK-47s, including mine, 1 M4, 1 Saiga shotgun, 4 various semi-auto pistols, a few extra rifle magazines, and the only ammunition is my 1 full AK mag and some .357. He racked his brain, sitting at the apartment dining table, wondering how he was going to get magazines and ammo at this point in the game, especially in California. His job had been merely to transport the goods. The idea of needing to outfit a defensive group had never been part of his plan. "I think ammo and the bags are going to require a heavy price," he thought with a worried sigh. Men in his business knew exactly what the men with the goods would require from those who wanted them. And each passing day it was going to take something much more precious than cash. "What's wrong?" Marie asked, no longer frightened of the tools Doxo had laid out to count. "And what's with this stuff?" she asked as she peeked into the paper sack from the store. "Mouse traps? Glow sticks? Are these electronic rape alarms?" She almost laughed, looking at the boxes. "You shall see. And I'm still here because I promised your father," he said. "But it will only get worse. I have a bargain to propose." He stopped, wanting her to opt in to the rest of the tough conversation. Marie sat across from him. "I don't think I like the sound of this, but go ahead."
If I can find out with certainty that your son is dead or gone forever, can we leave California?" Marie turned ghost white at the thought of the proposition, and when her color returned, it made her cheeks flush. "He's not dead," she said forcefully, though not yelling. Doxo had started to grow on her. "Maybe not. I said if. All I'm asking is for you to think about the possibility, not to give up hope. Just consider that we will be stuck here with 10 million people, which is a horrible idea no matter who or where you are." Marie stood up and stared for a minute. She was upset and didn't know what to say, so she went to the bedroom to check on the napping children. Doxo stared at the mostly useless weapons, mind wandering back to the problem of the day. How to find ammunition and spare magazines to hold it. The buckshot should be relatively easy, he thought. The device's magazine was part of the firearm, and the ammunition was much more obtainable in California. But the .7.62, the .5.56, and the pistol ammunition, these may take something of value, or someone. Chapter 18. Meadowview, Virginia. Kyla pulled Apollo into Mrs. Gibson's B&B parking area in the late afternoon after 2 cautious days. They took even more indirect small highways, continuing to head east on routes that favored both north and south. Lou had called his private detective about the incidents with the black truck. He'd learned that the pair were most likely Wallace Cuda Jones's brothers, Bubba and Terry. All 3 had a variety of criminal charges, and Bubba had once served 3 years for attempted manslaughter. Along the trip, Lou had spent 10 minutes convincing one gas station attendant that the junk silver was worth something. It took the woman calling her grandmother for her to finally believe Lou. On the drive, Lou had educated Kyla that there was a rule of thumb with junk silver for most of the coins, with nickels being the one anomaly. "About $1.40 equals very close to a troy ounce," he told her. "It's a loose rule, but no matter how you make change with it, it works." Nickels have no silver in them, except for some rare models from the 1940s. The dimes, quarters, and half dollars from 1964 and backwards are 90% silver. There's some stuff for the 5 years after that are 40%, but not enough to use the loose rule. They'd bartered off 3 ounces of silver in exchange for a full tank of gas and some water and snacks once the attendant found out how much the price of silver had inflated. "Thank goodness Foster gave us that pouch," Lou said once they'd made it back to the familiar stop. "If we're smart, we should be able to make it home. Assuming everyone has a grandma to call," Kyla quipped as she parked the car and got out stretching. "I still can't believe my stickers," she complained playfully. "Poor Apollo." "Sorry, I thought it was worth a try." They'd pulled several stickers off her car in an attempt to change its appearance so their pursuers might not recognize it. Once it was clear that they'd have a clean spot in every place the stickers had protected the paint, they gave up. Kyla was not happy that she had a dead spot in her sticker collection. Mrs. Gibson was cordial and pleasantly surprised to see them. After they rented their rooms from her, Lou proposed that he go to town to get the fuel hunt over with. "It could take me a couple of hours, now that we know people have no idea it's a legit trade." "But your foot," Kyla pointed out. "I'll just strip off the splint for the driving and put it back on once I'm there." He saw her skeptical look. "It'll be fine. It'll be just like going to therapy." Kyla finally relented. They relaxed for an hour, and then were delighted at Mrs. Gibson's invite to a dinner of stew and scratch biscuits at no charge. At a little after 7 p.m., Lou finally said, "I'd better get moving if I'm going to get this swap made." Kyla followed him outside, not wanting to address her concern in front of their hostess. "What if those Jones brothers shows up?" she asked worriedly. "Impossible," Lou said. "Last time we were here, we paid in cash, and we traded services with Cooter. The closest thing they have is that we dined in town the night it snowed." He saw her skepticism etched in her face. "Everything will be fine, I promise." Los Angeles, California. Thank you for seeing me, Doxo said in passable Russian. He'd offered the one M4 in his small pile as an offering of sorts. It was purely political. With the Russians, it meant he didn't owe them for the opportunity to meet. With his employers back in New York, who subcontracted to several different organizations, it kept the slate clean. Neither Doxo nor his bosses owed anyone a future favor. Of course, Doxo, Tadei Tchaikovsky said. The graying man was one of the senior capitans in the West Coast network, which spanned from San Diego to Vancouver, Canada. Your last delivery has been quite helpful in recent days. What can we do for you? I'm wondering if you have any tasks you might need help with, Doxo said, looking around, reminding himself just how many guards were in the man's Beverly Hills living room. I'd be looking for work in trade, of course. Ah, the payment. We'll discuss that if we get there. The man took a long puff from his cigar and set it into the crystal ashtray, still smoldering. He stood and walked toward his study. Doxo didn't need to be told. He started following, and so did the 4 bodyguards. Doxo was quite impressed the man was still in business, but then remembered that all the various cartels had invested millions of dollars for informants. They didn't just provide information. They ran interference, often railroading an investigation legally so that it wouldn't hold up in court or actually generate an arrest. I do have one thing that is in short supply, he directed the conversation, turning to look at Doxo as he did. I can always use more girls. Doxo held up his wounded hand. I don't grab women for that anymore, he said. For a lack of payment, no problem. But the innocent ones tend to bite when they're scared, he said, lying about his injury. They don't have to be women, the old Russian explained bluntly. In fact, if they aren't, you'll have more trading power on your payment. Doxo had seen and done some horrible things, but the thought of trafficking children was a true test. He withheld the urge to show his disgust on his chubby face, choosing to use his standard deflection, implied craziness. Mr. Tchaikovsky, he said with a toothy grin and widened eyes, I was hoping for something that might require a little blood. Something, shall we say, that doesn't need to be transported back to you. Oh, Tadei mused. I'm sorry, my boy. I have plenty of people for that. I see, Doxo answered. He strolled to the French doors and looked outside at the winterized pool carved into the hill behind the mansion. I was hoping there was something you needed me to take care of, something you didn't want tied back to your own people. He looked at the man side-eyed, as if he were handing off the suggestion for the man to claim as his own. Tadei Tchaikovsky laughed heartily. I can see why your East Coast analysts love you so much. Are you sure you aren't Ruski? The man laughed for several more seconds. Okay, Doxo, I will give you a task such as this. What is your proposed trade? Doxo held up his hands slowly and pulled his trench coat open on the left half. He gingerly grabbed a paper from the interior pocket and handed it to Tchaikovsky, who started scanning it. This? AK magazines, various ammunitions, a generator, a few radios? What is this, Doxo? It is family, Capitan, not business, Doxo explained. I will be here for the foreseeable future. A light bulb of recognition clicked on the old man's face. You're the one, aren't you? You're this guardian dragon I keep hearing about. I know of no such creature, Doxo said. I'm just the man protecting a few of my uncle's neighbors. Tadei laughed again and ordered one of his men to bring him the smoldering cigar from the next room. He stared at Doxo quietly for an awkwardly long amount of time, truly sizing the Hungarian up. I do have one idea, Doxo. He leaned forward and took the cigar from his man, taking a drag on it. The man's jovial nature had dissolved into pure business. Do you know how to set explosives if I provide them? Doxo nodded confidently. Last question. How do you feel about killing American soldiers?
Acme Ranch, southeast of Tucson, Arizona. Granger sat out on the patio around the covered pool behind the main house, trying to make a phone call. "Problems?" Karen Kirkland asked when she walked up. Granger looked up.
"Maybe. I can't seem to get any calls or texts out. How was your day running shooting drills?"
"It was a blast. I can't believe I always thought guns were dumb. Once we'd worked past the familiarity drills and started shooting at steel and around barricades, it felt like we were reloading magazines every 10 minutes.
"Pam and Fred and the other competition shooters call steel targets ammo eaters," Granger told her. "That's one thing I miss about the Corps. You didn't have to pay for ammunition."
"How long were you in?" she asked, taking a seat at the same table. An evening gust had picked up after the sun dipped below the hilltops. She placed her water bottle on Granger's pile of papers to help keep them in place.
12+ years,
Granger sighed, looking up at the sky in recollection.
I enlisted in the early 90s and got out in 05. Worked in North Carolina for a couple of years, landed the job at TFD, took a medical retirement in 13, 14, I guess 14. I was out of work for close to 2 years first.
"I guess that's related to the scars," she said.
"Not scared to talk about my burns," Granger thought. "I like a tough lady." "Yes, it's not a story I really like telling."
"I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to—"
It's not because of trauma or anything," Granger laughed. "But 2 guys died that night, and people always want to make me into some sort of hero or something. So I just usually avoid talking about it."
"Was recovering from the burns as bad as they say?" she asked. "What a stupid question." She laughed nervously, scolding herself. She started to stand. I'm sorry, Granger."
"Stop, please," Granger said. "Seriously, it's all right. Sit down," he insisted.
As the embarrassed woman sat back down, Granger said,
"I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The burns are bad enough, but the things I put my ex-wife through for 2 years trying to heal from them."
He went silent for a moment, thinking of a painful memory.
"She was an angel. She had to change my dressings constantly. It was a non-stop process. I'll never blame anyone for wanting to close that chapter. Some people just can't deal with that much trauma."
The pair made small talk for another 15 minutes. Karen started to excuse herself, standing and grabbing her water bottle. "You going to keep trying to call your kids?" she asked.
"Actually,"
Granger said, looking at his phone screen again,
"I was trying to call this Air Force colonel about something related to the Roadrunners."
He furrowed his brow as he stared at the screen.
"What is this?"
he said aloud to the text on his phone. "What is what?" Karen asked.
"I'm not sure. Some sort of announcement from FEMA."
USS Halsey, Pacific Ocean, between Hawaii and Midway. Carmen hit her head on the bunk above hers. The royal blue curtains on her bunk slid open as one of the ladies already out of her bunk was making sure everyone was awake for the alarm. At the same moment, the berthing compartment lights switched from the mild red nighttime bulbs to all the regular fluorescent lights. Carmen let out a string of Spanish cursing, ending with, "What the hell?" She'd only just fallen asleep 40 minutes earlier and was still groggy. The electronic alarm screamed a repeating bing noise over and over for 15 seconds before the loud voice of the on-duty bosun said, "Now general quarters, now general quarters. All hands man your battle stations. General quarters traffic route, up and forward to starboard, down and aft to port. Set condition zebra throughout the ship. Now general quarters." The 2/3 of the ship's and Air Wings crews that weren't already on Condition 3 watch had just been called to action. And as the electronic alarm and then the message repeated, groggy sailors from the newest to the saltiest were scrambling out of their racks and trying to don their uniforms, boots, and Nomex flash hoods, and get to their stations as quickly as possible. "I guess it is about the time for a night drill," Carmen thought. About 90% of the time, the GQ drills were during the day. The Navy did need to remind everyone how to wake up, though, and getting dressed was a must. The Navy had forgotten a lot of lessons in the decades following World War II, but the shooting of the USS Stark in 1987 had sent sailors overboard for hours. The silly lesson from boot camp of turning one's pants into a flotation device had in reality been employed successfully. More damage control lessons had been employed and learned when 2 ships hit mines in the First Gulf War. Getting clothing on was a lesson born in blood. The USS Halsey was in a state of organized chaos. Not only were the remaining several thousand members of the crew trying to get to their battle stations, but the ship had to be set to its tightest watertight condition called Zebra. Every hatch and scuttle on a ship had a few designators from X to Z on it. Most of the ventilation ducts were also included to control smoke from fire and air movement if attacked by chemical or biological weapons. This required the various hatches to be shut and closed or bolted down in a way to control a flood to only one side of it. It was essential for full casualty effectiveness to ensure a ship would stay afloat as long as possible, and it made thousands of people trying to get to their required spot in under 4 minutes a near impossible nightmare. At the golden 4-minute mark, the voice came back over the 1MC system. "Department heads, make your muster reports to Damage Control Central." Carmen and the others assigned to Repair Locker 3 started to amass in the passageway of the large locker's roll-up door. The naval architects had decided in the newest ships to stop installing hatches in the space that was virtually guaranteed to need to remain open. "Shipmates, this is the captain," Richard Carpenter's voice announced. "This is not a drill. We've received initial reports from our fleet headquarters, and more information is coming in. What we know right now is that a nationwide cyber attack has shut down the internet and disabled many of our satellites. Our military network is intact, but we don't know for how much longer. Taiwan is under an amphibious and airborne assault as we speak, and the USS Theodore Roosevelt has just sent all her fighters to engage the Chinese. The submarines in our own battle group are requesting that ComSubPac send them 2 additional submarines due to the number of Chinese subsurface contacts in this part of the ocean. The Admiral has sent the entire group into GQ. Our destroyers and our cruisers are doing their jobs, team. CAG is briefing the squadron commanders as we speak. Now it's time for us to do ours. Skipper out." Carmen exchanged grave looks with her peers. The repair locker was fully staffed with DCs and the augmented sailors from the administrative jobs. Not a soul was speaking, but every face said without words that they couldn't believe they were on the brink of war. Chapter 19. Meadowview, Virginia. Lou pulled up the dirt road, satisfied he'd managed to make a trade for both gas and food. Not a big fan of taking the splint off to drive, he told himself. I should try to get the appointment rescheduled tomorrow for as soon as I get back. See about upgrading to a... Lou hit the brakes. It took a second to fully comprehend that he was indeed seeing the old black Ford with obnoxiously large flags. He killed the headlights and put Apollo into park. I don't believe it. How'd they find this place? He yelled at himself. He started to get his splint reinstalled. Think, Caldwell. He scanned and couldn't see anybody. The single lantern from inside the B&B was barely visible due to the curtains being drawn closed. He pulled tighter on Apollo's seatbelt, dropped it into gear, and turned on the headlights as he stomped on the gas pedal. Apollo gained traction on the old gravel driveway. Lou had about 90 feet to pick up speed, and he used every foot of it. He curved his path just a bit, aiming for the right rear tire and wheel. Just before smashing, he pulled on the seat's recline lever and shoved it backward with his back. Apollo smashed into the old truck with enough force to push it forward and sideways several feet. The loud crunching of metal on metal was unmistakable. One or both of Kuda's brothers would be out in a flash. The airbag deployed, filling the space where Lou's face and head were less than a second earlier. He pushed open the car door and tried to get out, completely forgetting to unbuckle his seatbelt. Damn it! Hands shaking, he finally composed himself enough to push some belt back through it the wrong direction. This gave enough slack to unclick the belt. He rolled out of Apollo and hit the ground just as the little mangled car's windshield fractured with the impact of a shotgun blast. He pulled Sheila, the Springfield Hellcat 9mm that Foster had given him, from her holster and crawled around the open car door in the mud and gravel, headed directly for the impact with the truck. With the house to the right, he wanted to get to the far side of the truck. "Come on out, Caldwell!" Bubba Jones yelled. "Your girl's gonna get it if you don't." "Lou!" he heard Kyla scream, getting the single word out before Bubba landed a large right hook on the girl's face, sending her crashing into the front edge of the home's deck. Lou got to his feet, but stayed squatting once he reached the far side of the pickup, squeezing his face as pain shot through the plates and screws in his heel and ankle. Heart pounding, he started duck-walking up the truck, holding the pistol with both hands, waiting for Terry Jones to come around the front. As Lou passed the cab and made it to the front fender, something caught his right side vision, but it was too late. Terry Jones was crawling across the old Ford's hood and pulled himself straight down onto Lou. "Your ass is grass, and I'm a lawnmower, boy," Terry squealed before letting out a pure redneck "Soo-wee" call. He tried grabbing Sheila from Lou's grasp as Lou had tried to swing it on him. As they fell together to the wet gravel, Terry threw a knee into Lou's groin, sending a fresh round of pain into his body. Both men had a hand on the pistol, and Lou used his left hand to smash Terry in the side of the face. Lou was grimacing, worried about being overpowered by the younger man. He caught sight of the American flag, highlighted by Apollo's one working headlight. He threw the gun under the truck and saw the man's face light up with glee. Terry Jones gave Lou a big sneer. "You're done, prick." He scrambled around, crawling to the truck to get under it. Lou jumped up and ran to the huge American flag sticking out of the hole in the top of the bed right behind the cab. He pulled the flag and pole out of the spot, and with about a foot of wooden stick still in the hole, Lou yanked down toward him with it. The old broomstick snapped off at an unclean, pointy break of the wood fibers. Lou looked down to the left of his muddy splint and saw the legs, butt, and lower back of Terry Jones squirming around. He raised the flagstick straight up, and with every ounce of strength, Lou Caldwell rammed the pointy wooden end directly down into Terry's lumbar spine. It made a sickening crunch as the stick made it about halfway through Terry's core. He let out a blood-curdling scream, but Lou had already retracted the quasi-skewer stick and rethrust it down toward the bloody hole in the crook's body. The second time he felt it stop in the ground. Holy hell, did I just pin him to the ground? The cab saved Lou's life as a shotgun blast ruptured the steel frame and glass with buckshot. Terry was still screaming in writhing agony when Lou squatted down for cover. He pulled the stick out again and then reached into the spewing blood to grab the top of Terry's jeans, yanking the man back out from under the truck just enough to get to the chest. Lou gave one final thrust of the stick, aiming for the left of the spine. He didn't hit the ground, but he managed to get a lung and nick the aorta. Terry Jones quit screaming. Big Bubba Jones let out a roar as he pumped the shotgun once and let another round of shot fly toward the bottom of the truck. Without another sound, he strode over to Kyla, who was woozy from the heavy punch to her face. He hefted her like a rag doll and threw her on his shoulder. Bubba headed back into the darkened house and turned off the one lantern, making it impossible for Lou to see where he or Kyla were. Los Angeles, California. "Here," Doxo insisted, trying to get one of the neighbors to follow his limited instruction. "I might as well do all of this myself," he thought, "but I don't have time." "Like this," he said, once again showing the person how to install the small chem lights on the mousetraps. "I think I'm getting it now," the teenager said. "The trap breaks the stick?" "Yes," Doxo said excitedly. He held up a roll of sticky double-sided poster tape. "Put here," he said, pointing to a spot in the open-air hall near the top of the stairs. "Oh, like a tripwire in Call of Duty," the young man said. I got it, he added, taking the fishing line and tape from Doxo.
Good,
Doxo said. He pointed to the boy's sister. Come. He pulled one of the electronic rape alarms, activated when a wrist lanyard pulled a pin out of it, and pointed to another choke point.
Same thing here, please,
he said, pointing. He went down to the first floor to check on one of Grandmother Constantine's neighbors and his progress on the same task. Out of experienced habit, Doxo went and scanned the south side of the street and lot from the corner as soon as he finished his descent. The security measures were occupying his mind as he wrestled with what he'd learned at the Russian Capitan's mansion. They'd provided the Tan Dragon with materials to make an IED, and a piece of intelligence he wished he didn't possess. In exchange for his requested items free and clear, he needed to hit an American convoy the following morning. The Russians had somehow procured the schedule and route of agents and military officers from Washington, D.C. They didn't care who they were or why they were in Los Angeles. Placing the bomb where instructed would make it appear as if the Mexican cartel had done it. Doxo had already been paid his goods, and if he lived through the night, he would start teaching everyone how to operate the small supply of AKs and handguns. An hour earlier, he'd given Mari a crash course on the Saiga shotgun, just in case. Doxo snapped himself out of daydreaming about his dreadful all-night trek and task. He took another scan, wondering if Karma was indeed a bitch. Will this be the night that Mario's gang comes here to teach me a lesson? Meadowview, Virginia. The front window on the country home shattered in a loud crash as a chair flew through it.
"You're going to get this girl killed, Caldwell,"
Bubba yelled from inside the home.
"Terry, talk to me, boy,"
the man pleaded, trying to convince himself his brother was somehow still in the game. After retrieving the pistol from under the truck, Lou had maneuvered himself about 50 feet out from the side corner, taking cover behind a small decorative gazebo. In the half-moon, he had a decent view of the front porch and near side. He'd be able to see if Bubba went straight out the back. Lou's concern was if he went to the right when he fled out the back porch. It would lead deep into the Virginia woods, and Lou would never know he was gone.
"Your brother is just knocked out,"
Lou lied, trying to buy time so he could think.
"Don't do anything desperate, please." "You're a liar,"
Bubba retorted.
"I saw you."
Lou could hear desperation in the man's voice, and his tone. He caught the sight of white light occasionally breaking through the trees near the road. Whoever it was, Lou couldn't tell as the headlights pulled into the driveway.
"No cops,"
Bubba yelled from inside.
"Kimberly?"
Lou heard Cooter's voice call out. Both he and Rusty stepped in front of the old truck's headlights, the dog on alert.
"Cooter,"
Lou called out from the side yard.
"It's Lou. Take cover."
A shot rang out from the living room window, breaking one of the headlights. The one remaining headlight, combined with the one still emanating light from Apollo, made from an odd dancing of shadows across the front yard and driveway. Rusty started to bark viciously as Cooter grabbed him by the collar and dragged the dog back behind his open driver's door under full protest. A second shotgun blast hit the truck's grill but missed the second headlight.
"Get out of here!"
a fully enraged Bubba yelled.
"I can't if you keep shooting my truck, mister,"
Cooter yelled back. A second vehicle pulled into the driveway.
"Get back, Hank!"
he screamed. The truck stopped and a door started to open. At the same moment, Lou started to run back towards the cover of the black truck, pain shooting through his healing wound. A shotgun blast erupted and hit the ground directly behind him. He dove headfirst behind the front wheel, not even thinking about Terry's corpse 4 feet away.
"Cooter,"
Lou yelled.
"He's got Kyla. No cops. No cops," he screamed.
He saw Cooter's silhouette, still dragging the snarling German shepherd as he stooped and ran back to the other truck. After several seconds, he ran back toward the rear of his own, holding a hunting rifle. The second truck spun gravel in a loud roar as its driver went back down to the end of the dirt road.
"Lou,"
Cooter yelled out. What in tarnation is happening here? I need you to cover this side, Lou yelled at Cooter. He raised the pistol but couldn't see any sign of Bubba, his shotgun, or Kyla. Without another word, he sprinted for the woods past the gazebo and started flanking the structure before Bubba thought to squirt out the back. Acme Ranch, southeast of Tucson, Arizona.
Is it an EMP?
Granger asked Claude in concern. He'd called a meeting of everyone in the main home's living room after Bob reported widespread power outages across most of the country all at once. There was a pair of camping lanterns casting soft white light and dark shadows across everyone's faces. The only one absent was Pedro, on watch at the OP. No, Claude said, nodding toward Bob. We've had no problems running the radios that weren't in Faraday boxes. The quads and generators aren't fried, and we're still getting reports that power is on in several cities in the Midwest and New England. This seems more like a grid attack. But the internet is out everywhere? Pam Bowers asked in alarm.
As best as we can tell, Bob added. At least for us. Not sure about the government.
What's this mean? Robin Washington asked, the worry in her words not hiding itself.
I'll tell you what it means,
the other new arrival, Daniel Monitor, said.
It means it's finally hitting the fan. Okay, everyone, Granger said, elevating his voice to a level of authority that wasn't quite yelling. Let's not speculate. Not just yet. Daniel, can you take the second quad up and relieve Pedro on watch?
He looked around the room before the man could answer, saying,
I think a few of us should gear up and head south. Go check out what the military is up to near the border.
Why me? Daniel protested.
Because I don't trust you yet,
Granger said bluntly, looking directly in the younger man's eyes. After an awkward silence, Daniel quietly conceded, though the hurt was apparent even in the light of lanterns. Okay. He made his way out of the room.
Tracy, you'll lead a second truck, but once we're out there, I'll probably post you as a QRF.
Wow, Granger thought to himself in surprise. We're actually going to have a quick reaction force. I'll take Pedro and Fred. You take Jerome, Karen, and Pam. What about me? Donna's brother Brad asked.
You're Donna's most trusted helper, Granger said, and the uncle of Dave's kids. And this is just a scout mission. I don't want too many noobs out there tripping in the brush with literally 3 days of training.
Brad nodded in understanding. Granger looked at Claude and Bob.
My team will use the handle Anvil. Tracy, yours will be Rocket.
Let's all drink a big glass of water, hit the toilet, and gear up. Chapter 20. Meadowview, Virginia. The dawn was creeping over the Virginia elm, maple, and oak trees. Lou's falling head jerked him back out of the approaching slumber. Did I fall asleep? He panicked. When did it start getting light? The country standoff had, against all odds, been contained to just the 5 people and now 2 dogs involved. Early in the crisis, Lou noticed Rusty and Cooter take up his old spot near the gazebo. He crept through the trees, navigating around the rural home back toward the old junker. Cooter had informed him that Hank had brought his bloodhound Emily in his truck. She was asleep in a covered cage, a mere 100 yards up the road. He'd taken up a position on the far side of the driveway. The trio had been able to set up a 3-pronged watch over the house. We can't stay out here forever, Cooter said. Hank and I will buy you some time, Lou. But at some point, we either need to get this guy or call the deputies. Lou had pondered on that all night. The fear that the redneck psycho would harm or kill Kyla was too much to bear. He'd not heard a sound from her all night, nor from Mrs. Gibson, who Lou presumed was already dead. The long night became longer as the initial adrenaline wore off. Julia, he thought, why these men? Why send them? Why involve yourself with a criminal, with a man who would send his brothers to kill me? Over the hours, Lou finally reached an awakening. God, if you're there, then you know how much I loved Terrence. how much I still love Julia. But I'm done. I can't keep doing this. Help me. Help me let her go. And please help me rescue Kyla. USS Halsey, Pacific Ocean. The crew had been placed in Condition 2, a relaxed state of general quarters meant for sustained durations. MREs could be issued. A small percentage of people could go to the bathroom or catch a nap. The crew of USS Halsey had been in that state for almost 16 hours. They launched twice more than usual the number of surveillance drones and combat aircraft patrols. When they could suspend flight operations for a few hours, the supercarrier continued to plow west at almost 40 knots, catching up to the center of their battle group. The ships were now spread out in a rough circle almost 120 nautical miles wide, the two submarines moving at will. Then word came from the Southern Pacific. We've been hacked. It started with the planes. Most of the FA-18s and F-35s had sped to Taiwan and engaged the Chinese aircraft as they retreated from their attacks and airborne drops. The remainder were starting their second sorties against the several Chinese military bases constructed into the man-made islands of the South China Sea. The Chinese defenses were overwhelmed by the superior American electronic jamming EA-18G prowlers and accompanying attack fighters. Suddenly, every American aircraft, fighters, and support craft began to kamikaze themselves into first each other and then the supporting ships in the USS Theodore Roosevelt strike group. 3 destroyers were hacked. One of them rammed both the group's non-combatant support ships and one amphibious ship full of U.S. Marines. The other 2 ships managed to subvert the horrifying hack by shutting down all digitized communication links, only to be attacked by autonomous torpedo drones that had been silently sitting for months, stored in submerged pods in the atolls and waiting for the kill order to come in. A 6-foot solid tungsten hypersonic projectile rocketed out of low orbit, barely catching the aircraft carrier on the port side, but it was enough. The inertial energy was equivalent to several nuclear explosions, even with no warhead. As the device passed through the decks and bulkheads at several Mach speed, metal melted and exploded from the heat and friction. Jet fuel tanks caught on fire as the rippling shockwave passed through the ship's structure, collapsing in on itself. The engineering spaces and reactors began to flood and then steam violently. Magazines full of aircraft bombs and missiles began to explode. The carrier broke into 2 shredded pieces from the port side, almost tearing completely through. It rolled over onto its side and slowly started to sink. In space, Chinese loitering munitions drones suddenly came to life like phoenixes. The 1-meter missile-shaped robots, sitting and charging their batteries in the sun for over 3 years, floated like pieces of space trash in high orbits, certain not to decay for close to 2 decades. Designed for ground signal course correction, each munition started gaining momentum through a series of 10 microbursts of their computerized compressed gas engines, which were kept warm by the solar heaters. Once the ground and onboard computers calculated the proper orbit path for their intended targets, they were launched at gravity-assisted speeds near 800 kilometers per hour. 70% of them found their marks, knocking out hundreds of United States Space Force satellites. While not all of them, it still dealt a devastating blow to the command and control structure and secure communications network. Carmen and Raylin were in the female restroom called ahead on a Navy ship, discussing the CO's update on the events. This ship remained in Condition 2 and was getting ready for a new round of air ops to trade patrol fighters and drones out with fresh units. "I feel like crying, but I don't want the men to judge me for it," Raylin confided as the 2 women sat on side-by-side toilets, the water in the bowl rocking with the seas. "Go ahead," Carmen said. "I won't judge you." Though she couldn't hear it, she knew from her friend's voice she'd already started. Carmen confessed, "I'm scared too." "You don't show it," Raylin murmured. "You're always so quiet, so stoic." "I've never told anyone about what happened to me," Carmen admitted, "and I don't know if I ever will." She paused, thinking about it for a bit. But once you're dead inside, there's not much they can do to you. Except not see your family ever again, she knew. She started to tear up a bit. Do not sob, you baby. Don't cry like a girl, she scolded herself. But if it helps you, Ray, I'm crying too. I'm not so scared of being out here, but I am sad I'll never see my family again. Don't talk like that, her tall friend said through the stainless steel stall wall. We don't know what's going to happen. Neither did the people on the TR, Carmen said without consideration, referring to the presumed dead from the sunken carrier and other ships. The ship's 1MC started screaming the dreaded general quarters alarm. Both women and the few others who had trickled into the head on their small break started to clean and dress themselves. Never had a general quarters alarm made Carmen's heart pound with dread like this one. The few people that had been out tending to requirements made this race to battle stations much less hectic. All hands, this is the captain. The cruiser Princeton, 65 miles to the northwest, has just been hit with a subsurface-launched cruise missile. Our battle group submarines and destroyers are actively engaging 8 known submerged contacts, and we have an unknown high-orbit contact. Stay vigilant, team. Los Angeles, California. Doxo used the dual-tube night vision device given to him by the Russians as a bonus. They wanted to ensure he could get to the location for his half of the agreement safely. He stopped in most dark alleys into building shadows to observe from a kneel. Fires kept interfering with his use of the tool. Some were buildings, some were barrels of trash or human waste, all added to the eerie feeling that it would be a long time before the City of Angels would be normal again. After a half hour, he took them off and stuffed them into his backpack. He spent 2 hours moving on foot to the spot, taking multiple unplanned turns in the spur of the moment, looking to see if he was being tailed by anyone, man or machine. He knew the cartels were making great use of drone technology, but it was proving difficult to listen for them in the overnight winds. The target destination was in the middle of 2 slight curves on Olympic Boulevard, an area just west of several blocks that the Guerrero cartel was using as a quiet safety zone. It was the Russians' intent for the assassination to send the Americans into a rampage. Doxo found a dumpster to hide in. Out, he calmly ordered the young drug-addicted couple sleeping in it. When the male started to protest, Doxo reached in and grabbed him, right hand on the throat, mangled left hand on the back of the man's neck. The man's throat began to crunch under the pressure as Doxo picked him up by his head and dragged him over the dumpster's lip. As the man started coughing and choking, the female yelled at Doxo. He held a gloved finger up to his lips in the international "shut your cookie trap" symbol. Quiet, or I gut him like a pig, Doxo said softly. The woman climbed out and helped her boyfriend up, the couple protesting a little more loudly the farther away they got. An hour in the slimy, bug-infested box was enough. Doxo had no doubts that every type of normally excretable body fluid was in the steel hellhole. Seeing nothing to indicate he was being counter-surveyed, he moved to a storm sewer slot in the curb on the edge of the street and went to work. Miller Peak, Arizona. My goodness, this thing is huge, Pedro said to Fred Bowers. That's what she said, the spectacle man said with a grin. The 2-inch Granger had just set up the largest set of binoculars any of them had ever seen. Parked on a service road on an eastward-running ridge below the mountain's peak, they were in a position to have commanding views. To the south, the border was a mere 6 miles away. The town of Naco was 18 miles east by southeast. In the north, they had a commanding view of the U.S. Army's high-tech communications interception base, Fort Huachuca, and the accompanying community, Sierra Vista. I was doubting you when you hauled that huge pelican case and giant tripod out to the truck, Pedro admitted. I assumed you had snacks or something. He laughed loudly. Fred's grin could be seen in the moonlight. This thing is a Navy surplus Colmorgan. Sailors call them the Big Eyes. When I found them at an estate sale, I snagged them. $400, he announced proudly. Granger let out a whistle.
What are they normally? Couple grand?
Couple of, Fred snorted, insulted. These things go used on eBay for like $4,000. How big are they? Pedro asked as Fred continued to stabilize the heavy stand on the dirt road. 20 by 120, Fred answered. They make seeing the International Space Station a snap if you know when it's flying by.
Let's try Naco, Granger suggested. It's darkened by the power outage. Not sure if we'll even be able to pinpoint it.
Use your compass, Pedro suggested.
Spot on, young man,
Granger said, pointing a finger at him. He went to his patrol pack and pulled his Sunto compass out, taking a bearing on the map. He then stood behind Fred and pointed over his shoulder as he began the scan. Yep, got it, Fred said excitedly. There are a few homes with generators on. Each of the others took their turn. Interesting thing about Naco, it's the only place in continental America to be bombed in battle from a plane. Fred loved showing off, and he regaled his teammates with a story of a classic rebels versus federales battle in the Mexico half of the town that strayed across the border. Way back in 1929.
Gonna have to teach this guy he can't flap his gums like Cliff Clavin in the field, Granger realized.
He pivoted the 33-pound binoculars toward the Army base and nearby Libby Field, which had a 12,000-foot runway.
Army definitely has some generators cranked up, and I see Air Force planes landing at Libby.
He ceded the optics to Pedro, who started scanning Sierra Vista. Aside from generator lights, there were backup lights at select power substations, intersections, fire stations, hospitals, and such to look at. Pedro turned control back over to Fred, who continued to scan. Do you know that over in Tombstone they... Hold on. What do we have here? He said with a sudden change in tone. He became unusually quiet for a few moments. You guys ever watch those videos from Iraq and Afghanistan? You know, where Americans with night vision can watch the terrorists planting IEDs plain as day? Granger set down his own binoculars from scanning south to the border and looked at Fred.
What makes you say that?
I'm sure it's nothing, Fred said. Couldn't possibly be someone planting a bomb, he added with a snort of disbelief. Right? He pulled his face away from the optical device, holding it steady as Granger settled up to it for a look.
After being in 2 shootouts with the cartel in the last 6 weeks, I'm not going to tell you that at all.
Granger scanned the road.
I'm not seeing it.
You should be able to see a sewage filtration plant with its backup light on by the chain-link fence. After 15 seconds.
Okay, yeah. So?
Look east just a bit, Fred instructed. It's pretty small. You might have to squint. Right on the shoulder of that main road, probably 1 or 2 miles south of the airport.
I don't know, Granger said with doubt. It is odd to see guys right there at night. It's so far away, they could just be changing a tire, but...
He pulled away from the big eyes.
There's only one way to find out.
Chapter 21. Meadowview, Virginia. By mid-morning, Bubba had had enough. He decided he'd tried outwaiting Lou and the 2 old men long enough.
I'm coming out the back, Caldwell. And if you want this pretty little niece to have a head, you'll just stay out of the way.
Lou was horrified when he saw what came next. As the rear screen got kicked open, Kyla came stumbling down the 3 stairs to the back lawn. She was distraught with fear. In addition to her mouth and head being wrapped with duct tape, Bubba had used several wraps to tape the sawed-off side-by-side barrel to the side of her head. She was bawling and screaming in sheer terror as the large Arkansas hood pushed her toward the detached garage at the side rear of the property. Lou tested the waters, trying to follow as he begged. "Please, me for her. Take me," he screamed as he tried to get close.
"Stay back,"
Bubba yelled.
"Drop that pistola."
Lou bent over a bit but let the pistol fall through the grass the final couple of feet. Bubba motioned to the garage door with a head nod.
"Wait. Get over there and open it."
Lou complied, pulling up the large door, revealing an older but nice Lincoln Town car. Bubba threw the keys he'd dug out of Mrs. Gibbons' purse at Lou. "Oh, you're coming all right. Get in and drive," he ordered. Lou slowly bent down, picked the keys up, and hobbled around the car. There was a rack with paint cans, oil, and other garage supplies on the wall to his left. "Need to stall," he thought in desperation. He pretended to trip and knocked a can of canary yellow paint off the rack as he did. "Get up! I ain't falling for your tricks," Bubba yelled as he pushed Kyla toward the right rear door of the large car. "Open it," he ordered her. She was bawling through the tape as they both struggled to make it into the car with the odd gun configuration. Lou pulled his pocket knife out, wasting no time. He pried so hard and violently on the small lip of the paint can lid that he broke the tip off his knife. "Got like 3 seconds," he was screaming to himself as he sloshed the yellow paint all over the front left tire and wheel well of the beastly auto. He set the can back down and scrambled to stay out of the large pool of liquid while he plopped into the car, splint still on his foot. "Drive! I won't hesitate to paint this car red," Bubba yelled. The irony of his statement made Lou's heart jump a beat. He started the big motor up, put it into reverse, and backed the old car down the driveway. Bubba tried to look in all directions, menacing the teenage girl with his shotgun as they passed Cooter. Rusty was straining at his collar, nearly pulling the leash ring out of the stitching of the old purple fabric, while Cooter barely held on to him. As Lou passed them and finally made his way to the end of the long driveway, Cooter saw the paint track on the rocks. He resisted the urge to look over into the woods until he heard the soft crack of the suppressed .22 rifle. As the car left, Hank ensured they would be stopping before the paint trail dried up by installing a new hole in the right rear tire. Miller Peak, Arizona. "Luni Central, Anvil," Pedro called on the portable radio. One of the repeaters Claude and Bob had installed on the ranch operated on GMRS, a licensed frequency that was easy to start using when compared to ham bands. The ranch house was growing a collection of antennas, which would be moved to the hilltop once a large supply of RG-8 coax cable was obtained. While all the roadrunners felt society was rapidly approaching a point in which nobody worried about FCC fines, the team agreed that the GMRS bands were probably less likely to be monitored by any potential cartel sicarios. Team Anvil had not succeeded in reaching Team Rocket and were asking for a message relay. "Anvil, Central, I'm hearing you at about 3x3. Send your traffic, over," Bob's crackly voice said. Pedro looked back at Granger, riding in the back seat. "Go on, you got this," the leader encouraged. "Relay to Rocket, on the move toward Bull Durham. There to watch Field of Dreams." They'd just reported they were on the move toward Sierra Vista using pre-decided rally point names. Tracy's team was requested to go eyeball the highway near the airport, just a couple of miles further north. Granger figured they would have a decent chance at line-of-sight communications once they were both in the same area. Bob repeated what he heard over the channel, and Pedro confirmed, closing the conversation. "It's weird," he said. "Like a CB that goes farther than 2 miles. "What's the plan when we get there?" Fred interrupted. "On the off chance it is an IED, wouldn't they just blow it up if we stop?" "Yeah, that would be pretty high on the bad scale," Pedro agreed. "Cruise by slowly," Granger instructed. "Pedro and I will give it a good hard look. And don't just turn around at that intersection nearby. Cruise through that, too, for a good half-mile. 20 minutes later, the truck was approaching the lit sewage facility, prompting Fred to take the truck from 55 to 20. "Pick it back up to about 35, Granger said. "Can't be too obvious." They were looking for any large disturbances, a broken tire, trash bag, odd-looking bush, too close to the road. "That might be something," Pedro said. They passed a new-looking box, upside down with the 4 flaps splayed out. There were a few rocks on each flap, almost as if someone intended them to keep the wind from blowing the cardboard away. Granger remained silent for the almost 2 minutes it took Fred to pull over on the shoulder farther north. Fred shut the lights off and left the truck running. "What are you thinking?" he asked Granger. "That was pretty odd," he agreed. "That seems like the spot we saw them. I couldn't see too much in the way of tire tracks as dark as it is." He quietly thought for another minute, both men knowing to just shut up and let him think. Los Angeles, California. Daxo Sarkani watched the approaching convoy of military vehicles make the slight curve, heading west on Olympic. He had no idea how the Russians obtained the intel on the American convoy, but it turned out to be accurate. Of the 4 vehicles, the first 2 and the last were JLTVs, the beefy newer brother that had been phasing out Humvees in frontline Army and Marine units in recent years. The 3 rigs each contained a weapons package on the top that was operated very much like a video game. 2 of the soldiers inside could operate one of 2 machine guns, a long-range missile target system, and 1 Javelin anti-tank missile. The 3rd truck was an MRAP, a mine-resistant vehicle. "Anybody the Russians want me to destroy will be in that one," Daxo thought. He was standing on a building corner a block east of the storm drain he'd entered hours earlier. It had been a long and stressful evening filled with much walking. As the first truck passed him, he unslung his backpack, careful that the AK stay hidden under and behind his right armpit. He squatted to the ground and unzipped the bag. "Here goes nothing," he thought, knowing he'd sealed his fate on this course of action the moment he requested a meeting with the Russians. He hefted the electronic transmitter, keeping it below the open lip of the grounded pack. Daxo pretended to rummage as the first rigs in the convoy passed him on the trash-strewn street. They were spaced out about 60 meters apart. As he watched the 3rd rig rolling near the storm sewer, he powered up the pre-programmed gizmo. A small LED screen lit up. Daxo took a deep breath and pushed the transmit button. An explosion rocked the sewer on Wilshire Boulevard several hundred meters away, directly in front of a building across from the La Brea tar pits. A column of smoke and dirty debris started to rise to the northwest. All the Army rigs sped up and headed south at the next intersection. "No doubt evading, getting their bearings, and figuring out which way to go investigate," Daxo thought. As he powered down the device and zipped the pack closed, the last JLTV screeched to a halt about where the bomb would have exploded had Daxo not chosen a new, unauthorized target. He'd spent the entire night backtracking on the side streets, climbing into the storm drain and approaching the cartel building underground for just the last 200 meters. He stood and looked, donning the pack. The rig began to turn around, running over the curb on the far side of the street as it did, and started driving back. Daxo spun and began speed-walking up the street he was near, heading north. "Stop!" He heard 2 different soldiers yell at him after the rig had come to a screeching halt. USS Halsey, Pacific Ocean. The sailors of the carrier all lurched to port as the massive ship took a hard turn to starboard for several seconds before speeding up. "All hands, prepare for impact," the bosun's mate of the watch called out on the 1MC as the ship's rapid staccato-like collision alarm sounded. Other than drills, nobody in Repair Locker 3 had ever experienced the event. "Prepare for impact?" Guido asked. "Don't they normally say brace?" "Feel that?" Dustin said, hands on the deck. Most of the sailors had found a spot on the bulkhead or against each other to sit and lean during the long, stressful hours. The ship's 4 massive propellers were cavitating the ocean, making the stern bounce hard as each shaft generated several dozen thousands of horsepower. "Why are we speeding up?" "All hands," a strained Captain Carpenter's voice announced. "We've disconnected all our digital comms, which means we're learning things through good old-fashioned radio and encrypted messages. We just found out the Ronald Reagan's strike group was struck with at least 1 submerged nuclear torpedo. One of our combat air patrols confirms that a massive tsunami is on the way. Our group is changing course to head into it. We estimate it will be here in just over 20 minutes, traveling approximately 400 miles per hour. Just as quickly, his voice disappeared. Multiple voices started speaking at the same time, and some sailors began to crack under the stress. Carmen leaned against Raylin and listened to the complaints and theories. Maybe this is why the subs quit attacking our group. No, maybe this is why the subs were attacking our group. Why a nuke? Then the anti-China rage started, prompting an outburst from the repair locker supervisor, DC-1 Evan Baker. Listen up, he called after a loud, shrill two-fingered whistle. We're here. There's nothing we can do about that but our jobs. He scanned up and down the corridor and into the locker, trying to gauge everyone's reaction. Imagine all the water the area of a small city suddenly disappearing. The ships would just break themselves, falling into the massive hole. Carmen noticed that most everyone went pale in that thought. And those farther out in the group would just get capsized by the wave, Baker continued. But what if they do that to us? One panicked young man hollered. That's the next problem, Baker yelled out, addressing all of them. Right now, we prepare for the current problem. We got the stern, so let's talk this out. What happens when the bow plows through a massive wave? We probably wind up at a massive up angle, Raylin called out, followed by the opposite one riding back down the other side. What's that mean for us? Baker challenged. Anyone? The bow could take some damage and flooding, a different young lady said. Meaning? Baker re-challenged. All repair lockers will need to help the front end with casualty control, Dustin said. Now we're all rowing in the same direction, Baker said. He started doling out assignments to pairs of sailors to be ready to haul lumber, wedges, hammers, saws, spikes, and handsaws. Others were ordered to be ready to haul dewatering pumps and suction hoses. Baker continued to work the team through the mental processes. But why take out all the carriers? Ray whispered to Carmen, the tall woman's head resting on top of Carmen's as it cradled on her friend's shoulder. To make sure our planes can't fight now that we've disconnected from however they were hacking us, Carmen reasoned. I mean, they captured all those Russian troop ships. And airborne planes too, right? Raylin added. Add that to what they have, what they've been sending to Mexico already, Carmen softly suggested. All hands, brace for impact, the one MC blared. Chapter 22, Meadowview, Virginia. They'd made it down the long dirt and gravel lane and turned right at the spot where Kyla had planted Apollo in snow a full 2 weeks earlier. Lou drove the paved road that would lead them to town and eventually to the highway. He scanned the gas gauge. Almost full. Damn. He thought about any option like speeding and crashing the car, but they all ended with him mangled by the steering wheel and Bubba pulling the trigger. Compliance was the choice. If you're there, God, please help. Then he heard it, as did Bubba. What'd you do? He demanded. Nothing, Lou stated in honest disbelief. She's probably got the original tires on this tank. The loud thumping of a flat tire being squished into the pavement by steel rim was unmistakable. Bubba let out a rash of cussing that caused Kyla's frightened eyes to squint. She started screaming through the tape again. Her nostrils were flaring as she struggled to breathe. Shut up, the big man yelled. Lou started to slow and pull onto a wider than usual part of the shoulder. Keep going, Bubba ordered. We can't, Lou argued. You said no cops. Driving on a flat will draw attention. Bubba let out another rage-filled tirade as Lou pulled over. I can get it changed in just a few minutes. Boy, do you think I'm stupid? Bubba screamed incredulously. No way am I letting you put a tire iron in your hands. What do we do then? I'm working with you here. No cops. No carjacking. Just take off through the woods. Leave us, please. We won't follow. Bubba's face turned to a grimace of hatred. You killed my brother, Caldwell. You two are coming into the woods with me, he announced with a cold, soulless voice. Get over here and open my door, he commanded, finger moving dangerously close to the trigger on the taped shotgun. Lou got out, stumbling to get his removable synthetic splint out of the pedal well. He hobbled in pain around the car and opened the heavy door. Bubba started to drag himself and Kyla out, which made her panic once again. Please, Lou cried. Move, he commanded with his eyes before he looked up and down the road. Vehicles were approaching from both directions. Lou hobbled down the wet, cold grass and slipped in a pile of slushy, dirty snow that hadn't completely melted off. He got back up and struggled to make his way back up the counterslope of the muddy culvert and into the woods ahead of the others. He's going to kill us both once we're deep enough in. But how do I fight without getting her killed? Sierra Vista, Arizona. Granger got out of the truck as quickly as he could. Totally spaced pulling bulbs from the interior light, he chastised himself. Fred had taken the pickup back toward the intersection. Granger decided he would jog, then walk the remaining 300 meters past the intersection and then to the box. He'd scanned the paper map one final time, realizing that the crossroad led directly to one of Fort Huachuca's gates a couple miles west. He crossed the road and began to jog, appreciating the cold nighttime desert air. As he crossed the road the other direction leading to the military community of Sierra Vista, he scanned his watch. 0340. He slowed to a walk and moved casually along the road like a night drifter. He slowed his pace as he approached the box, studying it. Cairns? He asked himself, seeing that the rocks were stacked up like trail markers. Why would a terrorist try to make it look so obvious? He scanned in all directions, seeing only the sewage plant and the black, endless desert sky. Granger's pulse picked up a bit as his senses were telling him something was off. He could see the tire tracks and boot prints in the shoulder's dirt. He stopped and squatted, studying the flaps for wires or anything that might yield a clue. After another look around and another scan of the rock pile closest to him, he started pulling rocks off one at a time. With the cardboard flap clear, he got down on his hands and knees, placing his eye at ground level, staring for anything. Could be a pressure plate in there. Why do you insist on doing stupid things like this, you idiot? He used the tip of his pocket knife blade to put ever so slight upward pressure on the flap. Still nothing. Granger repeated the process 3 more times, and the box began to move just a fraction in the desert breeze. He gingerly lifted a corner and peered in. Flashlight, he thought, debating, knowing its use would make him stick out like a beacon. Opting against it, he slowly lifted the box up and removed it. He looked in. Seeing nothing, he looked at the ground. Is that? What are the odds? He mumbled aloud as he picked up the plush coyote doll that was sitting on a piece of paper. He had to catch it before the wind took it. Granger took 2 seconds to process the image in the pale orange light of the nearby sewer plant. It was a picture of the cartoon Roadrunner with a circle slash drawn around it. Suddenly the dirt started ringing. Los Angeles, California. You're definitely the dude, Private Louis said in his strict Harlem accent. I was on the first rig to help out Shoal's squad when they got hit that night, he said emphatically to his sergeant and lieutenant. This is him. This is the dragon dude. All right, Franklin, just calm down and give me a minute, okay? Lieutenant Boyd Huey said. He turned toward Doxo. I need some ID, sir. Doxo looked confused. Army demand ID from citizens now? Look, we don't like it any better than you, Lieutenant Huey said. But the presidential executive orders and emergency legislation passed by both chambers in D.C. says we can. Doxo wasn't exactly sure what they said to justify it, but he did know 2 things. He had a valid New York driver's license, and he had no intention of showing it to these soldiers. Doxo, he proclaimed, pointing to himself with both hands. He switched to Hungarian for dramatic effect.
You have no idea what I'm saying right now, but you owe me your lives, and your girlfriends think your wieners are tiny.
He said it with much gusto.
Oh, he's not going to understand us, LT,
Sergeant Derek Dewey said.
Just another damn Slavic dude. I guarantee, he repeated loudly, that this dude comes from somewhere that ends in Stan. Kazakhstan, Karjakistan, something.
Sir, we want you to come with us, Lieutenant Huey tried to explain with a hand motion toward their rig.
Arrest?
Doxo said in mock surprise.
I need to get going,
he knew internally.
Varios men will be coming for my building.
No, the lieutenant was tired of trying. You guys just start rounding him up. Gently, he reminded them. Under protest, Doxo resisted the pushes and prods. The soldiers were continuing to be cordial. Look, brah, Franklin said. You saved a couple of bros in our unit. We cool, man. Both he and Derek had a hand on one of Doxo's elbows. They had him back to their JLTV and encouraged him to get in under his own power. The Hungarian finally relented, intending on talking his way out with whoever they were so insistent upon him meeting. Franklin removed the backpack and was just about to inspect it. Doxo suddenly realized that they would not be giving him his custom AK back, even if they let him go. The soldier's radio net caught their attention, pulling it away from him. They'd been listening to the traffic as the rest of their convoy had circled around from the west to investigate the explosion on Wilshire. The sound of noise in the actual world caught up to the panicked reports on the radio. All of them heard the sudden and violent sounds of multiple automatic weapons coming from the direction of the smoke. "Everyone get in," Lieutenant Boyd Huey ordered. He jammed a finger at Doxo. "Including you." USS Halsey, Pacific Ocean. The carrier was dwarfed by the massive wave that was dozens of feet taller than the ship's flight deck and moving as fast as a jet. Halsey's enormous displacement was the one saving grace that allowed it to push up the front and carve a trench over the top, and then roll down the slope into the huge trough following. Inside and on top of the supercarrier, things weren't quite so pretty. The wave pushed up over the bow, covering the flight deck and hammering into the tall island containing the bridges and radars. The incalculable energy started pushing the ship up. Halsey reached an incline angle of nearly 75 degrees before its heavy bow reached a point over the wave's crest that allowed it to fall back down. Nearly 300 feet of the large warship was protruding in the air before falling and slamming back down. People everywhere were tested to the limits of their abilities. In a matter of just a few seconds, they found themselves being thrown into bulkheads, bunks, electronic consoles, and each other. Few had the grip and arm strength to remain tethered to the item they'd originally held on to. Bones were broken. Heads slammed into valve stems. In the engine rooms, sailors were tossed into open void spaces and bilges several feet below the lower-level walkways. Planes and helicopters were victims, too. Steel chains that tether aircraft to the deck were never meant to hold the several-ton craft at such a steep angle. Once a few planes broke free of their lashings, they slammed into the others. Several crashed into the massive doors that were closed between each hangar bay. When the descent began, the mangled messes of jet and jet fuel moved to the forward ends of the bays and repeated the smashing process. Inside weapons magazines, many of the missiles and bombs remained in place in their heavy racks, particularly those stowed in the fore-to-aft direction. The others were strewn like hazardous pixie sticks. In the ship's stern, sailors were tossed into the overhead in whatever space they'd slid into or around in. Valves and pipes were relentless against skulls, backs, and legs. When the ship plowed down into the trough below, the bow plunged into the ocean like a giant dolphin at a theme park. As the massive wave passed under the ship's stern, the aft-end sailors rode out the end in relative ease compared to those on the front end. Alarms were sounding in spaces all over the ship, overwhelming the men and women who were trying, despite concussions and broken bones, to get back up and respond to them. Many were wailing in pain. Others were making no sound at all as blood began to pool under their dead or dying bodies. The majority of the battle group's surface ships fared much worse. The lone ship to survive the destructive force with relatively little damage was the ultra-long, skinny Zumwalt-class destroyer USS Lyndon B. Johnson. Its inverted bow design allowed it to pierce the wave near the peak. None of the others had the length and mass to ride out the humongous wall of water. They were flipped backwards, completely pushed over and upside down in a capsized position. Orange emergency rafts began to pop off automatically as ships sank. Few were occupied. On top of the commotion of the near catastrophe, the combat centers were alarmed to hear new warnings coming from the lone E-2 Hawkeye early warning craft in the sky. Missiles inbound. Chapter 23. Meadowview, Virginia. About 300 yards through the fallen leaves and dead branches, Bubba ordered Lou to stop. Lou looked through the hickory, maple, and oak trees. Despite the winter branches, he could no longer see any sign of the road or other country homes. They'd moved up and down a few slopes and crossed one small stream of snow runoff. This is it, Lou realized. I have to find a spot to make my move. Please, just me, he pled with Bubba. Let her go, he begged the criminal. They're never going to stop hunting for me, Caldwell, Bubba said much more calmly than he had been. Making you watch this pretty little thing die is the last thing I get to enjoy before the cops kill me. Nobody has to die, Lou yelled. She's just a kid. Like you said, they'll come after you. Killing her doesn't protect your identity. It just adds another charge to your trial. Trial? Bubba laughed. Boy, this is Appalachia. Men like me don't get trials out in the woods. We get Southern justice. Now get on your knees. Lou dropped to his knees, stumbling as he did, hands landing on a branch. He scanned it quickly, realizing it was a broken piece about the length of a bat and just as thick. He tightened his grip around the bark when once again a noise caught both he and Bubba off guard. What the hell? The big man screamed in disbelief. Dogs! Lou could hear the barking of at least 2 dogs coming from the direction they'd just been. Cooter and Hank, he realized. They saw the paint. He looked at Bubba's grip on the stock and double trigger assembly while the man looked in the direction of the noise, contemplating the dire development. The man's finger was indexed up on the body where the wood met metal rather than on the trigger. Lou leaned back over, feeling for the natural club, fingers tightening. It's now or never. Bubba's head whipped back around in the realization that the dogs were probably getting scent from all 3 of them. It probably ain't just me they're tracking, he said to Lou. He's going to want that shotgun available for Rusty. Lou held onto the branch as he put his good foot forward, taking a knee, acting sluggish. Kyla's eyes widened as she saw what Lou was doing with his hands. Now. Kyla went back in her head to a game she and Terrence would play as kids, Dead Body. She went completely limp and pulled her feet up just as Lou began to swing the big stick up. Bubba's left arm, wrapped tightly around her, suddenly pulled him left and forward off balance. Hostages become almost impossible to push around, even teenage girls, once they stop helping. As Lou propelled himself up, the hickory branch swung up in an uppercut, smashing directly into Bubba's trigger finger at the bottom of the trigger guard. That spot was the entirety of Lou's focus as he leapt into the entangled pair. Keeping anything out of that trigger guard was a more critical task since the barrels had several wraps of tape holding them in place. Kyla held onto Bubba's left arm for dear life, keeping her feet up. The man, startled, stumbled in the leaves and branches. Lou was right there, trying to strip the man's grip off the stock, bending the bleeding trigger finger backwards as all 3 fell leftward onto the forest floor. Sierra Vista, Arizona. The ringing in Granger Madison's ears was muffled by the combination of blood and ruptured eardrums. What happened? Where am... Then it hit him. Running. I was sprinting. He looked around. All he could see was dirt and a drainage culvert under an intersection. Bomb! He remembered where he was. He felt his head and then his body doing an assessment. The inside of his skull felt like a pile of scrambled eggs. As he thought about sitting up, he realized a noise was trying to penetrate the fog. Is that lightning? He wondered as he pulled his head up and looked back from where he'd come. In the middle of the road, 2 SUVs had screeched to a halt sideways, not too far past a column of dirt and rocks that filled the air. Granger felt like he was watching an old crime movie through a sepia filter. He kept seeing flashes. Gunfire! He attempted to push through the fog on survival instinct. His body hurt, but to the best he could tell, everything was present and accounted for. Movement to his right caught his eye as the ranch pickup slowly crept into view, tail end first. It just kept going, like it was drifting in neutral on a slight decline. Pedro was in his face, yelling. Granger finally came back to reality. Get up, Granger, Pedro hollered. More exposed each second, the truck moved farther past them and towards the 2 cartel rigs 60 meters south. He raised his AR-15 and continued to shoot every 2 seconds as Granger had taught him, resisting the urge to just blow through ammo. Granger tried to push himself up, body in pain from the concussion throwing him through the air. He looked at the ranch truck, which was being shredded with bullets. Fred walking along immediately behind the hood. The highly ranked practical shooting competitor had his competition belt on, and it was filled with magazines. His race gun was a custom SVI open-class semi-automatic pistol. It was heavily modified with a light trigger, anodized parts, a compensating barrel and slide, and top-of-the-line red dot sight. Fred was picking off targets with headshots like it was a one-day hunting season and no fee. Pedro put his rifle on safety and helped Granger get up. Just then the other truck showed up with Team Rocket, screeching to a halt just behind Fred. As Pedro helped Granger head for the back of the pickup, Tracy got out on the passenger side and let his AR-10 eat some ammunition. Fred, move back! As Karen bailed out on the truck's left side, she stayed behind the door and began to shoot at the cartel as well, covering Fred's run back. After he, Granger, and Pedro hopped into the back, Tracy and Karen jumped back into the truck, and Jerome punched it in reverse. Los Angeles, California. Mortars! Doxo heard a voice on the radio scream. He started thinking back to his time in Kosovo, looking down at his scarred hand, missing most of its thumb. He'd spent most of the last 2 decades remastering life with his dominant hand. They'd listened to the ODA team members protecting the officers from Washington pull back to the west in reverse after the mine-resistant truck survived an RPG shot. The low rocket blew up the skip plate under the engine and transmission as it hit the ground in front of the rig. The 2 remaining rigs in Lieutenant Huey's squad had been ambushed just to the west of the building, whose enemy was unknown to all of them, except Doxo. It would seem the Russians will get the result they want, he thought. Though if I live, they still will want answers. But that is tomorrow's problem, the pragmatic henchman decided. Though the team had been returning fire with the M249s and M230s, the latter being belt-fed guns built into the vehicle roofs, they were requesting permission to use the Javelin. Permission denied on the Javelin, Lieutenant Huey proclaimed on the radio as calmly as he could. Politically, he couldn't afford for them to launch the anti-tank weapon into a building until he'd seen the threat himself. As they turned around to interrogate Doxo, they were approaching from the east. The building was still several blocks up on their left when they passed the road leading to Doxo's apartment. They were only a block out from the tar pits when they saw their units taking machine gun fire from the roof. 2 of the crew had dismounted, leaving one to operate the electric chain gun, another in the back on the M249. They had taken cover behind the concrete planters in front of the next building to the west. The second rig was in the middle of doing the same thing when it took a direct hit from a mortar. An explosion and quick, violent flame shot through the windows and lifted the vehicle 3 feet before it fell, slamming into the ground. The explosion sent shrapnel into the team members seeking cover behind the planters from the rear direction. "Damn!" Derek Dewey yelled as he hit the brakes. "Franklin, start smoking that corner!" Boyd Huey yelled, authorizing the private to engage with the chain gun. "Get us up this street!" he yelled at Derek, directing him to take the rig north on the east end of the tar pits. Once they'd parked, he ordered Franklin to stay in the rig and pour on the fire. He looked at Doxo. "Stay here, leave. Either way, the choice is yours. You're on your own." The lieutenant dismounted, as did the sergeant. Doxo turned and watched them, though he couldn't see anything due to the M249 mounted in the back. Boyd opened an armored storage compartment on the rig's side. Doxo slid out and squatted, thinking about making a run to the east. Then he saw the officer grab a small shoulder-launched rocket. He was going to attempt to take out the machine gun and mortar without leveling the entire building with the javelin. Kneeling from the corner of the rig, he and Derek began prepping the weapon. Doxo moved around to the front of the rig to avoid the device's exhaust. The building was already smoking and on fire at the street level, courtesy of the radio-controlled bomb Doxo had planted in the storm sewer directly under it only 5 hours earlier. "Rocket!" Lieutenant Huey yelled as he fired the weapon. It slammed into the upper corner of the building, hitting one of 3 weapons caches in the structure. A massive explosion rippled through the building, sending a gigantic fireball into the sky. Doxo quickly shoved himself under the rig as concrete pieces began to rain down. The 2 soldiers followed suit. A large piece landed directly on the fake mastodon in the famed tar pits. Smoke and vibration added to the confusion. The 2 soldiers and Doxo exchanged glances under the rig. They climbed back out after the man-made hailstorm subsided. As the smoke began to rise, it was apparent the entire front corner of several floors had been obliterated. Doxo pulled his weapon around to the front, but it got hung up under his coat. He stripped the coat off and removed the weapon. He put the coat back on as the only piece of protective equipment he had. "You are him, aren't you?" Derek Dewey asked. Not waiting for an answer, he turned toward the officer squatted next to him. "Are we waiting for the reaction force?" "Not while we might have guys alive out there," Boyd said. He looked at Doxo. "You going to shoot us in the back?" "You can see I have not yet," Doxo said. "I frickin' knew you speak English," Derek proclaimed. The trio headed out from cover, fires burning everywhere. As they got to the now mangled fence at the corner of the tar pits, the sergeant stayed put and watched the building as the officer began to sprint west in search of survivors. A shot rang out, sending Boyd Huey to the ground in a still lump. "Sniper!" Derek yelled. "Did you see him?" he yelled back at Doxo. "Niet," Doxo said. "Get close," he suggested, pointing to the building. "He no see us." Derek nodded in understanding. Franklin continued to put suppressive fire onto the building with the machine gun. His unit wiped out and a lone crazy Hungarian as his backup. The lone unwounded soldier ran toward Ground Zero in search of the hidden cartel sniper. Chapter 24. Meadowview, Virginia. As Bubba fought drastically against Lou's insufferable back bend on his shooting hand, Kyla scooted herself up toward the man's head in the matted forest floor and leaves. She began to claw at the tape, ripping it and her hair in a violent struggle to live. Clumps of hair ripped out of her head as the struggle over the shotgun had started to pull the end of the barrel away. Twice it slammed into her scalp. Pure fight-or-flight adrenaline and endorphins were flooding her body, allowing her to ignore the intense pain. Both men were screaming and grunting in the heat of the battle. Bubba finally let go of the shotgun and started pounding Lou in the side of his head with a bear-paw-sized haymaker. Lou grabbed the stock and began to yank as Kyla continued to rip and loosen tape. The force of Lou's yank did the job, but he fell backwards from his knees and let go of the shotgun, instinctively trying to brace his backwards impact. Bubba scrambled up from his side and made a leap for Lou and the loose shotgun laying haphazardly across his lap. Lou was on his back and managed to get his hands back around to the front. As Bubba landed on him, he wrapped his legs around the man like he'd seen all the guys do in the fighting videos on YouTube. All four hands fought for control. "I gotta take this thing out of the game," Lou thought desperately. He got his fingers into the trigger guard as he struggled to maintain a grasp from the powerful man's attempts to yank. One of the barrels boomed in a deafening roar, sending a round of buckshot into the forest. Acrid smoke filled the space of the must-win battle. "That's one," Lou thought, trying to get his finger repositioned toward the rear trigger. Bubba became desperate and yanked the gun as hard as he could, freeing it from the tired colonel's grasp. He stood as he broke free of Lou's weak leg lock, panting heavily himself, and raised the barrel at Lou, who was still lying on his back. Bubba spent a split second to sneer and enjoy the desperate look on Lou's face. The big hickory log swung out of nowhere and smashed his head just as he pulled the rear trigger, sending the slug in that barrel into the dirt 4 inches to Lou's left. Bubba stumbled, and Kyla reared the club back for another swing at the dazed man. Lou reopened his eyes, which he'd shut when the gun roared to life 6 feet away. Did he miss? Lou wondered in amazement. He saw Kyla swinging again, hair riled with tape still stuck in it, blood streaming down her cheeks from her scalp. Bubba bent over and took the brunt on his big back, then whipped around. The barking of the dogs was loud as the irate German shepherd and determined bloodhound approached. Bubba knocked Kyla over with his big frame as he headed past her, making his escape with the unloaded shotgun in hand. USS Halsey, Pacific Ocean. "I need a corpsman," Carmen heard someone holler near the starboard end of the passageway. The repair locker was built on an athwartship hull that ended at 2 fore-to-aft thoroughfares, one port and one starboard. Most of the repair team had been able to contain their rough ride inside the confines of the hallway. Banged, bruised, and broken, the sailors of Repair Locker 3 had lucked out with only a few major injuries. "We all need a corpsman," Guido screamed. "Enough!" Raylan yelled out, her 6-foot 2-inch frame slumped over as she stood. "Where's Baker?" Here," the first-class petty officer said meekly from a pile of crying sailors trying to sort themselves out. The chaos and confusion suddenly became compounded when the ship's lights went out and the battery-powered battle lanterns came on. The small spotlights cast a little more light than what people needed to walk and find items in the darkened hallways. The 1MC finally crackled with reports of flooding in several bow compartments. Carmen's foot was stuck under the bottom piece of 4x4 lumber in a stack still secure in its clamps that held it to the bulkhead. She wiggled it out as the pain of a sprained ankle shot through the limb. As she stood, she felt a warm liquid on her forehead. "I must have a gas in my hair," she realized as she started walking after Ray. Her tall buddy was helping sailors in the main pile get up. One sailor on the sound-powered headset called out, "Damage Control Central needs our status." "Wait one," Ray ordered. "Evan." "Oh no." Carmen finally made her way to her friend who was kneeling next to the wounded leader, his leg broken mid-femur and bleeding massively. He was trying his best to keep his mouth closed as he screamed in his throat in agonizing pain. The leg was twisted backward and he lay immobile on the floor, grabbing onto a pipe just to keep from flailing his arms. His valiant effort finally caved to temptation as he screamed in excruciating terror. Though the sailors of Repair Locker 3 couldn't hear it, out on the port sponsons, the ship's self-defense systems were getting busy. Though the LBJ 15 miles to the northwest had reacted in stellar performance, it hadn't been good enough. 22 submarine-launched cruise missiles were on the way, and LBJ had managed to shoot down 12 with her own missiles. On the Halsey, the ship had 4 different last-ditch systems meant for this exact scenario. 2 types of anti-missile launchers launched 12 missiles, capturing 6 of the incoming weapons a mere 2 miles out. The cruise missiles were skimming the surface a low 60 feet up and veering left, right, up, and down as they sped toward Halsey. The Halsey's Nelco launcher acted next, sending 2 low-speed missiles up a mere 300 feet, where they continued to slowly gain altitude while hovering vertically via a series of thrust ports and control surfaces. The 2 missiles began to move slowly ahead of and behind Halsey, emitting a heavy electronic signal meant to entice the incoming guided warheads. The ship's close-in Gatling systems began to rattle off depleted uranium bullets at a bone-rattling 100 rounds per burst. 3 of the 4 remaining missiles had been destroyed by the defensive weaponry. 1 had not. The YJ-18 cruise missile sped up to hypersonic speed on its final phase, delivering its 300-kilogram warhead 15 feet above the waterline on the port side, forward of the 1 aircraft elevator on that side. The missile penetrated the outer skin of the hull, hitting high-tech anti-missile tiles installed in the water and aviation fuel tanks along the carrier's side. The detonation sent fire and shrapnel racing into the center of the ship, ripping through compartments and people alike. Thousands of gallons of jet fuel, both in the tanks and in the trashed hangar bay, ignited in a fireball that blew the doors off the hangar bays and the other elevators. Both of Halsey's nuclear reactors sustained damage. Fire and heated gases pushed through compartments all along the port side, quickly followed by seawater that had found a new 48-foot-wide hole to pour into. Los Angeles, California. Doxo squeezed the soldier's shoulder, telling Derek 2 things. Doxo was right behind him, ready to go, and he'd had some sort of military training. "What's your name?" he asked as he surveyed the smoky, half-collapsed rubble pile they were about to enter. "Doxo." "Dax?" the soldier asked loudly. "Doxo," Doxo yelled in his ear. "All right, Daxo, eyes up." He went around the mangled concrete corner, rifle already up and ready. "It is Doxo," the Hungarian yelled, moving his head constantly to the left and behind as they moved along piles of rubble on their right. "Dragon it is," Derek said, tired of not getting it right. "Look for stairs." The unlikely pair moved around columns. The building had been home to several types of offices. The common theme in the flaming debris was desks, computers, chairs, paper. "Stairs," Doxo called out. "Past these fire." Derek scanned where Doxo's finger was pointing. "Got it." The pair each took a different side around the crumbling column, its structural rebar exposed. As they began to merge on the far side, shots rang out from the gaping hole and a floor up above. Each man dove for cover. Doxo behind the column, Derek to a pile of concrete to his right. Smoke was drifting into the space, and the gunfire intensified as the sounds and bullets of automatic rifle fire started to pepper Doxo's column. Derek spun out and returned fire with his M4, which then drew the fire toward himself. Doxo sprinted for the stairwell they'd been headed toward. "Come!" he yelled. Just then a rumbling erupted from the building as part of the ceiling and floor from above caved in, separating the men in noise and dust. Doxo ran up the stairs to seek refuge from the crushing debris, hoping his new ally would be able to find his own path. Broken thumb in the custom AK notch, he swung it ahead of himself as he tried to pass the mangled steel door that led to the second-floor offices. Doxo moved through the deathly pinch point as quickly as possible, swinging first left, then right, looking for threats. He turned back toward the left once more. He could see the office was ripped wide open on the far side, revealing a view of other spaces and floors. He kept the rifle up and made his way to where a hallway formed an intersection with another. He cautiously rounded that corner and proceeded until a partial beam and concrete cave-in forced him into one of the mangled open-air offices near the explosion, and toward gunfire. He had to step over and around items and debris, cautious as the concrete floor showed its rebar and felt spongy. There was a fire in the corner that seemed to be finding enough fuel to grow. He saw the ricochets of bullets up on the far broken corner of the third and fourth floors. "Maybe the soldier has found the sniper," he thought. "I'll need to find different stairs, though." Doxo continued past the fiery corner in a hurry, not wanting to breathe the smoke. Back out in the hall on the other side of the collapse, he found a door and tried it. What was inside caught him off guard. The weapon and drug cache was packed with bricks of cocaine, heroin, rifles, ammunition, RPGs, mines, drones, C4, and tactical gear. Doxo even found a World War II flamethrower in mint condition. "Why aren't the sprinklers running in this building?" he wondered. "Ah, yes, the water and power are cut off. It must be far enough away on the back corner," he concluded. He pulled the door shut on the way back out, not wanting the fires to reach the items as easily. Making his way farther down the hall slowly, duck-walking to keep his head out of smoke, Doxo found another heavy steel fire door. He slowly pushed it open and found another stairwell. Stepping in, he quietly closed the fire door. He started a quiet ascent up the stairs, and just as he rounded the mid-floor landing to turn the other direction, a shadowy figure in the smoke caught him off guard. He'd relaxed a hair too much with his rifle in the quiet stairwell. It was pointed a step below the man's feet, a few steps from the bottom. "Franco," he fumbled in surprise. "Hello, Dragon." Chapter 25. Sierra Vista, Arizona. The U.S. Army Humvees and JLTVs approached from both directions. From the south, two were rapidly advancing, led by a sheriff deputy. They'd split off from a column in which the remaining vehicles were headed south, chasing after the cartel. More were approaching from the north. Jerome stopped the truck. Guys?" "Everyone be cool," Tracy told the four in the cab. "Leave your rifles. Just get out with hands up." In the back, Pedro and Fred were helping Granger down off the tailgate. Some of the rigs pulled off into the sand and sage, creating a near-full perimeter. The headlights and spotlights caused the roadrunners to squint. Some of the soldiers deployed around the rigs, wearing full battle kit. "Looks like they're sporting the XM5s, Granger thought. He knew that the Army had been phasing these in to replace the M4 battle rifles, one unit at a time, over the last few years. A senior NCO strolled over to the group, which had all coalesced near the tailgate. "Nothing pisses me off more than waking up at 04 'cause some picklewoods got into a scrap next to my base." The man's face showed that he was indeed not a happy camper. "Who's in charge of you fools?" "That'd be me, Top," Granger said. "What do we got, First Sergeant?" Another soldier from the southern rigs asked as he walked up. "Just about to figure that out, sir," the gruff man replied. "Looks like a cross between Duck Dynasty and Real Housewives of Compton," the man said with southern black charm. Granger laughed despite the splitting headache and obnoxiously loud tone in his ears that muffled everything said. "This one here says he's the man," he informed the officer with a wave toward Granger. "You mind telling me what happened?" the young officer, a captain in his late 20s by Granger's estimation, asked as the county sheriff deputy walked up. "It's a long story, and I'm not sure you all would believe us," Granger said. "And if I know one thing, you," he waved around to the troops, "aren't base security. By the looks of your gear and rigs, I'm going to say infantry." The captain smirked and looked over at the deputy, who stepped up. She was a middle-aged Hispanic female. "Let's get some IDs to start," she said with calm authority. "Cough 'em up." Tracy was about to play his "Am I being detained" routine when Granger waved him off. "Most of them are in our bags in the trucks." This kicked off a course of several minutes in which the soldiers assisted in patting the roadrunners down and gathering the IDs. The deputy took the names in her notepad and made a copy for the officer. Over the next 40 minutes, another sheriff and 2 state troopers showed up. The dark edge of night was starting to turn purple and orange to the east. A medic checked Granger out and cleaned and dressed his ears. The civilian police conferred with the Army out of range of the runners, who were now sitting on some blankets. The other wrench truck was hauled into Sierra Vista by a tow truck, logged as evidence. The group saw the police get a bit animated in their group huddle with the Army leadership. The captain came over, and the first sergeant began to brief his men on the update. "Seems like one of you must be a senator's son or something," he grumbled, handing everyone's IDs back. You're all free to go." "Huh?" several of them asked in disbelief. "Come again?" Granger said. "I got these bandages. Did you say we can leave?" "Yes, sir." "Are the cops going to take our guns?" Pam Bowers asked. "Negative. We got a call from our unit commander on the base. He didn't say who, but someone in Washington made it clear that we are to let you all leave." Meadowview, Virginia. "Are y'all okay?" Hank asked over the nonstop barking of Rusty and Cordelia, his bloodhound. The suppressed .22 rifle was slung to his back, and Cordelia was still wailing as she pulled on her leash. He had a sweatshirt in his hand. Cooter was still a good 100 feet back, Rusty pulling him closer each second. "We are, thanks to you," Lou said, still holding his niece in his arms, both of them on their knees and crying, gasping for air as their bodies came down from the near-death fight. The tall, slender man in his early 60s pulled off a hat, revealing a crown of gray hair around a bald top. He wiped his brow and continued to scan the direction where he could see Bubba had beaten himself a path. Still waiting for the older Cooter to arrive, he asked, "Does he still have the shotgun?" Lou nodded. "Yes, and I have to assume he still has shells. He was empty 1 minute ago." A flash of concern hit him, and he let go of Kyla to stand. "He could be circling to ambush. Can I have your rifle?" "Oh, here," he said, handing Cordelia's leash off to Lou so he could unsling the gun. The two finished trading just as Rusty dragged a coughing and wheezing Cooter into their fight spot. I, Cooter gasped out, barely intelligible. Is he usually that pale? Lou thought. In between pants, Cooter finally spit it out. I think I need a breather. He leaned against the hickory that had supplied the battle club and pulled out a cigarette and lighter. After taking a drag, he began to cough and wheeze. As badly as Lou's foot hurt, he said, "You need to give me Rusty and head back to your truck, Cooter." He did a scan in all directions, looking for Bubba. "We need to decide what's next," Hank said as Cordelia kept straining at her leash. "Can you switch to tracking him?" Lou asked, knowing he was asking the man for a huge favor. "I already was," Hank explained. "Cordelia needs time between switching scents. I only thought to grab this sweatshirt from his truck. She didn't hit on the corpse you left, so I knew it was his. That and it's a 3X. But honestly, this is police work. We got you all back in one piece. That's all I intended." Lou bent down to help Kyla off the ground. Cordelia had been focused on the path she wanted to take, but Kyla was hugging on the still alert Rusty, quietly sobbing. "I don't know how to thank you." He looked at the pale Cooter, then back to Hank. "Where do these woods go? This man is too dangerous to let escape." "The police can round him up later," Cooter said between coughs. "Eventually, sure," Lou said. "Months from now. But he won't go straight back to Arkansas. Not after the last day. I can't let him escape, knowing he'll come after my niece again." The two old Virginians exchanged looks. "Maybe you have a point," Hank agreed hesitantly. "But what about that?" he asked, pointing at Lou's cast. "It's already throbbing, but I'll deal with it. I've been in this kind of pickle once before. More recently than I like," he thought. Cooter held up Rusty's leash. "I think I'd still be slower on you and your cast," he admitted through cigarette smoke. "Can you help me get back to my truck?" he asked Kyla. "Got some rags we can put on them wounds of yours." Kyla had calmed herself a bit, nodding. Yes," the young lady said quietly, voice raspy from a night of screaming into the tape gag. "Where do these woods end?" Lou asked the men. "Bill Summers' farm," Hank said, "and once he gets there, he'll have access to vehicles." USS Halsey, Pacific Ocean. Carmen held the applicator ready to flow as Raylan cut through the contorted hangar bay hatch. The heat coming off it could be felt through the thermal linings in their Nomex firefighters' gear. On the other hose, Dustin and Mark Swan had already floated to test the foam. There was an adapter back at the hose plug plumbed to drain the foam mixture out of barrels and mix it into the hoses at the proper ratio of 6%. The fuel from the planes in Hangar Bay 3 was raging. The aircraft crumpled message of fuselages, wings, and rotors. Raylin finished cutting the handle on the hatch with the gas-powered circular saw, running lean in the carburetor due to the smoky environment. "Ready?" she yelled through her mask. Carmen answered as she started cracking open the valve. "Pop it!" Raylin grabbed the heavy Halligan tool and applied force to the long handle of the cammed tool, salt water already flowing from Carmen's applicator. The hatch swung open, and a wall of flames feeding off jet fuel pooled on the listing carrier's deck on the port side greeted the foursome with a roar. Carmen maneuvered the applicator down and started spraying into the now open hatch from the top, creating a pocket of heat and steam. Dustin and Mark crawled in over the hatch's bottom lip on their knees, flowing the light foam and water mix at the base of the inferno, trying to smother the lake of aviation gas. The risk of death was nearly 100%, as only a ship-saving mission would require sailors to step into a fuel fire on purpose. "Get that applicator ahead of us," Dustin yelled. Carmen, dragging the twisted and heavy hose, panting heavily in the most intense workout of her life, stepped in and leaned directly on Swan's back. She pushed the rod out ahead as much as her small frame could hold. She cracked the nozzle open the rest of the way. "Elevate the tip," Ray called, getting behind her on the hose. "Get it out ahead of them. Don't spray on the foam they're laying down." Mangled aircraft was strewn all over, but the controls they needed were only 20 feet in and located near the rear bulkhead. "I see the controls," Swan yelled over the sounds of the fire, the alarms, the flowing water, their breathing, and now the bell of his air pack letting him know he was running low on air. The two hose teams moved low and slow, laying the foam barrier in an attempt to get the fuel and air separated. Their goal: moved to the controls in the hangar bay for the overhead plumbed-in sprinkler system. The controls in the next space to the port side had been destroyed in the explosion. "5 more feet," Ray yelled, knowing that both Carmen and Dustin were too focused on keeping the flames of the beast at bay. Carmen got off her knee with one for stability as her partner let go of the hose to stretch up and grab the controls mounted 5 feet up. "Ah!" Ray screamed as she turned 4 separate handles 90 degrees. The metal was so hot it was glowing, and her leather gloves did little to keep her hands from blistering with instant burns. The ship had lost some of its firefighting pumps in the missile damage and was redirecting as much as they could to the 3 hangar bays and for a critical fire midship. Hose teams from other repair lockers were performing the same task in multiple spaces throughout the gravely wounded carrier. The hangar bay sprinklers activated, and the 2 hose teams slowly backed out into the damaged passageway. "It looks like it's working," Dustin yelled as they continued to back out. Suddenly, the carrier lurched and buckled, causing the 4 to fall over, though they were only on their knees. A midship fire had reached a bomb magazine, a space that had no water for its sprinkler due to the critical diversions. A 500-pound bomb cooked off, triggering 2 of the others to do the same. It blew a hole straight out of the bottom of the carrier and into the starboard side shielding of Reactor Plant 1. "Oh, Lord!" Raylin screeched. "What was that?" The Halsey began to trim forward from the stern end and trim aft from the bow as millions of gallons of seawater joined the port side flooding from the center. The ship started to bend down in the middle. Just as the foursome made it out of the hangar bay, they heard the dreaded alarm and announcement. "All hands abandon ship! All hands abandon ship!" Chapter 26. Los Angeles, California. The big cartel gangster planted his giant foot right into Doxo's chest before he could get the AK the rest of the way up, sending him back into the drywall hard enough to break it. Doxo's spine landed squarely over a wall stud, and he let out a painful yell. Franco jumped 3 stairs down to the landing and incorporated a powerful punch. Doxo saw it coming and did a split with his legs, lowering himself. Franco screamed as he hit the same stud, but he had lightning-fast hands and was grabbing Doxo by the tan trench coat while he was still off balance and recovering from the first slam. Doxo sailed down the other half of the stairs face first. He'd never reslung the rifle, and it went sailing to the floor with him. He hit his knees and elbows on the stairs as he landed, feeling even more pain. Franco was running down after, getting there a split second later. "Remember how tough you thought you were, pulling a gun on me?" he yelled with an evil smile as he picked the dazed Hungarian up by the armpits and slammed Doxo's head into a fresh piece of drywall. He leaned his own battle rifle against the wall in the stairwell. Doxo looked through fuzzy eyes as his foe rolled him over and removed the .357 from his shoulder holster, tucking it into the back of his own pants. He pulled open the fire door Doxo had just come through a bit earlier. Black smoke rolled into the already hazy stairwell. Franco grabbed Doxo's left arm and started dragging him farther down the hall into the next office. Stunned, Doxo coughed as he saw the black smoke turn gray with daylight. "He's dragging me toward the daylight." The horror hit him like a ton of bricks. "He's going to throw me off into the concrete pile below." His face bleeding, Doxo tried grabbing the doorframe to the office in resistance. Franco yanked him over the pieces of ceiling tile, pipe, concrete, and office materials. "My knife," Doxo remembered. He let out another yelp of pain as he was pulled over a hot piece of concrete. He reached down to his right hip and pulled the scabbard's leather keeper off the handle. Doxo could see daylight over his head, a mere 6 feet from the spot Franco needed to be to finish the gruesome task. He pulled his knife out and thrust it back over his left shoulder, directly into Franco's hand. He did it so hard, the knife went right through and hit his own arm in the muscles a few inches above his wrist. But it worked. The angry adversary screamed out in reactive pain, dropping Doxo's arm and retracting his own out of raw instinct. Doxo rolled in the opposite direction across the loose rubble. On his hands and knees, he spun around just in time to see the big man coming down on him in a rush. Doxo tried to thrust his knife at the man, who smashed Doxo's arm with a fast punch, causing him to drop it. The man tried to come around with a left-hand blow, but Doxo was fully back in the melee. He rolled left, completing a full rotation and coming back up on his feet. He grabbed a piece of broken pipe as he did. Franco pulled Doxo's Ruger out and tried to train it around, but the pipe made full-speed contact with his hand and the gun, sending it flying into a mangled desk and cubicle setup. Doxo reared back for another swing, but Franco picked up a broken chair. Doxo hit the chair hard enough to split it in Franco's hands. He looked in surprised horror as Doxo reversed his right-hand grip while the pipe was still on his left side. He used his wounded left hand on the near end of the pipe and did a reverse thrust of the pole directly into the solar plexus of the big Mexican gang member. Franco let out a huge gasp as his air was knocked out of him. Doxo then counter-swung the pipe like a left-hander, using the lame hand to help stabilize it as he swung it hard into Franco's right knee. The man fell to that knee, then rolled down the pile of rubble at Doxo's feet. The man they called the Tan Dragon landed one more blow straight to his adversary's forehead. It disabled the man to the point where he felt he could drop the pipe. Doxo was tired and panting. On a really good day, 10 years earlier, he might have tried to pick the big man up in a firefighter's carry. He maneuvered himself behind the dazed man and grabbed his shoulders, sitting him up. Doxo squatted behind the man and started to drag him toward the edge. Woozy, Franco started a semi-conscious plea for his life. "Wait," he mumbled through bloody teeth. "Stop." It was too late. "You stop," Doxo said as he spun hard and threw the man off the second floor. Franco hit the rubble, piled up only 8 feet down, and started to roll. "You got to be kidding me," Doxo thought, seeing the man, definitely still alive, slide right down through a hole in the first floor and into the basement. USS Halsey, Pacific Ocean. "Come on," Carmen shouted at her friends, who were still trying to take the air tanks and soaked heavy suits off. The passageways were a madhouse. Salt water swirled around in the barely lit and smoke-filled halls. Hoses and dewatering tools were strewn across the entire ship. The smoke made the inadequate lighting even worse. Raylin grabbed one of the removable battle lanterns from its rack and dropped it as pain shot through her burnt hands. "Where's your abandoned ship station?" she asked emphatically. "Pick one," Carmen screamed. "There's no way they're going to be able to get a muster turned in. Our home is sinking too fast." Dustin finished throwing everyone's gear into the locker. "My station is on Sponson 17 on the starboard side. Let's all stick together," he suggested. "I'm in," Mark agreed. The four sailors joined the uncontrolled chaos as they made their way to the starboard fore-to-aft passage and started heading forward. "No!" Dustin yelled as he stepped through the hatch and made his way forward. "We need to get through that next hatch," he said, running up to it. Items were floating around in the dark flooded space, illuminated by two battle lanterns. Paper, clothing, and bodies swirled around in a current in the space. "Listen!" Raylin screamed. She turned and looked behind and inboard at an unbolted hatch on the deck under one of the carrier's stairwells. Burnt hands be damned, she hefted the heavy door just enough. She looked up with wide eyes at her teammates. "The water is rising through the shaft alley escape trunk. We need to dog this down." "No," Dustin yelled. "We're abandoning. It doesn't matter." Ray snapped out of it in realization as he led them back aft, trying to find the next path up and outboard. The massive, mortally wounded vessel lurched hard to port as that side continued to flood. All four of the shipmates, trying to make their way aft where they could see an active evacuation route, lost their footing. As they tried to progress, they were walking on the bulkheads. The ship was at an odd angle and not recovering. Dustin made it to a stream of other sailors trying to cram themselves into a tiny aisle and up a ladder marked by photoluminescent paint. He turned and took Carmen's hand, pulling her ahead of him. The foursome were able to get up the darkened ladder well and into one of the sponsons. "It's no good," Dustin yelled. "Look!" The horizon couldn't be seen out of the port sponson. The port side of the flight deck was nearly touching the water, with the counter effect being that the starboard side was getting higher. "We need to get off now." He started pulling himself along some pipe on the athwart bulkhead, trying to get to the sponson's edge. Carmen followed him up and looked over. The ship's terracotta red underbelly was visible and in the way of making a clean jump to the water. "We'll need to slide down that," she yelled, looking back at the other two. The ship shook violently, throwing them all around. Carmen and Dustin were able to hold on the fiberglass cables that acted as guardrails for the sponson. As the mighty USS Halsey began to break apart in the middle, the aft end began to rock and shake. It started to roll to port rapidly, dragging Ray and Mark back through the opening and into the interior spaces. "No!" Carmen yelled at the horror of seeing her friends disappear into the abyss. "Now!" Dustin screamed at her, picking her up and giving her a heave. Carmen slid down the gray hull, then the red, just clearing a small keel at the bottom of the carrier's side intended for stability. The ocean seemed to come up at her like a race car. She took a giant breath of air, but her impact with the waves knocked most of it out of her. There were bubbles and noise creating an illusion that compounded the force of the impact. As the limited air left in her lungs began to run out, she started to panic. "Hold on," she thought. "The bubbles." The splashes of equipment, life rafts, and other sailors, the rushing air and water as the broken ship split into two and began to separate, all of them created churn and turmoil in the water. Carmen started following the bubbles up and took a giant gasp of air as she broke through the surface. Hacking on some salt water, she turned and realized that she was still just feet from the stricken warship. She let out a panicked yelp as she started dog-paddling to get away. A giant splash landed next to her, and 5 seconds later Dustin popped up. "Swim!" he yelled. The pair swam with all their might to escape the pull of the giant ship as it started to give way to gravity and sea. One of the orange 25-man life rafts was inflated ahead of them. "I'm too tired," Carmen yelled, inhaling a mouthful of seawater. "We can do it," Dustin yelled, reaching for the throw rope the sailors already in the life raft had tossed him. Carmen reached out her hand and Dustin took it. The sailors in the raft heaved, pulling on the rope, bringing their shipmates to them and hauling them in. Carmen sat on the rubber bottom of the raft, trying to get to all four knees and hands, suffering from sheer exhaustion. The craft bobbed on the ocean's rough surface, tossing 15 shivering sailors around in the January waters. Sailors continued to huddle for warmth, hauling in the final person for that life raft. The fit Asian brought a glimmer of life to Carmen's dead spirits. "Cobra!" she screamed as she slid over to the shivering master-at-arms. "Some people will do anything to get out of class," the freezing sailor joked through chattering teeth. Los Angeles, California. Doxo found his pistol in the pile of cubicle furniture and limped back to the stairwell. He slung the AK to his front and used the pistol to carefully cover each corner until he descended to the building's basement. He stepped into the darkened and damp furnace room, seeing the daylight come through the hole. "What the hell?" he said, picking his boots up and seeing oil all over them. "Where this?" It hit him. "I must have caused one of the tar leaks with the bomb." He kept his pistol up as he wandered past one of the boiler units toward the daylight, tar getting about 6 inches deep as he did. He found the wounded gangster lying right where he thought he would. "Help! We'll pay you, Dragon. You gotta get me out of this mess." "You hit Uncle," Doxo said coldly. "Now you must pay." Chapter 27. Acme Ranch, southeast of Tucson, Arizona. Donna Wolf knocked on the door of the bunkhouse. Granger opened it a few seconds later, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. "Please tell me there's no security issue," he said. The pain and stiffness of being concussed by a bomb and thrown 24 yards through the air was catching up to him. "You have visitors." He let out a big sigh as he opened the bunkhouse door, allowing her to follow him. He pulled a hoodie on over the tee and sweatpants. He was still a bit drowsy from sleeping the bulk of the day, so he slid into some Romeo brand shoes without needing to stoop and pull them past his heels. He stared at the pistol still in his appendix holster and laying on the trousers next to his bed. "Screw it," he thought tiredly. He followed his hostess back to her house, and she offered no clues other than, "They definitely aren't feds." Granger followed her inside, waving to a few others as he crossed to the back of the house and to the study. He walked in, and it took a second for the two faces he knew to click. "Voodoo, Lucky Charm, what are you guys doing here?" The pair walked over and gave a couple of bro hugs. "Looks like the arm's healing up," Master Sergeant Mikhail Hudson said. After a quick minute of small talk, Voodoo said, "Let me introduce you to Colonel Ryan Jackson." "Must be a Marine colonel with that high and tight," Granger said with a sly grin as they shook hands. "What has you hanging out with a couple of Delta operators, sir?" "New job," Ryan said. "Better job in some ways. Perhaps you know some of the men who work for me," the colonel added, fishing. "I kind of doubt that, Colonel. Been out of the Corps a long time." "You had beers with 2 of them in your driveway back in November," Jackson replied. Granger's poker face dissolved into realization. "That Air Force colonel," he said, looking at Voodoo and Lucky Charm. "He's how the Roadrunners got aligned with these guys that night." "Correct," Ryan said, turning around and taking a seat in a comfortable lounge chair on one side of the coffee table. Granger sat across from him on a sofa. "It seems that the good colonel and Captain MacDonald have a knack for finding and recruiting talent like yours, and I think we're going to need it most Ricky Tick, Mr. Madison." "Meaning?" Granger said, looking back and forth amongst the three. "We know you got banged up last night," Voodoo said. I guess we just thought you knew.
Knew what?
Granger asked, slowly getting perturbed. China sank most of 3 carrier groups yesterday, Colonel Jackson explained. He pulled a folder out of his briefcase and placed it on the table while Granger recoiled from the thought that an active shooting war was happening in the Pacific. Granger, let us help you as you prepare to help us. Granger picked up the folder and flipped through it.
These are. Have you guys been building dossiers? I mean, I know the FBI has been. Got served to the...
Cease and desist, we know, Jackson interrupted. They're on our joint task force. Don't you worry about the civilian agencies. They're my worry now, if you help us.
Operation Rampart Edge, Granger read in the folder.
Names, Granger. Those are the men and women that Voodoo and Lucky Charm will help you start training. War is coming, son. Hell, you know better than most that it's already here. Los Angeles, California. Holy hell, dude, where you been? Derek exclaimed, seeing Doxo's battered face, bleeding left arm, and oil halfway up his boots. I got the sniper and 2 others, by the way. He looked at the odd item Doxo was dragging behind him, perplexed.
Going to finish one thing, he said. May want to leave.
Whatever, man, it's your party, Sergeant Derek Dewey said. But I'll wait for you where we entered so the reaction force knows you're a friendly. Doxo just nodded and watched the soldier head back out around the giant rubble pile. He made his way back down the stairs into the goo. He opened a few valves and put on the special backpack. Wading into the giant tar-filled room, he found his prey right where he should be. "Who's there? Help," the battered and broken man said. "I can't move my legs." Doxo moved the wand-like nozzle of the flamethrower around to his front and fished a disposable lighter out of his pocket.
"They say it takes much heat for tar catch fire," he said calmly.
"Wait! No!" Franco screamed. His back broken and head throbbing, he still understood what was happening.
"This," Doxo said, looking around at the oil. "Fresh spring, like dirty car oil."
He cracked open the pilot valve on the handle and lit the small lighter. The low-pressure gas moving out of the nozzle's end took the small flame for itself, emitting a very calm blue pilot light. "No! Please!" Franco begged and screamed. Holding the big flame gun in front of him, Doxo moved his right hand toward the pistol grip.
"It is well."
Doxo made his trademark flat hand wave with his left hand. His plump lips stuck out in contentment as he squeezed the 2-stage safety grip. The flamethrower spewed a 30-foot spray of fire directly over the screaming man. The oozy tar was harder to ignite than he thought, but it slowly did. The screaming intensified as the paralyzed man's skin melted off. Doxo let go of the grip and hurriedly made his way for the door. Back in the stairwell, he closed the steel door behind him as the flames slowly marched across the tar. He ditched the flamethrower and picked his rifle back up, reslinging it once more. Running up the stairs, he made his way back out to the first floor. He found that the hole next to the largest pile of concrete and steel was shooting flames out that were already 15 feet high. "Oops," he thought. Doxo started to speed walk through the building. His fire was quickly joining the fires that were already enveloping the building and all of Wilshire in smoke. Doxo looked at the tar on his boots.
"This is why I tuck my pants in," he joked to himself. "It did take a while to get going down there, but what choice do I have?"
He ran over a smaller debris pile, jumping over some flames in the process. The bottom edge of the trench coat became singed, but his boots didn't light up, to his great relief. Doxo stepped out around the corner to find his army comrade briefing someone he presumed to be an officer. "Damn, Dragon," Derek said, pointing to his charred coat. "You do like fire, don't you?" Meadowview, Virginia. "I don't see him," Lou said, concern in his voice as he scanned the large field and farm structures on the other side of it. "Come on, girl," Hank told Cordelia as he held the sweatshirt down to her for a fresh reminder. She started pulling on her leash again, tracking the 40,000 skin cells per minute that Bubba was shedding. Lou could sort of tell where the man's footprints were in the winter grass and dirt of the field. Cordelia was dragging them straight to a barn. He double-checked the safety on the rifle, wanting to know exactly where it was if he needed to fire rapidly. The 2 barking dogs were a giveaway, forcing the men to jog as they neared the dangerous situation. 90 seconds later, they were following the now quiet bloodhound who was sniffing the hay aggressively. Lou had the rifle at the ready as he handed off Rusty's leash to Hank and began to clear the corners of the haystacks and stalls.
"I think he's left the barn," Hank whispered loudly. "She's starting to lead us back out."
Lou stumbled ahead of Hank and the dogs, moving to the corner of the structure. 80 yards away, he saw the back of the farmhouse. He could hear sirens in the distance getting closer.
"He's going to be dangerously desperate when those cops get here," he told Hank.
He tried to run toward the house, pain shooting up his leg. Hank was 20 feet behind him, slowly catching Lou as the 2 dogs pulled him. The tracking party made it past an above-ground pool and yard toys to the corner of the farmhouse.
"I hear screaming," Lou said. "We need to get to the front."
He ran along the home's side in time to see Bubba dragging a screaming woman by her hair toward an old pickup truck.
"Let her go,"
he screamed, pulling the rifle up.
"Take your shot, Caldwell,"
he said to pump himself up. The muzzle dipped as he slapped on the trigger, still locked in place by the safety.
"Damn it,"
he yelled in exasperation. Bubba let go of the lady and swung the sawed-off gun at Lou, releasing a shot that went wide. He grabbed the keys from the ground near the hysterical farmer and ran for the truck. Hank and the dogs caught up to Lou, Rusty burying his saliva-covered teeth behind barks of rage. Bubba got into the truck.
"No!"
Lou screamed, looking at the other man and the near-rabid dogs. He pulled the safety lever and lined up a shot, trying to get the head area on the other side of the rear window, unable to see past the glare. He released a suppressed shot, shattering the old truck's window. Lou moved the bolt action, cracking a second shot, knocking most of the glass out. Bubba hit the gas and rocks sped out from the back tires. Lou grabbed Rusty's leash from Hank.
"Get him, Rusty,"
he yelled, unsnapping the fur missile's rage and teeth from his collar. Rusty took off at a full sprint as the truck started to veer left and right, trying to account for the over-torquing of the right rear tire. Rusty was practically flying and leapt farther than Lou had ever seen a dog jump, landing in the bed of the moving truck. Lou, Hank, and Cordelia chased after them. Rusty jumped through the broken window, barking and snarling in pure anger. Lou lost sight of the dog but heard the most sickening man-scream of his life. The truck weaved wildly and sped up right into an oak, hitting it hard enough to smash the front end in. Lou caught up and swung the rifle up, rechambering a new round from its small magazine. Heart-pounding, he reached for the door and opened it, seeing the ghastliest thing he ever had. Bubba was trying to grab the vicious German shepherd and pull its clenched jaws off his throat. Blood was shooting out. The sickening crunch of cartilage sounded out as the dog began to tear the assailant's throat out. A tooth nicked one of the carotid arteries, and blood began to spray, gurgling in the dying man's screams. The loving dog-turned-killer had just ended Lou and Kyla's nightmare. Epilogue. Pentagon, Washington, D.C. "Is that the dog that killed the guy?" Brandon asked Lou. "Shh," Lou said, playfully looking around. "Rusty 4 is my service dog." "But how'd you get to keep him? And how's your niece?" "She's going to need a long time to recover," Lou said. "But she has a newfound appreciation for things. You know, her parents, the value of money, the right to self-defense. I think she's had a huge portion of her value system undermined. But she'll bounce back. As for this guy," Lou said, rubbing Rusty's head, "he was homeless. One of the guys who was helping us passed away from a heart attack later that day. Old guy. Scary looking, but helpful. After one night in Impound, I managed to pull some Pentagon magic and convince the locals that he needed to come with me, national security and all that. Brandon smiled. Colonel, I have no idea how you do it, but you routinely seem to fall into the toilet and come out smelling like roses. The Marine captain was standing at his desk in their task force office, stuffing some things into his backpack. Well, the service dog thing is legit, Lou said defensively. I've got a doc getting me a letter this week. Where are you headed? Hands behind his head, feet up on a desk he'd just claimed minutes earlier, the dog chewing on a rubber bone below his legs. West Coast. Weren't you just on the West Coast? We travel a lot in this job, Colonel, Brandon said with a smile. You should know that. Welcome back. He started to walk out to catch the MAC flight to Edwards Air Force Base, but stopped and turned. You're absolutely right, he mumbled under his breath, motioning with his eyes toward two civilians. Watch what you say around those two. With that, Brandon departed. Lou started to log onto his new workstation to check email when Colonel Jackson walked out of his office and headed over to Lou. Colonel, he said with a wave of the finger the way one's dad did when one didn't do the chores properly. Lou got up and looked at Rusty. Uh-oh. Rusty cocked his head and wagged his tail. He followed his new pal, not minding the leash in the building full of men to sniff and women who showered him with affection. They reached Colonel Jackson's office, where he closed the door after Lou and Rusty entered. Colonel, if this is about the dog. Save it, Lou, Ryan Jackson said as he raised his hand. You really pissed off my replacement with that Houdini act of yours. I'm not sorry I went, Colonel, but I am sorry if it cost you any grief, Lou admitted. In case nobody told you, Lou, we're at war. And as such, a lot of stupid stuff like your continuous insubordination tends to get swept under the rug. But, Lou guessed. No but, Lou. Brace yourself, Jackson said with a cheesy grin. This special detail isn't big enough for two colonels. I was Monty's man. Monty was forced to retire. Now it's my turn. I'm not tracking, Colonel, Lou admitted. I need to bring you up to speed, Lou. We're bringing in more operators, officers, and NCO to ramp up recruitment and training of the Rampart Edge program. And in case you haven't figured it out, the FBI and ATF contacts right out there, they hate this job. In fact, I'm starting to set up a mole hunt because I'm pretty sure at least one of them is leaking information. I'm retiring, Lou. No choice. The task force is yours now. Los Angeles, California. I'm Alex, the small Vietnamese American said to Doxo, sticking his hand out for a fist bump. Alex Nguyen. Doxo, Doxo said, high-fiving the fist like some sort of awkward turkey. He continued to scan the crowd. They were in Mann's Chinese Theater in Hollywood, not too far from La Brea. They were under heavy U.S. Army protection, and Doxo counted no less than 4 helicopters when he came in. It had been 8 days since the incident in the building, and it seemed the entire world had changed. A city without water and power was becoming a mighty dangerous place. Those who could control the water supply controlled the populace. I wonder if that's why I'm here, Doxo thought. Because they know it is the Russians. It made him laugh in contemplation. The Chinese are on the way, but the Russians are already here. The theater was somewhat noisy, but nowhere near packed. Doxo, Alex, and a few others were asked to sit on the front row with no explanation as to why. Good morning, all. I'm Captain Brandon McDonald of the United States Marine Corps. I'm sure you all are wondering why you're here. Brandon was standing in front of the stage. The lights flickered under their generator power occasionally, adding a certain sense of foreboding to the already dark mood. I'm part of a military program to help train civilians in the skills needed to rally and defend their communities. You all have been identified as people who are already exhibiting this initiative. A low murmur rose across the room. When do I get my machine gun? A gruff voice called out from the crowd, bringing most of the rest to cheer and laugh. Once it quieted down, Brandon asked, When do you want it? The room went quiet. Doxo sat up in his chair just a bit. Brandon glanced at his clipboard. Okay, I gotta know. Who goes by Tan Dragon? Doxo slunk back down in his chair, but some of the other civilians in the room had heard of him, as had the active duty that had recruited all these people. Soon people were calling him out and pointing to him. You're the guy from La Brea, aren't you? Doxo was picking up enough to get it. He nodded. I was here that day, Brandon said, in that MRAP that escaped the big cartel shootout. Tell me, why do they call you Dragon? I heard it has something to do with the flamethrower. Doxo cleared his throat. Yet, no. He shook his head, trying to downplay it. Last name. Your last name? Brandon asked, furrowing his brow. Yes, Sarkane. It means dragon in Hungary. The meeting lasted another hour, and the civilians learned that various American forces would be working with them to recruit and train citizens in security, communications, medical, and basic engineering. A few other key resistance leaders were pointed out, including Alex Wynn, who had rallied and led his community to take back his hotel from a cartel with little more than bows, shotguns, and golf clubs. He was organizing the neighborhood patrols and was looking forward to the help promised by the military. Brandon closed out the meeting on a somber note. We're on the precipice of what may well be America's darkest hour. Our citizens are polarized. Opportunists are robbing, raping, and murdering their way through society as if there's no repercussion. I've been all across this great nation, and I've seen the